Councillors, please stand. Almighty God, we the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, lore, and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully work together in gratitude, respect, and kindness, in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I advise that Councillor Stephen Toomey will be absent today, and I move that he be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
So it's moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Gibney, that Councillor Steve Toomey be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. Ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please. Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,732 second meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of April 2024 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It is moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Gibney, that the minutes of the 4,732 meeting of Council held on 30th April 2024 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. No. Ayes have it. Councillors, I would like to, we have a public participant today. I would like to call on Mrs. Carly Fredgley, who will address to the Chamber on Baby Give Back. Yep, please proceed, Mrs. Fredgley. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors. Thank you for having me today. So my story about Baby Give Back started about 7.5 years ago when I had a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old at home, and I saw an opportunity with the mounting pile of things that they no longer needed and the clothes that they'd outgrown in our dining room to be able to pass those things on to families in need. There was no other organisation in Queensland where you could recycle baby items like this, and so quite naively I decided to start Baby Give Back in my garage. I had no idea what I was getting myself or my family in for. 7.5 years later, our growth has been driven purely by the need, and we've helped over 34,000 children. Baby Give Back's mission is to give children a safe start in life by providing essential items like clothing, cots, car seats and nappies to families in need. And we do this by partnering with caseworkers, which include social workers, midwives, child health nurses, domestic violence refuges and other large charities who provide family support programs to reach those most vulnerable and to help children in those crucial early years. Our headquarters is based on the Gold Coast, but our support extends across southeast Queensland, and about a quarter of the families that we reach are based here in Brisbane. Last year, we helped 2,107 Brisbane children with our support. We currently have plans to scale across Queensland, and our focus is on our clothing program. Why clothing? Because it's a solvable problem. There is enough good quality pre-loved clothing in the community to meet the needs of vulnerable children, and it's one of the most impactful things that we can provide support with. Clothing is a basic human right, and so many families are struggling to meet this need. If you can't appropriately dress your children, you can't get into the community, you can't send them to daycare, you can't visit medical appointments, and families are more and more isolated. When we can meet the clothing needs of vulnerable families, they can direct their income to housing, food, medical and education expenses. A clothing box from Baby Give Back contains a capsule wardrobe with tops, bottoms, outfits, summer, winter, and it's been packed with love and care by our volunteers and presented like a gift to families. The feedback we get from caseworkers is that it's so much more than just what's in the box. It's also a soft entry engagement tool, allowing them to connect with the most vulnerable families that they need to deliver their service to. I'm here today to ask each of the councillors if you'd consider having your office as a clothing collection point so that families in your ward have an easy access drop point to be able to donate their clothing from 0 to age 5. Clothing is not a cumbersome item to be able to collect, so it's only the clothing that we're asking for. Our goal is that every Brisbane family has a local drop point so that they can support this clothing program and know that they're contributing to their community. We currently have the short-term use of some premises in South Brisbane thanks to ARIA Property Group. This place is being provided to us free of charge and means that we can have a central collection point in Brisbane so that we can collect those clothing donations from your office, transport them to South Brisbane, and we can build a volunteering program there and enable us to grow that program without having to transport the clothing back to the Gold Coast. 1 in 6 children are living in poverty, but there's something we can do about it right now. Clothing and access to clothing for vulnerable families is a solvable issue. We can leverage the circular economy and help give children a better start in life. Experts all agree that what happens in those crucial early years sets children up for a lifetime. We have the opportunity to help give children a chance to thrive. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Mrs. Fredgley. Councillor Howard, would you care to respond?
I'd be delighted to respond. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Carly, thank you so much for taking us on the journey that you've been on for the last 7.5 years. We are truly grateful for all of the work that you do, and I know that you've worked very closely with the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust, and that Nina Schrinner was your first patron, and so I know that there's a lot of support already for you in this room, and the requests that you have made for us today, I'm sure, will be taken up by all of us. So really appreciate you coming along. I know that we've already had some support from some of the councillors from some of the wards, Councillor Atwood and Councillor, now I've started and I'll be in lots of trouble, I'll forget something. Councillor Wines, I understand that you've supported, Councillor Hutton and Councillor Cunningham, and I know that many of our councillors also attended your high tea at Victoria Park. I know that high teas at Victoria Park are always very popular, and I hope that it raised a lot of money for Baby Give Back, because it is such a great cause. Through my work through Brisbane City Council, we know that the cost of living is really starting to bite really hard on some families, and we know that the work that you are doing is just so valuable. People really appreciate what it is. I think I was talking to you outside and I mentioned that I know when my babies were born, which is quite a long time ago now, I was always sad that there was such beautiful clothing that was left and they'd far outgrown them. So I know that everybody probably can pop through their cupboards and find some fantastic things to support families right across Brisbane. So Carly, thank you once again for taking us on the journey. Thank you once again for addressing us here in Council, and I know that you will have the full support. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Mrs. Fredgley, for coming in today. Thank you. And, councillors, there are a number of handouts available on the bench if you want to take a copy. Otherwise, we'll send a copy email to your emails. And now it is question time. Are there any questions for the Lord Mayor or a civic cabinet chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, Brisbane is a city on the move and it just keeps getting better. Can you please update the chamber on the state of the city, including Brisbane's trajectory towards the 2032?
Lord Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Givney, for the question. And you're absolutely right. Brisbane is on the move, and it is a situation where we see our Better Brisbane Alliance coming together, a group of people who are, like us, focused on how we take advantage of the opportunities for our city ahead. And one of the things that the Better Brisbane Alliance has recommended, and the Deputy Mayor works very closely with that group, is to make sure that we have a prospectus for our city, which is a document which very thoroughly looks at the opportunities for our city, the growth trajectory, the investment opportunities, and also lifestyle opportunities here. And this document, more than 60 pages, packed with data that shows the great opportunity ahead for our city. And so this was an initiative of the Better Brisbane Alliance. The document and the work that was put into it was sponsored. It was done through Brisbane Economic Development Agency, but it was sponsored by Optus and Cisco with the great assistance of Deloitte Access Economics. And so a really important piece of work that shows the opportunity ahead and effectively a prospectus for the city going forward. Brisbane is growing. We know there are great opportunities, not only between now and the Olympics, but in the decade beyond the Olympics and further into the future as well. The document shows that very clearly. So I'm not going to go into exactly every fact and figure, but in order for us to take the opportunities that are ahead of us, some critical things we need to focus on as a community and all three levels of government. We know we need to attract more people here to carry out the highly skilled, innovative jobs that are growing in this city, but we need to house them. And we need to be a city that is easy to get around as well. And so, to take advantage of the opportunities ahead, there's two critical areas that we need to focus on, Councillor Givney, and that is to continue to do everything we can to boost housing supply. And we also need to make sure that there is appropriate investment in the infrastructure that helps people move around. And whether it's the new road and transport infrastructure or other kinds of infrastructure that facilitate a growing city, that is absolutely essential. And so, in terms of the state of the city, where we go from here, we need two things effectively from the state government to allow us to do what we can to accommodate this opportunity, which is not only an opportunity for Brisbane, but also the surrounding regions as well. First of all, we need a new deal and a fairer deal when it comes to transport funding in this city. We've had the state government basically absenting the field for the last decade, and they have effectively said, well, we're going to put all our money into Cross River Rail, and we don't care about buses, we don't care about any other transport infrastructure, and we believe that if anyone invests in the network, that cost should be entirely on them, and we're not even going to share that cost. Meanwhile, we're going to take all of the fare revenue that comes from public transport in Brisbane on buses and city cats, and we're going to keep that for ourselves as a state government. So we need a fair deal in a growing city. And I know that Councillor Murphy is very passionate about this, and he'll no doubt speak some more on this. But the other thing we need is we need a more flexible planning regime, a more flexible planning scheme that allows us to respond to the demands of the community. And this involves making sure that we can implement our housing action plan. Now, our housing action plan identified opportunities in Kurilpa and also in suburban renewal locations. And so suburban renewal locations provide the opportunity to significantly boost housing supply in those currently industrial areas that can be transformed into mixed-use and residential communities. At the moment, though, Mr. Chair, the planning scheme takes 2 to 3 years to change. So if you want to make a change to the planning scheme, you're looking at 2 to 3 years minimum to change the planning scheme. And so if we want to bring on a new opportunity to provide housing at what is currently an industrial area, you can add 2 to 3 years to the time frame just to get it to the point where that is a permitted use. And so we've been very clear in advocating to the state government we need their help to make sure that we can respond more quickly to the housing situation we face now.
Lord Mayor, thank you. Your time is expired. Councillor Messi?
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. Next week, on the 15th of May, the Palestinian diaspora worldwide and here in Brisbane will observe Nakba Day, also known as the catastrophe. It is the day that commemorates the forced displacement of Palestinian people. To recognise this day and the horrific deaths of over 30,000 Palestinians since October 7th, will you commit to lighting the Story Bridge in the colours of the Palestinian flag?
Lord Mayor.
Well, that's an interesting question, and it's one that I find surprising in a time when we see only one political party in this nation actively fanning the flames of hatred and division in our community. And that party is the Green political party. That party is encouraging anti-Semitism and hatred and discrimination against the Jewish people. And that party forgets about the lessons of history. Just this weekend, I joined with representatives from both the Labor Party and the LNP to commemorate the Holocaust Remembrance Day. And I want to thank those councillors who attended with me, particularly to the Leader of the Opposition and Deputy Leader of the Opposition, came together across party lines to remember the devastation, the horror of the Holocaust, but most importantly, to make sure that we keep that memory alive so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Now, it's always been a case in Brisbane that we have, as a council, encouraged harmony between different groups in our community. We are a multicultural community, and you know, in recent years, it's always warmed my heart to see that, for example, when we have an iftar dinner during the month of Ramadan, they invite members of the local Jewish community to come along and share that meal, and vice versa. We've seen a great level of harmony between different cultural groups. And that doesn't happen by accident. That happens because we insist that if you come here, you have to respect other people's culture, you have to respect other people's religion, and hatred has no place in our community. And what I see the Greens doing is, from a party that would say, well, we don't support discrimination, have suddenly jumped on board the bandwagon of espousing and fanning the flames of hatred of the Jewish people, and in fact, weaponising the term
Point of order,
Zionist.
Chair.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Chair. The question was, and I repeat, will the Lord Mayor commit to lighting the Story Bridge up in the colours of the Palestinian flag?
Thank you. Lord Mayor has
These
5 minutes
claims
to
are
answer.
outrageous.
Yeah. The Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer.
It's interesting because this particular question, there's a lot of depth to it which people need to be aware of. Right now, across the globe, and including here at our local universities, the Greens are actively fanning the flames of division and hatred. They are supporting, for example, groups of people who are not just protesting to end the war in Gaza, but are actively espousing hatred for the Jewish people.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order against you, Lord Mayor.
The question was, will the Lord Mayor commit to lighting the Story Bridge in commemoration for Brisbane residents of Palestinian descent,
Okay,
and
thank
to
you.
recognise the deaths that have occurred?
The Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer, and also the Lord Mayor is providing the background. Lord Mayor.
Just asking this question is fanning the flames of division. It is clear. And it is actually really quite concerning. There is a clear agenda here to fan the flames of division in our community when we should be encouraging harmony. We should be encouraging peacefulness. Here, Councillor Massey yell out ceasefire. As I said, it's one thing to oppose a war and to call for a ceasefire. It's another thing altogether to jump on board protests which display a hatred for the Jewish people which weaponise the term Zionist. And it's interesting.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Would the Lord Mayor take another question?
Well, you have to wait for your next turn. Lord Mayor.
Now, I have received a lot of personal criticism from some groups because the Story Bridge was lit up on the 8th of October last year in the colours of the Israeli flag. Now, people can criticise me, that's the nature of my role, but we did that in the same way that we lit up the Story Bridge after the Christchurch terror attacks against Muslims. And we have lit up the bridge in commemoration or in solidarity against terror attacks on no fewer than 9 occasions. And so if someone wants to light up the bridge, they can make an application and they'll go through the process and it will be considered. But as the leader of this city, I simply would call people who are fanning the flames of division to be very careful
Thank you,
about
Lord
where
Mayor.
they go
Your
with
time
this.
has expired. Further questions? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, unlike other local governments, ratepayers have been footing an unfair share of the bill for the public transport network, while the state government has been pocketing the revenue. Can you please update the Chamber on the renewal of the city's bus contract and how the former State Minister for Transport wasn't interested in investing in Brisbane's bus network?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Parry for the question. Well, Chair, 2024 is a very important year for our city's public transport because it is the year that we hope to see Brisbane Metro services commence. Well, yeah, wait and listen. Across the next 6 months, we'll start to see...
Order. Councillor Murphy.
Across the next 6 months, we'll start to see all pieces of the Brisbane Metro come online. Construction will wrap up at major busway stations and the new depot. We'll have enough metros to commence services and we'll finish commissioning assets. But there's one important missing piece to be resolved before metro services commence, Mr Chair, and that is the signing of a new contract with TransLink. The state government is, of course, the authority for public transport in Queensland, so Transport for Brisbane operates bus services under a contract with the state. Our current contract is set to expire upon commencement of metro services, not something that Councillor Cassidy would be aware of. And with state caretaker mode commencing in August, we now need to land an agreement to start Brisbane Metro in the next few months. What this presents, Deputy Chair, is a historic opportunity for us to get a fairer deal for Brisbane ratepayers and commuters. Because as it stands, Chair, the funding provided for by the state government does not fully cover the cost of operating bus services in Brisbane. That means this financial year, Brisbane City Council will tip in $140 million to subsidise running the state's bus network in Brisbane. When you add in our commitment to public transport infrastructure too, that number increases to almost $700 million this year alone. We are the only council in the state that subsidises public transport in this way. Residents in Moreton Bay, Ipswich, Logan, the Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast, name any other local government in the state, Chair. They do not do this and they are not asked to. Brisbane City Council has continued to subsidise public transport because we recognise just how critical it is to keeping Brisbane moving. But elsewhere in Queensland, the state funds 100% of the cost. What's worse is that in recent years, Council's investment in public transport has grown at almost double the rate of the state's investment. We are doing more and they are doing less. And remember, the state's budget is 20 times the size of Brisbane City Council's, Chair. 2/3 of all public transport commuters in Brisbane travel by bus, so we know that that's where the investment needs to go. Our bus network moves more passengers each year than the entire rail network in southeast Queensland. But for a decade, the state has capped Brisbane's bus funding increases to inflation alone. Under the failed leadership of Mark Bailey, the state starved Brisbane buses of growth funding, so much that today we have 82,000 fewer services delivered with Brisbane buses than we do a decade ago. That makes Brisbane the only capital city in the country where public transport services have gone backwards in the last decade. Chair, Brisbane is the fastest growing capital city in Australia. We need far more public transport services, not less. So in the absence of any additional budget from the State, Council has stepped up to the plate and done the heavy lifting to fund new bus services over the last decade. Take the Maroon City Glider, for example, Chair. Council funds 99% of the route, yet the State takes 100% of the fare revenue. Or what about the Gold City Glider, Chair? It was the Schrinner Council that put forward the business case and funding on the table, but the State refused to support it. And let's not forget, Chair, we're also delivering the $1.24 billion Brisbane Metro, which will carry 30 million passengers by 2031 and has significant scope for expansion into more suburbs, plus Brisbane's new bus network, which will fund an additional 160,000 services a year, with more than half the journeys faster during peak times. There is no doubt we have a lot to look forward to together in this chamber, Chair, but it is unsustainable for Council to continue to solely subsidise network growth services in Brisbane, and it's unfair to the ratepayers of this city. So I met with Minister Mellish last week to commence negotiations. on a new bus contract last week, and I want to thank the Minister for taking the time to meet with myself and representatives from Transport for Brisbane. I believe his appointment is the perfect opportunity to change the way the state has treated council and to change the way the state funds Brisbane buses. We want a fair deal that will deliver more bus services for Brisbane residents, not less. A fair deal that will deliver investment in our bus network to address congestion, and a fair deal that will allow us to work together to deliver for Brisbane's increasing population and provide world-class services in time for the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. My question is the Civic Cabinet Chair for Finance and City Governance, Councillor Fiona Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, we know you failed to backfill staff when they take leave from work, leaving other employees with heavier workloads. I've heard directly from council employees that this means they are left to do more work while being paid the same amount. Is this unpaid extra work your idea of sensible savings?
Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Mr Acting Chair, and thanks to the Leader of the Opposition for the question. Mr Chair, we on this side of the chamber have been re-elected on a platform of keeping council's budget balanced and taking the pressure off household rates and rents. That is something that we on this side of the chamber take very seriously. We have been empowered by residents to make sensible savings to live within our means, Mr Chair. It means we need to always keep a check on expenses and take action to keep costs down, because ultimately, Mr Chair, these costs get passed on to Brisbane ratepayers. So, we've been upfront with residents. We went into an election campaign and told residents that we would be making savings.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
On relevance, Councillor Cunningham's pre-prepared answer doesn't quite align with the question I asked. My question was specifically, does she believe unpaid work that council employees are doing is sensible savings or not?
Well, Councillor Cunningham has 5 minutes to answer. Councillor Cunningham.
Well, Mr Chair, I don't accept the premise of the question. We have been quite upfront.
No calling out.
We have been quite upfront with residents of Brisbane, and we have said that no one who is in an EBA position needs to be concerned. Have we had reductions? This is not easy, Mr Chair. It is not easy, but being responsible with other people's money is something that this side of the chamber takes very seriously. This is the responsible thing to do at a time when cost of living is the #1 issue that families are facing. We must do absolutely everything we can to reduce council expenses, to take the pressure off the rates and the rents that people pay.
Councillor Johnston.
Because unlike the Labor Party, Mr Chair, unlike the Labor Party, we won't be raising rates by 6% to make Brisbane residents pay for it. Absolutely not. What
Councillor
we will
Cassidy.
do, Mr Chair, is make the responsible financial decisions. I am not going to be lectured from the Labor Party on how to manage finances
Point of order.
every day in the
Point of
Courier
order,
Mail.
Councillor. Point of order. Councillor
Thanks
Cassidy.
very much, Deputy Chair. I had a very specific question as to whether Councillor Cunningham believes council employees doing unpaid work is sensible savings. She's required to answer that question.
Councillor Cunningham is answering, and Councillor Cunningham, you've got 2.5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr Chair. And as I said, I don't accept the premise of the question. It is not unpaid work.
You're doing 2 jobs being paid for 1.
Mr Chair, I am not going to be lectured from the Labor Party, as I said, about how to manage money. Every single day I open the Courier Mail and I read about how the Labor Party, just up here in George Street, are spending more money from residents.
Councillor Cassidy.
Mr Chair, they're simply not listening to the answer because it's not what they want to hear. There is not a problem that the Labor government thinks that they can throw more money at. It's not going to magically fix it. And it's exactly what these people are doing here too. I completely do not accept the premise of the question that they are not being paid for their roles. As EBA staff...
Councillor Collier. Look, Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Collier, you asked a question. Allow the councillor to answer. Councillor Cunningham.
Mr Chair, I have been very clear with the answer. All we have heard is continual interjections from those opposite about how we should be spending more money. Well, at the end of the day, that translates to the rates people pay. And guess what, Mr Chair? We have been re-elected on a platform of financial responsibility, and that is exactly what the Lord Mayor will continue to do. I do not accept the premise of the question that staff are being unpaid for their work. Give me specific examples then. It's time for you to put up.
Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cunningham, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mr Chair. What we see from the opposition is just a continual approach to spend more and more money. At the end of the day, someone has to pay for it. This is not their money. This is the money of the residents and the ratepayers of Brisbane, and we will always take a financially responsible approach. And I will not make apologies for taking a sensible approach to our finances, because it's
Thank
not
you, Councillor
our
Cunningham.
money.
Your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Dixon.
My question is to the Chair of the City Standards Committee, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hutton, the Labor Party's record on footpaths is almost as bad as the Greens on housing. Can you please set the record straight when it comes to the construction of new footpaths in our city?
Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And thank you, Councillor Dixon. I note your interest, given the matter, on your concrete record in delivering new footpaths in Hamilton Ward. It's clear that the Labor Party's track record on footpaths leaves much to be desired. And once again, it's time to set the record straight. The reality here is that we've been spending and investing far more in footpath construction and maintenance than Labor ever did in administration. And that's because this side of the chamber understands the importance of these assets in enhancing pedestrian safety and accessibility. Let's not forget the last Labor budget in 2003 allocated a mere $11.16 million to footpaths, resulting in a visible decline in their condition. Triple that investment and you'd get close to the spending under this administration on footpaths. Since former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk was first elected in 2011, Council has lifted the good condition of footpaths to over 75% as of December last year. But actions speak louder than words, Mr Chair, and when we examine Labor's track record, it simply doesn't add up. Despite receiving substantial annual allocations for priority projects, many Labor councillors have consistently underperformed in delivering new footpaths in their wards. For example, in the 2022-23 financial year, several Labor councillors failed to deliver any new footpaths, while others only managed a minimal number. It is evident their rhetoric does not match their actions when it comes to prioritising footpath construction. There is only one Labor councillor who managed to deliver over 5 new footpaths this financial year, and that was Councillor Cassidy, with 7 footpaths across his ward. Unfortunately, the situation worsens when we examine other wards. For instance, For instance, Councillor Cook, now Collier, is yet to deliver a single footpath in Morningside ward. Councillor Strunk managed only one footpath at the Lakes Parklands in Forest Lake, which speaks volumes of his priorities. Councillor Cummings and Whitney also failed to deliver any new footpaths in their respective wards. I expect, Mr Chair, that this will change with Councillor Givney at the helm. Then there's Councillor Griffiths, who previously held the top spot for footpath delivery, but now he has been surpassed by Councillor Cassidy, as he's only managed to deliver 3 new footpaths in his ward. Now, let's compare those figures to a couple of examples of councillors in administration, where the real action begins. 8 footpaths delivered in Councillor Parry's ward, 8 footpaths delivered in Councillor Allen's ward, 7 footpaths delivered in Councillor Dixon's ward, 4 footpaths delivered in Councillor Huang, Councillor Davis and Councillor Landers' ward. You see, on this side of the chamber, we actually build and deliver footpaths. It's important to address this misinformation spread by the Leader of the Opposition regarding Council's investment in footpaths. Over the weekend, I just saw a footpath being poured on Oxley Road near Cliveden Avenue in Councillor Johnson's ward. We invest in all suburbs. Footpaths are important, Mr Chair, and that's why we are investing record amounts this year. The Shrina Council has a strong record of delivering footpaths and working with our communities to deliver infrastructure that they want to see in their parks and streets. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Councillor Hutton. Councillor Collier.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. My question is to Civic Cabinet Chair for Community and the Arts, Councillor Vicky Howard. Have community housing providers and homelessness organisations requested additional support from this council over the past 6 months?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank Councillor Collier for the question. It is important, Mr Chair, that we recognise that housing for homeless is a state government responsibility. The work that our amazing people do with housing organisations is very much about our public space liaison officers, connecting people with the housing organisations, and those housing organisations being supported by the state government. Mr Chair, I think I'm quite proud to be able to say that I think that the relationship between our council officers and the state government has improved dramatically, and some of that is as a result of our Lord Mayor calling on the state government to do something about the housing crisis within this city. Took 600 days of asking about the Pinkenbar facility to be at least considered. Was it? No.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
I appreciate that Councillor Howard is providing some context, but the question is very specific regarding what specific support has been requested by those providers.
Thank you. Councillor Howard is answering.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So the support that is given to our community organisations, Mr Chair, is something that happens on a day-to-day basis. Our officers talk to housing community organisations every day of the week. Our public space liaison officers are out there communicating, listening to the requests, making sure that we're connecting people with the right people to support those vulnerable people who are doing it tough out in our community. So, Mr Chair, the answer to the question is that every day we talk to community organisations. Every day we support people who are at risk.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Respectfully, the question's not about the frequency of which your officers engage. It's about whether or not they've requested additional support to what's already being provided, so on relevance.
Councillor Howell is answering.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The requests from these organisations is about making sure that every level of government is doing what each level of government is responsible for. Our level of government is connecting those people who are most vulnerable with the services that are provided by the state government. That happens on a daily basis. And I just want to put on the record through you, Mr Chair, the amazing work of our public space liaison officers. Every single day they are out there talking to community organisations, talking to those who are doing it tough, making sure that we are connecting people with the right people to get the solution that is required. It is absolutely our job as a local government to support those that are at risk, and we do that by working with the level of government that has the responsibility for housing, and that is the state government.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Further questions? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. My question is to the Chair of Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, the ongoing issues about provision of bus services for the growing Pallara State School is going from bad to worse because of the inadequate expansion plan proposed by the state government. Can you update the Chamber on the impacts to school bus users as a result of the state's current plans and outline Council's position?
Councillor Murphy.
Well, I'd love to, Mr Deputy Chair, and thank you to Councillor Marx for the question. We heard before, Brisbane is Australia's fastest growing capital city, and you don't need to look any further for evidence of that growth than the beautiful suburb of Pallara. Now, in the last decade, the population of Pallara has tripled, and Pallara State School is now bursting at the seams. There are already more than 1,000 students at the school, and the school expects those enrolments to balloon to over 1,600 in the next few years. Now, the Department of Education have been working for several years to deliver some new classrooms for Pallara State School, but what they've neglected to consider is how hundreds of new students will be able to get to and from the school, Mr Deputy Chair. As local councillors, we know it's important that we support kids catching the bus to school or walking and riding each day. That's why the Schrinner Council has been delivering a new program, or will deliver a new program of safer school precincts this term. And as this chamber knows, the former councillor for Callum was a very strong advocate for increasing bus services to Pallara, and we hear the laughing, Chair, but it's very true. Many things we can say about the former councillor, but we cannot say that she was not a strong advocate of additional bus services in Pallara. Now, it's thanks to her advocacy that the 803 school bus to Pallara State School was extended in 2021. It became a dedicated route for Pallara residents in 2023. It's thanks to her advocacy that the capacity of the 803 bus was doubled in the 2024 school year, and a new route, the 804, was introduced. And it'll be a real shame to see all of that go to waste, Chair, but it is at risk, Chair, thanks to the poor decision-making of the State Government's Department of Education. The Department's latest plans for the school include construction of a new 3-storey building with 21 classrooms. There's just one problem. The building will sit right on top of the existing school bus drop-off and turnaround zone.
Councillor Collier.
This bus turnaround is critical to allowing buses to safely deliver students to the school. Initially, the Department of Education advised Council that it planned to acquire land adjacent to the school to facilitate a new staff car park and bus turnaround facility, but the Department has now done a backflip and abandoned those plans to acquire new land for the car park and bus turnaround. With the bus zone removed, Pallara State School students will now have to be dropped at bus stops further up Ritchie Road. That means they'll have to walk much further to catch the bus and to cross the very busy Ritchie Road to get to school. What this means is that students will be actively discouraged from catching the bus to school. And with traffic around the school already at a standstill, removing the bus zone will only further increase the number of cars travelling to and from the school each day, which will make congestion worse. Growth must be supported, Chair, but not at the cost of student safety or accessibility. The Schrinner Council is doing its part. We are well into the delivery of the Ritchie Road corridor. upgrade, which is positioned right next to Polaris State School. The corridor has already been split into 3 stages. Stage 1 has been delivered. We've installed a supervised pedestrian crossing for children to go from Polaris State School and cross on Ritchie Road. We've also signalised the intersection of Wadaville Street and Parkwood Drive, which helps to maintain a safe and controlled flow of traffic, and we've installed several new bus stops. We're currently progressing the design for Stage 2, and later in this meeting we'll vote on the resumption of land to facilitate Ritchie Road Stage 3. Of course, we're delivering all of this with no funding from the state government. We accept that the state will often fund upgrades to schools without any funding for supporting infrastructure to the road. That is something that we live with and that we deal with day to day, all of us as local councillors. But at a minimum, we would expect that they don't actively remove the infrastructure that makes schools work, like they are doing right here in Pollara. Now, there are some serious questions, Deputy Chair, to be raised about the planning and approval process for this upgrade and the collaboration between Department of Main Roads and Department of Education. The new councillor for Callanvale gave her maiden speech last week, and Councillor Kim spoke glowingly and at length about her connections with the Labor Party's state apparatus. And we respect that, Chair. She's well connected, we get that. But on this issue in her ward, there are some serious issues between state departments and some major issues in respect to the design. Council has said its piece.
Councillor Collier.
We've given our feedback, and we believe that it's vital that a safe school bus drop-off and pick-up bay is incorporated into the future layout of the campus. So we eagerly await to see what feedback Councillor Kim will have on the design process, and indeed if she can achieve some great outcomes for her community by getting these state departments to see some sense. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further questions? Councillor Kim.
My question is to the Civic Cabinet Chair for City Standards, Councillor Sarah Hutton. What is the cost to fill a pothole using council workers versus external contractors?
Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and I'd like to thank the councillor for the question. It is a priority of our administration to ensure that our safety is paramount for our residents. Each year, we fill 70,000 potholes, and in the 22-23 year, where we did have the floods, we filled 94,000 potholes. It is a fantastic program that we have, and I've actually been out to the A&A plant at Eagle Farm, and the team out there do a sensational job of keeping our road network moving. Now, why do we get potholes? Well, water is the #1 enemy of our roads.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
On relevance, the question was about, very specifically, the cost difference. It's not about why do we get potholes. It's just outrageous. I know that she wants to tell us story time, but we just want to know the difference in the cost.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton is providing the answer. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I just thought, considering there is a new councillor who has asked the question, I should give her the background. So, road resurfacing can start to crack when asphalt ages and carries a large volume of vehicles, and thus this is where our pothole team comes into play. They do a fantastic job. When there is a
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
On relevance, is she talking about the contractors or the council staff? Because that's what the question's about.
Well, Councillor Hutton is providing the background. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and it's disappointing to hear those opposite do not want to understand the business of potholes. We have always aimed to have urgent potholes filled within 24 hours, and we do a fantastic job, like I said, of ensuring that is done. Now, we continue to maintain an extremely high level of service, and our commitment continues. We actually fill in less than 12 hours most of the time. Now, we have a fantastic crew of people who drive our streets to fulfil these goals, and I really want to put on record just how much we truly appreciate the A&A team and our road resurfacing crews. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, further questions?
Thank
Councillor
you, Chair.
Edward.
My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, this week is Road Safety Week. While Greens councillors would rather us cut funding altogether, the Schrinner Council knows that building better roads will keep Brisbane moving. Can you please update the Chamber on works around the city designed to get our community home sooner and safer?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to Councillor Atwood. Can I begin by recognising you and your sterling efforts today in your debut, chairing this morning. You've been wanted to recognise that's been excellent. Can I also recognise Councillor Atwood for asking this question in this timely manner as well. The Road Safety Week is the week we're in right now. It's 5th to the 12th of May. The motto of Road Safety Week is drive so others survive, and in so many ways the conduct of motorists is too often the reason for fatalities on our roads. Only last week I noted, as I was moving around my ward, that the traffic was very difficult, oddly difficult that particular day, and that was also the day there was 3 fatalities within Legacy Way and 1 hospitalisation on Waddell Street. I won't make comment about Waddell Street, but it does appear from early reports that the events in Legacy Way were the result of deeply troubling motorist conduct. So can I ask all councillors, anyone who listen, really all people of Brisbane, consider the way that your driving may affect others. Road Safety Week, as we know it, was initiated in response to the fatality of a young lady named Sarah Fraser, who passed away while changing a tyre on the Hume Highway. Her parents, her family have started this in an attempt to raise awareness so that there's awareness around the conduct of motorists and how they can affect the lives of other people. So it's always important to stop and reflect upon that. Now, how do we meaningfully address poor driver behaviour? One of the ways we can do that, and one of the most effective ways we can do that, is through attempting to engineer it out. Now, that is extremely difficult and does not provide a 100% guarantee against these sorts of things. But we know that some changes to the roadway will improve safety. So Council takes a holistic approach to improve road access and safety for residents across the whole city. And we deliver a range of complementary projects and programs that help make those roads even safer. Council delivers a range of programs about accessibility and safety, which pay respect to both the impact of it and value for money in that instance. So let me provide some basic things we do. I'll list them out, some basic things we do that can provide significant safety improvements. Our source for these figures is, of course, Austroads. 1, improved road lighting reduces the risk of a collision by somewhere between 20 and 50%. The placement of a humpabout, that is a small roundabout, reduces potential crash risk by up to 55%. Splitter islands can reduce potential crash risk by up to 40%. And visibility improvements can reduce crash risk by 30%. So some instances where this is happening now. So the most common instances where we do this sort of thing, I'll begin listing them out and going through some of them. So of course, traffic calming. And of course, we do a number of traffic calming projects every year. A local area traffic management scheme, according to Austroads, reduces the risk of collision by 20%. At this moment, we are in the process of delivering the Woodley Street Precinct project, which I believe is in Maruka Ward. Later this financial year, there'll be the 5th Avenue? Yes, 5th Avenue. 5th Avenue precinct project in Cooperoo Ward, and there'll be the completion of the Swan Terrace Windsor project in Enoggera Ward. 3 projects will be delivered this year, each with different component parts, whether they be raised speed tables, humpabouts, adjusted Ts, adjusted entrance treatments, speed limit reductions where required. It is a suite of things that are designed to reduce the volume of traffic, but also importantly, to improve safety. The local area and network, the local access and network improvement stream has a number of projects which again address similar sort of pedestrian ways and roadways. While an LATM has a deterrent component. Alani has a safety and efficiency component. That's the distinction between them. And in this financial year, we have 4 projects which will be delivered across 5 suburbs, with a number of them being, one being in Hamilton, one in McGregor, one in Maruka, and of course one in Castledine. So again, recognising and responding to the needs in suburbs.
Thank you, Councillor
right across
Wise.
the
Your
city.
time has
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
expired. That ends the question time. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of 29th April 2024, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 29th of April 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It is moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 29th April 2024 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Before I move on to the item in front of us, I wanted to, as I always do, refer to the light-up schedule on council assets. This week is National Road Safety Week, and to support this community campaign, we'll be lighting up all of our assets in yellow. To remind everyone that all road safety is local, so drive so others survive. You would have seen this on the VMS signs in recent times as well across the city. And obviously, we support efforts across all 3 levels of government to continue to improve road safety and as a result, willingly part of that light up campaign. Tonight, the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge and Redcliffe Place will be lit up in pink to support Foster and Kinship Carer Week from the 4th to the 11th of May. We say thanks to the more than 6,000 foster and carer families in Queensland. Tomorrow night, Victoria Bridge, Story Bridge and Radcliffe Place will be lit up in red to support International Thalassemia Day. And this International Day raises awareness about the struggles that people have with this severe blood disease, including remembering those who have unfortunately died from this disease too. Tomorrow night, these red assets will also mark World Red Cross Day. This Awareness Day on the 8th of May every year celebrates the unity of the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. On Thursday night, all of our assets will be lit up in blue for Do It for Dolly Day. This annual day is dedicated to bringing the community together to take a stand against bullying, which is sadly a major contributor to youth suicide. On Friday night, all of our assets will be lit up in blue and green to support the RSPCA Million Paws Walk, the annual walk, which is now in its 30th year, to raise awareness and funds for the vital work that RSPCA does in preventing cruelty to animals. On Saturday night, Redcliffe Place, Victoria Bridge and Story Bridge will be lit up in blue and yellow to support Bladder Cancer Awareness Month. This month raises awareness of this cancer, including the need for more research to help save lives. On Sunday night, our assets will be lit up in blue to support those who suffer chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia. This Awareness Week is observed all around the world to demonstrate how debilitating these diseases can be for its sufferers. One thing that all of these things have in common is that they are things that bring the community together. They are causes and charitable organisations that we're supporting. They're things that bring people together, and we rally together support by using our assets. What we don't use our assets for are things that drive division in our community. We do not light up our assets for things that create division. And as I was saying earlier, on the 8th of October, when we lit up the Story Bridge in solidarity with the people of Israel, that was the day after the horrendous terrorist attack where Hamas operatives went into Israel and slaughtered and killed more people in a single day than any day that we've seen since the Holocaust. And so, as I said, we've in the past lit up our assets in solidarity for those people and cities and nations that have experienced horrendous terrorist attacks. And so it is really important for us as civic leaders to do what we can to promote harmony. And I again say thank you to the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Cassidy, and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Collier, for attending the Holocaust Remembrance Service on the weekend. It was great to see that bipartisan support for not only remembering the victims of the Holocaust, but making sure that something like that never happens again. And for me, what's been really disturbing in recent times is that you see a really stark move to label Jewish people as Zionists. And, you know, if you attack and criticise someone based on their race, well, that's clearly unacceptable. And so you've seen the Greens and other activists substituting the word Zionist for Jew or Israeli. They just put the word Zionist in there. And apparently it's okay to discriminate against people if they're a Zionist, but not if they're a Jew or not if they're Israeli. Does anyone else see the problem with this? Because the same people that would year in, year out protest on campus against discrimination of LGBTQ+ people and against other people based on race or religion are quite happy to espouse hatred if they're espousing hatred to Zionists. And this is a really disturbing trend, and it needs to be called out right now and stopped. Because it is no different saying that you hate Zionists than saying that you hate Jews. It is no different. Now, I've been labelled a Zionist recently. In fact, by the Greens Lord Mayoral candidate himself labelled me a Zionist. And that was, once again, to fan the flames of division in our community. Because I did what our city has continued to do and light up our bridge in support of the victims of terrorism, then apparently I'm a Zionist. So this is really disturbing. It needs to be called out, it needs to be stopped, and we need to try and bring our community together rather than further inflame the division that is there. I know that there are many, many people who deeply believe that there needs to be a ceasefire, and that is one thing, and they are entitled, absolutely entitled, to advocate and protest for a ceasefire. But leave out the hatred, leave out the discrimination against Jewish people, Israelis or Zionists. Leave that out. It's not necessary. It's something that divides our community. And so I say, for those people who want to see a ceasefire, absolutely you have the right to advocate for a ceasefire, as we all do in a democratic society. But it doesn't need to come with expressing a hatred for Jewish people, Israelis or Zionists. If you have a look at the history of the Zionist movement, it started in the late 1800s, and it was simply a group of people who believed that there should be a re-establishment of the Jewish homeland in what was then called Palestine and is now called Israel. And so simply wanting to have a homeland is what these people are being criticised and attacked for. Simply wanting to have a homeland for their people. And it's interesting, the biggest push in those early days, before there was a state of Israel, came after the Russian Revolution. And it was interesting to read the history, because in the Russian Revolution, when we saw the rise of communism, there was very clearly a push that everyone should be treated equally. And so you look through the history books and you'll find that there were many Jewish people living in Russia who actually thought, well, this is actually a positive thing. We will see a world where there is not discrimination against me based on my race, based on my religion, based on my ethnic heritage. And guess what? It turned out that everyone was equal except for the Jews. And that started a big migration of Jewish people fleeing Russia and moving into what was then the territory of Palestine. And they purchased their land. They actually came in, and on the free market, they bought plots of land. And they set up communes. And their hope was that one day there would be a Jewish state. So this is the early wave of Zionism. Does anyone see a problem with any of this? Because a desire for a homeland for your people is what Zionism is all about. Yet we've seen recently it's become a dirty word. It's become a word that is subject to incredible hatred and discrimination, and it shouldn't be. Whatever label you want to put on it, we shouldn't accept discrimination and intolerance in our community. And I want to see a return to the Brisbane where at Jewish community events...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for extension.
Seconded.
Extension moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, Lord Mayor.
I'd like to see a return to the Brisbane where at Jewish community events it is not necessary to have high level of security because of the fear for their own personal safety. And we saw that on the weekend. It's actually quite alarming, the fact that it was necessary to have significant security presence because of a genuine fear for the safety of those people wanting to commemorate the Holocaust. I'd like to see a return to the Brisbane where in the month of Ramadan, and we have the iftar dinners, that people of all backgrounds are invited and the Jewish people are welcome to come along and break bread and share a meal in that, like we have seen in the past. Is it too much to expect that we can have a city and a country where, no matter where you've come from and what your different ethnic or religious background is, that we actually know that discrimination is not okay? It's not too much to ask, and it's something that we should all stand for. And when we see people actively fanning the flames of division, we have to say no. At the Holocaust Remembrance Service on the weekend, there was a guest speaker, a federal member who had come up from Melbourne, and he was a Labor member. He spoke incredibly, in an incredibly moving way about the need for this tolerance and acceptance in our community and the need to not repeat the mistakes of the past. And as I said, we saw both major parties represented there, united on this important issue. And there has been a level of unity on this issue for decades and decades, where we've accepted that Australia is a multicultural community. And we all have different views, we all have different backgrounds, we may worship different gods, but we accept that. And to discriminate based on race or religion is unacceptable in our community. And the time that we have seen a moving away from that view is only recently. And for me, as a student of history, as someone who has very closely all my life been interested in historical events, this to me rings alarm bells. I think that if this is allowed to continue, we're entering a very, very dangerous period of global history, and particularly Australian history as well. Councillor Johnston may not think that this is an important issue, but there are very few more important issues than the harmony of our community. There are very few more important issues than making sure that we protect what makes our nation and our city and our democracy great, which is a respect for each other's culture, which is freedom of religion, and the fact that we live in a multicultural society where you can be proud of your heritage, you can keep your cultural values and practices, and you respect other people's. We're seeing a loss of that in recent times, and that is not good and is not healthy. This afternoon, we have an item related to the Ritchie Road and Wadeville Street Corridor Improvement Project, Stage 3. And this is about making sure we have the land necessary to carry out future road upgrades for what is a very important and growing part of the city, and I refer to Pallara. The item seeks to make an application to the Minister for Resources and Critical Materials to resume a private easement in Pallara. Stage 3 of the Ritchie Road project will improve the geometry of Ritchie Road between De Vries Road to Van Dieren Road, including realigning the current bend in the road, which is quite sharp, to increase safety for all road users. The submission is the first step towards creating a safer and fit-for-purpose corridor that can be improved and upgraded as the community continues to grow. We've already completed stage 1 of the project, which saw up to a 15-minute reduction in pick-up and drop-off times for Pallara State School mums and dads. And we know that Councillor Murphy referred to some of the issues that we're facing in that growing part of the city, where the state government is quite happy to see more homes built and delivered, but not really willing at all to put any money into the infrastructure requirements for that growing area, and in fact happy to put a building on a bus zone, like a bus area. So this is obviously an issue we'll continue to advocate about, and we'll continue to, as we can afford to do so, deliver the upgrades that growing part of our city needs. There is an ongoing body of work being carried out to make sure that we not only have the future upgrade plans, but we also secure the land required for those upgrades as well, and this submission is part of that process. Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Rise to speak on Clause A, the Wadeville Street and Ritchie Road Corridor Improvements Project Stage 3. I'll say at the outset the opposition supports this project, this item before us today, and the project more broadly. Tackling congestion around Pallara State School and that surrounding corridor is critically important to that community, and it's a local project for a particular local area, but it is one that is critically important given the rapid growth that community has seen and will see in the coming years as well. So it does appear, looking at the papers before us today, it's a simple and straightforward part of the project in preserving easements and allowing resumptions for the realignment of that stage 3 of the road to proceed. So we certainly support that. I'm quite sure and certain the only reason it's on the E&C papers today is because of the new councillor, Councillor Kim's advocacy on this issue, because I'm sure without this, well, clearly the administration had nothing else to bring to council today. This is the one and only item on there before us today. So the work of this LNP council is threadbare. We've come to realise that this term as we start out. And what we also know about this area is that it has been badly let down by this LNP administration. Over I think a 4-year period or thereabouts, the population of Pallara grew from, this part of the world grew from 400 to 4,000, I believe, and that's grown more since then. That figure is probably a year old, I think there. So the failure to plan for these projects and plan for that growth has been alarming and clearly was alarming to the community, and I know Councillor Kim is going to elaborate on that as well. Over the last few years, the lack of planning and lack of delivery in this part of the world has seen people suffer in their daily lives in getting about and not having the kind of infrastructure that council not only should but is required to provide as a local council. And we can't forget, I've heard some whinging today from now both the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy about the rapid growth that's happened in Pallara. We can't forget that it was this LNP council, and specifically this LNP mayor as well at the helm who has overseen and enabled this development out there. So it's a great place. It's a great place to live, and Councillor Kim will talk about that, of course. Lots of people want to live there, and we support that. But, you know, I've been out there plenty. I've been to public meetings out there, and I know Councillor Kim in a previous capacity has attended those meetings as well, talking to local residents about the fact that they have been let down by this LNP administration because the planning work and then the delivery of infrastructure to go alongside these new homes is the responsibility of the Brisbane City Council. So we won't accept today, Chair, the blame game from this LNP administration, from Councillor Murphy and from the Lord Mayor. The only reason there is a growing school there that requires additional buildings is because this community is growing, enabled through the planning changes that this LNP council made, knowing full well that that amount of people were going to move into this area and those community facilities would be required. So from what the LNP have said today, from what I can glean in their contribution to this issue, is that the state government is holding up its end of the bargain. They have built this school and they are expanding on this school. So it is incumbent on this LNP administration to hold up their end of the bargain and make sure this road project is delivered. And the Lord Mayor has complained that, I think by inference, that the state government's not putting anything into this road project on a council road project, which is required because of development that council has enabled. Strange long bow to make there. But I'm sure of those thousands of new homes, there's been infrastructure charges that have been collected. We know that they hadn't been spent on road resurfacing. We know that they hadn't been spent on filling potholes on Ritchie Road. We know that they haven't been spent on curbing and channeling. We know they haven't been spent on new footpaths or bike paths in this part of the world. So we know they must be spent on this project because this project is absolutely required for this community. So I would like to congratulate Councillor Kim on her advocacy so far. I know she hit the ground running and got to work straight away with council officers to get as much information about this project as possible, and lo and behold, it's come to council straight away. Isn't that fantastic? So congratulations. But I will offer some advice. When the LNP splits projects up, like they have with this one, with a stage 1, a stage 2 and a stage 3, they often then start making them stage 3A, 3B, 3C. We've seen that with the Beams Road project, of course. So my advice to Councillor Kim, Chair, through you, is to make sure you continue to hold this LNP administration to account, because I know this is a vital project for your community. You don't want to see it cut and delayed and added into different stages going forward, because this is an absolutely critical project for your community in that part of the world going forward.
Any further debate? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I just rise to speak to the only item here, item A, the Wadeville Street and Ritchie Road Corridor Improvement Stage Project for Stage 3. Now, of course, there being Stage 3, it implies that there's both Stage 1 and Stage 2, which indicates a long-term commitment to improving traffic in this area, one that's not only coming, but one that has already begun. The resumption process on land such as this takes a long time, and I am grateful to be able to say that to conclude that today by resolution of our council. Now, let me begin by just taking a moment to reflect on what's already been done. So we have I have a project map, Wadeville and Ritchie Corridor Improvement 1A, and its good friend 1B here. So 1A speaks to improvements at the school to ensure that there's a new turnaround section and better access to the school, and 1B speaks to a realignment and reprioritisation through. So in the earlier works, the priority was from Parkwood Drive into Wadeville, I think from memory. Now it's through. Now, anecdotally, now I will table both of those documents for the consideration of all councillors, but the anecdotal evidence from the P&C. The anecdotal evidence from the P&C is the changes of particular 1B improved the travel time, the daily travel time of pick up and drop off commuters in that school by 15 minutes per day, that one simple project. So I reject any implication that nothing has been done. We have recognised the need, but that being said, the previous councillor did identify this issue, advocated strongly for it, and it also advocated to the Department of Education that perhaps the growth in the area should be accommodated at schools with more established drop-off and pick-up and more established buildings. The Department of Education ignored that and continued to grow the school here and grow the education facilities in key transport areas within the school. So rather than allow and accommodate the bus drop-off inside the school as had been allowed, the department took that land for a new building, forcing the problem onto the street. Now, I appreciate the Department of Education sees transport as a secondary issue and that their first concern is to provide the accommodation of students on site. However, I do not necessarily accept that's the right priority by the department. I note that Councillor Cassidy is always quick and keen to excuse anything the state government does and then put it onto us. Now, I know that Council routinely does. I think the problem is that we're much better at delivering items than the state government is. We do it in a more effective and efficient manner and actually respond to the local needs of residents, which is why people like the Department of Education push a lot of their work onto us. Why, for example, Councillor Parry is still in a pitched battle over access to Prince Charles Hospital, which is again a state responsibility for the safety of their own workers, why Councillor Hammond is taking the fight up to Jimmy Sullivan to try and improve the way of life of Northsiders, yet that same problem that is there is now playing out in the outer southern suburbs. That being said, the resolution today is evidence of our ongoing commitment to improving transport, not only there but in all corners of the city. Councillor Cassidy and his associates routinely say that we are city focused and don't do things in the suburbs. Well, clearly today I've tabled documents that show that there was highly responsive changes made to access Polaris State School. The plan to improve access to the state school exists and is moving forward, because if it weren't, we wouldn't be making resumptions for future planned works. That being said, it might be nice if the state government did their own things for themselves and didn't rely on the Brisbane City Council to deliver them for them. And I know that Councillor Cassidy is very closely associated to members of the state team. I know that Councillor Collier is very, very closely associated to ministers in the state team. I get their natural proclivity to defend them, but just because they like them doesn't mean that they're right. In fact, the way of life of a lot of people in Brisbane would be better off if the state actually did their job. And I think increasingly people in Brisbane and across Queensland are taking that view as well. Now, one other thing that we must note as well is the sharp increase in residents in this area has meant that the speed with which we've had to respond has been much greater. But as I say, Wadeville Ritchie 1A and 1B. Councillor Collier is now criticising housing, something that her and her associate Councillor Cassidy have routinely in this place attacked us for not providing enough of. And here, in one of the last greenfield sites in the city where we can provide low-set housing at large scale in the city, Councillor Collier is attacking us. So I ask the Labor councillors to consider perhaps they should stay true to a series of values and beliefs rather than taking the easy and cheap win at all times. I just think that perhaps if they had any form of long-term planning, they may consider that people have a right to live someplace in this city, and Pollara is a fair and worthy place to live. And Councillor Collier's criticism of people choosing to live in that place is not right. Now, I also have to talk about, I'm just going to make some general comments about the Department of Education's potential roundabout and bus set-down solution. Now, I must, through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Kim, I must forewarn Councillor Kim that there's some pretty significant scuttlebutt going around that since Councillor Owen has left, the Department of Education is stepping back from the proposals that she had negotiated for the school and are seeking to not deliver them anymore. So, Councillor Owen, we all know well, forceful personality, was able to get her way a lot of the time. The challenge now is, can Councillor Kim hold her friends to account to the same way that she holds her opponents? I suppose is the real question. Can that be done? So,
Councillor Collier.
I trust that all councillors will support this resolution. I know that this is a vital piece of land within a series of easements that allow for future works. Of course, stage 2 will likely occur before stage 3, but because of the significant price growth in land at the moment, we took a view that it was better to take the land earlier than wait till later. And I think that most councillors would understand that. This land was also acquired at a very cost-effective rate. So it's all part of being respectful and responsible in our use of ratepayer money, while also planning for the future to ensure that we keep Brisbane moving.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about Clause A and also just to provide a slightly different angle from what might have been previously discussed about Ritchie Road. I'd just like to also note that I am also very much in support on behalf of all Pollara residents for any kind of upgrades that are happening to Pollara. I think the residents of Pollara, who are very hard-working ratepayers and also renters as well, they deserve every single upgrade that happens in this area, and it also deserves to be escalated too. There are a couple of things though that I really wanted to address. So it's been about 3 weeks since I've been on the job. I wanted to thank the council workers so far from both CARS and TPO who have come out to have consultation meetings. So we've met up with the principal, a couple of people from the school as well. We've been talking to parents and residents too, just in the past 3 weeks alone. But I can also say today I speak on behalf of all Pollara residents. So over our campaign, it was over 8 months of door knocking just about every single day. We probably door knocked almost every single house in Pollara with the exception of a handful of streets. So we really had a personal insight into how people were feeling and how hard cost of living is hitting everyone right now. I do agree with the comments earlier today about it being us being in a cost of living crisis where, you know, people are really looking for value out of our city council rates. And I agree in taking a very sensible approach, and that's why I think it's so important that we prioritise Pollara, because at the moment the sensible approach is to make sure that we're ensuring that Pollara is a safe place for students and parents to get to school. At the moment, I'm not planning on playing a bit of a blame game, or you know, I really do genuinely want to take a cooperative approach to make sure that we achieve the best outcome for all residents. And I'd like to say already that we've been meeting with the State Member of Parliament as well, Leanne Enoch. She's been very, very cooperative, very responsive. We've been out there talking to residents and making sure that we come to the best outcome with also the school as well. So this is one thing that we've been pushing very quickly. But also in relation to all of the developments, it's been over the past 16 years where council has been responsible for the development of all these new estates in our area. And it's not that, and also just to mention for Councillor Lucy Collier's behalf as well, it's not that the Labor Brisbane Council team is anti-housing, especially in a housing crisis. What we're arguing for at the moment is that we need adequate council services to go along with the population growth, especially when it's been exploding in Pollara. And if the council has been responsible for this for the past 16 years with the LNP Council, it was also our responsibility to make sure that there were adequate footpaths and also a safe road to travel. And I speak on behalf of all Pollara residents who have had to push prams on roads and have to jaywalk a very dangerous intersection to get to a footpath which was illogically placed on Ritchie Road. So what we're asking for are basic upgrades. We're not asking for anything luxurious. And I do note that Brisbane City Council maintain a very good reputation, but that's not kept up to standard in the suburbs of Pollara, which is an outer suburb. And I think that what we deserve is much better than that. During a cost of living crisis, residents are really feeling it hard right now. And I think the LNP Council here really need to make sure that Pollara is placed to a very high priority on their agenda. And finally, I just also wanted to mention that at the moment, residents are basically set up for the impossible. So at the moment, I really think everyone is really, really sick of the blame game that's been played for years. And at the moment, people still need to get their children to school. People are still stuck in traffic. They have no footpaths to walk on at the moment. There are bollards that block that. It's a ditch. And what they're asking for is just a safer path for their kids to get to school while all of the construction and development happen, and that's council responsibility. So I truly think that the council officers have been very, very cooperative, and they've done a really great job. But the push that we need is from our council finance chair, from our Lord Mayor as well. We need funding and we need the budget to make sure that it includes Pollara residents. And I stand here because I speak on their behalf, and that's why I was elected, and that's why there was a change at the last council election for the Calamar ward. Thank you, Chair.
Any further debate? No? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And I just rise to make sure that we've got it very clear in here that there's no rewritten history about stage 3 of this road upgrade that LNP has been working on for many, many years, through our processes, through our LGIPs, which those on the other side always vote against, to make sure that we do have the infrastructure for Pollara as it grows. I think that Councillor Kim is a little bit out of step with her local, her colleagues who stood up in the election and very clearly said, we need more money for roads, but roads are not the answer. And simultaneously, I'm not quite sure. We were following the campaign. We were getting a bit confused ourselves. So maybe Councillor Kim needs to check with her colleagues about what their answer is if it's not roads. But LNP here are very clear that people need to have a choice and roads need to be upgraded and widened, etc. That is why it is clear we started the resumption process on the 26th of June 2023, Councillor Wines. This is not something that has just been sitting around and coming up now. We have had this in the plans for a long time, and any attempt by Councillor Cassidy to rewrite history is absolutely fanciful.
Thank you. Any further debate? No? Now I'll put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. The ayes have it. Deputy Mayor, Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee. Report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of April 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It is moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Aderman, that the report of the Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday 30th April 2024 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And before I get to the substantive report from last week, I think it's very important that as the weather cools down and our major calendar events heat up, that the Chamber understands the mayhem that is coming up in the next month. We have got a jam-packed lineup of more than 20 international homegrown events hitting Brisbane over the next month. Sport, art, comedy, collectively, they're all driving more than $80 million into our local economy, and it is clear we are a city that is thriving on community and culture. We are Australia's lifestyle capital. I think that is absolutely goes without saying now, and we're looking forward to welcoming fans from near and far into Brisbane over the next month with everything that we have on offer. The most important thing about that, and we heard it today in the committee report about State of the City and in the Economic Development report at the start of our committee presentations this session, that people will be getting here to Brisbane, they will be staying in our hotels, they will be spending money, they will be dining in our local restaurants, cafes, bars, shopping in our local shops and enjoying our local tourism experiences. And that is very, very exciting about creating more to see and do in Brisbane as well. So the benefits will continue. Our reputation will obviously continue as a premier destination. So let's just hear about some of the things that we've got coming up in the next month as well. The month-long Brisbane Comedy Festival is already underway. Plenty of time to catch up a show or two if you haven't been there already, particularly at our favourites, the Powerhouse, the Tivoli, Princess Theatre or the Fortitude. The Affordable Art Fair will kick off on Thursday the 9th of May, launching in Brisbane for the first time, with over 40 galleries exhibiting an incredible selection of artworks at the R&A from local, national and international galleries, showcasing a wide array of pieces. There is absolutely something for everyone. And of course, our signature May event, I don't know if Councillor Adam is allowed to shout it across the chambers because I know how much he loves it. The NRL Magic Round returns for another year, absolutely. But it's even better this year because we kick it off on the Thursday night before the Magic Round with the Women's State of Origin. So it really is going to be a 4-day festival of footy weekend. And it's the first time that they're expanding that to a 3-game series and starting here in Brisbane as well. Magic Round really has become the sporting highlight of the year for everyone around Australia, and I hope that the NRL sees clearly the reasons why it needs to stay in Brisbane and it's so popular being here as well. So not only is there 16 teams that will descend on us for an unreal weekend of footy, but it is absolutely a huge cash bonanza for the city as well. If you're a sports fanatic like me, it's not just the NRL in May as well. Of course, we have got the Star Stradbroke Racing Carnival as well. So Eagle Farm hosts Guineas Day over the weekend. They've got the Doomben 10,000 coming up on the 18th of May, and they have got the Doomben Cup Day on the 25th of May, and then Stradbroke Day on the 15th of June as well. However, but that's not all. There is more coming. Another exciting event, which is actually really big. In our family, we call it the cult because our daughter got into it and she loved it, and once you're in it, you can't get out, and that is CrossFit. I know there's a few CrossFitters in the room as well. Torian Pro CrossFit is here in May as well, and it is a very strong community, no pun intended, or totally intended, haha. When they travel to competition, they travel in droves, and they're coming here to Brisbane. 500 elite athletes, 15,000 spectators at the Queensland Tennis Centre on the weekend of May 24th to 26th. So that's going to be a big one for the Cash Bonanza in Brisbane. So this is the month that we usually gets a little bit quieter in the local area, but the influx of visitors means it's going to be a month of mayhem, but fantastic for the economic drivers in Brisbane as well, because the benefits, as we heard this morning, is about our economy skyrocketing by 68% to $275 billion in the next 20 years. And a big part of that is off the back of this visitor economy. So it's extremely exciting. We have just broken the record, and I'll talk about it more week, on visitor spend to $10.1 billion in visitor spend, and that really is unlocking our economic future. Don't forget, we still have the Business Hub going strong at the moment, and there's some great events coming up in the following week for you to advertise with your communities. We've got the How to Market Your Business Masterclass, which is on tomorrow morning from 9:30 to 11:30. That is about marketing concepts, simple, actionable steps, how to promote your product or service by bringing attention to its value. So that's being done with our business expert partner, Staunch Digital, and we thank you for the work that they do with us as well. And then an interesting one on Thursday night from 5:30 to 7 p.m. We've got another On the Couch. This time it's with Jack Hutchinson. So Jack obviously is stepping up into the role of taking over Hutchies from Dad, and he's doing a fantastic job. And he's talking about how he has, what he's learnt in business over the 100 years of Hutchinson. He hasn't been around for 100 years, but there's a lot of family history there with Hutchinsons as well. Interesting for Jack, as the 4th generation, how do you establish your own identity in a high-profile family business? Opportunities for women and progress towards gender balance in a male-dominated industry, and giving back to the community once you have commercial success. So that is going to be hosted by Kendall Gilding, so that will be a great one at 5:30 on Thursday night in the Business Hub as well. Last week we had an update for international relations and multicultural affairs that are very, very busy in the process of welcoming so many people that want to come and visit our city and have a look around at the moment. From a small team, they do amazing things. And last week we heard about the Lord Mayor's Cultural Business Scholarship Program, and also about the International Internship Program. I had the great opportunity last Thursday of catching up with the graduating group of the International Internship Program this year. Out of 968 student applicants, there was 11 host businesses and 11 students that were selected, and they really had a most amazing time in their month of April with their host businesses and learnt so much. We also have the Multicultural Business Scholarship Program, which commenced in 2008 and has delivered more than 650 scholarship placements within the community. So it's all about making sure that our local business people with a multicultural background have an opportunity to grow their business and professional skills by linking them with Brisbane-based educational and professional development providers. So the applications have closed for this year's entries. We received 93 applications from across 39 multicultural communities, which is actually a 12% increase from last year. So the word's getting out, and those that are involved are spreading that word on what they've learnt. Some of the examples we have from last year, originally from Turkey, we have the Managing Director of Avian Management Services and also the Queensland Turkish Chamber of Commerce and Industry President, who is actually done a company directors course through AICD with his scholarship that he got last year, and he's been able to expand his interest in Brisbane and Queensland and in Turkey to bring new opportunities here in Brisbane as well. So it works for Brisbane as much as it works for the multicultural group. We get to learn from their experiences and they share their experiences with overseas as well. We know that there are recipients that have completed Cert 4 in small business management, opened up restaurants that are now known nationally for how good they are. This is what we love about these programs. They not only increase the experience of those students and what they get out of it, but it makes Brisbane a more rich and multicultural community as well. I'll leave the rest of the report to the Chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further debate? Councillor Eiderman.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak in support of our international internship program, which was part of the committee's presentation last week. The program is to be commended as a win-win for both the city, the participating businesses that accept placements, and the interns themselves. This is how it works. Participating businesses can access Brisbane's tertiary student talent pool and leveraging their knowledge, cultural understanding and language skills to grow their business in both domestic and international markets. Participating students are given the opportunity to gain 4 weeks of degree-related paid work experience. Council subsidises 50% of the wage cost for businesses. We also identify and match the best professional applicant to the business at no additional charge. This program has a proven record in enhancing future employment prospects for domestic students with multicultural backgrounds and international students from our sister cities studying in Brisbane. But Deputy Chair, don't take my word about the success of the program. Let me quote one of the testimonials on Council's website from Stephen Love, the Managing Director of Outsource Institute, a participating business. And I quote, "Outsource Institute's participation in the internship program was a transformative experience. Our intern brought expertise in supporting diverse learners to provide disability and inclusivity training to our international engineering students and staff. Our interns' dedication and valuable insights have led to us to integrate this training into our ongoing induction processes, creating a more inclusive workplace." Quote, we are grateful for the opportunity to be part of Brisbane City Council's international internship program, connecting us with talented individuals to grow us globally. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I forgot 2 things. First of all, I'm starting to sound like Councillor Howard. There's so much on. And I know Councillor Howard will be very upset if I don't advertise this one, because it's important for the Valley for the day and nighttime economies. This weekend, we have the Brunswick Live event happening. So that is a fantastic, free, all-ages mini music festival in the Valley put on by Council, working closely with the local traders and the music industry. So this year, the line-up is Eliza and the Delusionals, the local artist Bean Magazine, Ixaras and Niche on the Brunswick Mall stage, along with in-venue events later in the evening for those that are legal in Brunswick Street and California Lane. So it goes this weekend on the 11th as well, so don't miss out on that. I also just wanted to mention this morning we did have the State of City report in committee, and I have bought hard copies of that. They'll be in the afternoon tea room in a box. Any councillors who'd like to take a copy, please help yourself. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now I'll put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee, please.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of April 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It is moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Perry, that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday 30th April 2024 be adopted. Is there any debate?
Thank you, Acting Chair. Well, last week's committee report was on the Dockside and Mowbray Park ferry terminal, and pleased to advise the Chamber a little bit of history about the Dockside terminal. So this one was opened back in 1989, so quite a long time ago. We needed to upgrade it to meet current DDA standards. This new terminal that just opened is flood resilient. It's been designed to cater for future growth. It has the ability to dock both city cats and kitty cats. It's also a lot more accessible with features that include ramps and wider entrances to accommodate travellers and people with varied mobility needs. And I'm pleased to say that we returned ferry services to Dockside last month on the 2nd of April. And I want to thank residents for their patience while we undertook these works. It was certainly a long time coming for those residents at Dockside. I was down there at the terminal on the day that it opened, and there was a lot of excitement, Chair. Kangaroo Point residents have been waiting for this terminal to open for a long time. In fact, some of the residents at the Dockside Towers gathered at the terminal at 5 a.m. for the first service with glasses of champagne to celebrate that opening. So we had a bit of a rush on the first day, but we are now seeing similar levels of patronage return to Dockside Terminal now that has been reopened, similar levels that we were seeing prior to the closure. We procured the Dockside and Mowbray Park terminals jointly. That allowed us to stage the works carefully to avoid the concurrent closure of Dockside and Mowbray. As committed, we completed work on Dockside first, so we've now moved to the Mowbray Park terminal, which closed for major construction to commence on the 8th of April. Currently, Mowbray is only able to berth one vessel at a time, so the works will upgrade the terminal to a dual berthing terminal, which will cater to both current and future passenger demand. The size of the waiting area will also be increased, Chair, and the new design will increase both accessibility and flood resilience as well. As part of the upgrade, a new pontoon and gangway will be installed, which means we need to close the terminal during construction. To support passengers during this closure, we've made a number of changes to bus services and to stops in the vicinity of that terminal. We've added additional bus stop on Lytton Road for some of the popular peak bus services, and we've allocated high capacity vehicles to the Route 227 during the morning peak. I'm also excited to say we've worked with our e-mobility rideshare partner Beam to provide next generation e-scooters and e-bikes around East Brisbane and Kangaroo Point during the terminal upgrade. This means that trips on Beam e-bikes and e-scooters starting in the vicinity of Mowbray Park will be able to receive their trip at a discounted rate. Of course, ferry services will continue to operate from nearby terminals that include Dockside, Holman Street and Hawthorn. We expect works at Mowbray Park to be finished later this year, so of course we thank residents for their patience while we complete this upgrade. In terms of just some other things I wanted to cover off on, Chair, I had two questions on notice at committee, and I apologise to Councillor Collier for not getting back to you last week on this one, but the cost of the Dockside terminal as it came through during the significant contracting plan process was $18.4 million, and the terminal upgrade was delivered under budget. The combined cost of Dockside and Mowbray is $35 million, and obviously we have to see through the Mowbray Park terminal upgrade to give you a final figure on that one, and we will be able to give you an update on that towards the end of this year. You also asked in committee meeting this morning around the cost of the Breakfast Creek Bridge opening event. I can advise that was $92,000, and that was provided for by Brisbane Sustainability Agency, which is of course an arm of council. I'll leave further debate to the chamber. Thanks, Chair.
Any further debate? Yep, Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the presentation. Of course, And Councillor Murphy's right on 5 a.m, even though it was too early for most of us, including myself. It wasn't too early for many residents of Kangaroo Point who have long awaited the return of Ferry Terminal and the upgrade. Jane, Peter and the Kangaroo Point Transport Action Group members, formerly known as Kangaroo Point Bring Back Ferries, and their group have been avid proponents of the completion of the Dockside Ferry Terminal. And on Monday, the 2nd of April, the residents were gathered at 5 a.m. to celebrate the ferry terminal and welcome the first kitty cat, which they boarded. And only hours later, they were back on their computers and phones contacting council and state government. Because while the job of the ferry terminal being completed is done, the job of actually delivering the service to the area is not yet complete. With Mowbray Park Terminal now being upgraded, there's 7.7 kilometres of river without City Cat access to the south side. If you are from Kangaroo Point, East Brisbane or Norman Park, you are better off being stuck in a traffic jam on Vulture Street or the Story Bridge. How is forcing more cars on already congested roads the best option, and how does that contribute to a green Brisbane? Further, Kangaroo Point is the highest density suburb in Brisbane now, and the pointy end of Kangaroo Point has only 2 roads in and out, yet there is only one single low-frequency bus option or a kitty cat ferry packed with tourists so that residents can't go on. And this is why not replacing the 27 or services for the City Cat makes no sense. But the thing is, it's not just about the flagrant lack of amenity for this microcosm. Because if you kind of zoom out a little bit, you kind of see what's happening on the south side. Kitty cats, which are the most efficient and fastest way to get down the Maiwar, are glaringly missing on the south of the river. Of the 17 kitty cat ferry terminals, 12 are on the north side. 6 are on the south. That number, of course, is down to 5 now, which is less than 30% of the total ferry network. Last week, Councillor Murphy talked about how the Gabba has the second most ferry terminals, and that's true. Second only to Central Ward. Of course, Dockside is in addition to this. However, as the age-old proverb goes from time to time, it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. And specifically, it's about the quality of service. The Gabba Ward has 6 ferry terminals, including Dockside. Central Ward has 7. Of the Gabba Ward ferry terminals, only 2 have access to a City Cat, Express Cat, or a Night Cat. That's only 1/3. Of Central Ward 7, I think it would come as no surprise that all 7 have access, giving 100% network. There's a flagrant need for more amenities and access for residents of the Gabba Ward and, of course, across the whole south side to City Cats. And these areas have taken on their fair share of density increase and will take on more density increase in the future. In this chamber, I constantly hear over and over again, Kurilpa and the Gabba is one of the most well-serviced areas for public transport. And yet right now, this information on ferry terminals and ferry usage is pretty damning. And the thing is about ferries, it is solely controlled by Brisbane City Council. All day today, we've heard the blame game, but this one, we cannot blame on the state government. So while I welcome the Dockside Ferry, I also welcome how it's highlighted something residents of Kangaroo Point and Kurilpa know too well, which is the fact this Labor administration has underserviced them. LNP. Sorry, friends. It's all about you. It's all about you. We're friends, aren't we? The LNP administration has failed ratepayers and residents and renters and people that just want to use public transport. And when public transport is not accessible or available, they will stop using it. They will stop using it. We need City Cats and Kangaroo Point. We need the West End Ferry Terminal to be built immediately, because the residents that pay your rates deserve better.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Any further? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy Chair, and just rise briefly to speak to the Transport Committee report today, which we'll be supporting, of course. More infrastructure is a good thing, and it's good to see the work that is completed and currently underway at both Dockside and Mowbray Park ferry terminals. Just wanted to make some brief remarks. You know, when the Norman Park ferry was closed, it was the Transport Chair, Ryan Murphy, who said that the Mowbray Park ferry terminal was, of course, the replacement for that and the alternative option. And so it's disappointing to hear that, you know, whilst that, you know, the ferry terminal was closed, the residents were told to get the ferry from Mowbray Park. Of course, now they've got no option while, you know, a vital upgrade gets undertaken, but there's no replacement services for those residents of Norman Park. And if you've ever driven along Wynnum Road in peak hour, or walked or cycled or whatever way you choose to get around, you'd know that that is an absolute car park from Galloway's Hill down through East Brisbane there. So it is just a lack of sort of attention to detail, and of course the residents of Norman Park feel very frustrated by the lack of action on any traffic congestion in their area. And just briefly, I mean, honestly, I thought the cost of the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge was going to be high, but $92,000 of ratepayer money smack bang in the middle of an election is absolutely outrageous. Yes, that was the Lord Mayor's happy ribbon cutting event in the middle of the election. That cost $92,000. Yeah, I'll take that interjection from Councillor Strunk and Cassidy. A lot of sausage rolls, a lot of party pies, you would hope. So obviously, you know, our city needs more infrastructure, but throwing yourself a near $100,000 party so you can get on the TV in the middle of an election is an absolute disgrace.
Any further debate? Sorry, Councillor Dixon.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
The motion for afternoon tea moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Gibney. All those in favour? Say aye. Those say no? The ayes have it.
Yes, thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. At the recent election, we took a platform forward to keep Brisbane moving, to build better public transport for residents, and it was a platform that was enthusiastically endorsed. The Mowbray Park ferry terminal upgrade is indeed part of that pledge, Mr Chair, and it will improve this important facility for East Side residents and visitors. Now, apologies in advance through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Howard, because I've long had the view that Mowbray Park should be as good as New Farm Park. It's something I say all the time, especially because it has a beautiful northerly aspect. Mowbray Park Ferry Terminal is the 7th most popular ferry terminal in the city, servicing around 15,000 patrons per month on average last year. But it's important that infrastructure and facilities like this are improved. It's being improved for accessibility reasons and to also increase passenger capacity for the future demand. It will soon include dual berthing capabilities for 2 City Cats and provide passengers with greater travel options. But understandably, in the meantime, there is going to be a little bit of disruption. Up until its recent closure, the terminal could only berth 1 vessel at a time, and it also wasn't compliant with disability legislation. The closure is likely to be in place, unfortunately, for the rest of the year while this important upgrade gets underway. Not only will it deliver the 2 berths, it will also be a better flood resilient design. We all know the kind of impact seen to our infrastructure in the past floods, and it's important that we keep that in mind for the future. So the works involve removing the existing pontoon, gangway and associated piles, repurposing and refurbishing the existing waiting area to provide more open and transparent space for passengers, installing new piles associated with the fixed walkway, pontoon restraint and ferry movement, installing an additional fixed walkway connecting the repurposed waiting area to a new flood-resilient gangway and the dual berth pontoon, incorporating a new look and feel, including ferry terminal identification signage, which I'm pretty sure is just a fancy word for a new sign, improving lighting and safety features such as increased CCTV. The final design includes the following elements, Mr Chair. A streamlined roof that minimises the impact on view lines, and that's something that residents have raised with me in the past. Glass balustrades on the new fixed walkway, a more open and transparent waiting area with additional seating, landscaping of the lower terraced area for improved amenity. As I said, and as the Chair had said, Mr Chair, the project is expected to be finished by the end of the year. Now, despite what Councillor Massey said, in the meantime, bus services have been made available to assist residents and visitors who are moving around our beautiful city on public transport. Another bus stop has been added on Lytton Road for peak services. That's the P231 and P236, both inbound and outbound. Higher capacity vehicles have also been scheduled on the inbound morning peak run for the 227 route. There are an additional 180 next generation e-scooters and e-bikes in collaboration with our rideshare partners around East Brisbane and Kangaroo Point during this terminal upgrade project. And it also includes discounted rates for users near Mowbray Park. Free City Hopper services have also returned to the recently reopened Dockside Ferry Terminal, which connects to other inner city terminals, Mr Chair. Finally, I just want to make a note and thank residents for their patience during the works period. Unfortunately, a project of this size and scale, there are going to be impacts. Increased levels of noise and vibration, there'll be access changes within the park, a temporary short-term closure of approximately 10 car parks, long-term parking closures which will reopen at the end of the project, and vibration and noise monitoring will be carried out to ensure that acceptable levels are maintained. Of course, Saturday works will only be by exception, Mr Chair, and will be avoided. I want to commend the project to the Chamber and thank the Lord Mayor and the Chair for their investment in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Any further debate? Councillor Murphy, right of reply.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Acting Chair. And can I just perhaps start with Councillor Cunningham's comments at the end there. I want to thank Councillor Cunningham for the patience, and obviously Councillor Massey as well, patience that their community has had with these 2 upgrades. Let's not forget, with these 2 upgrades, Mr Acting Chair, both of these were put off by effectively 2.5 years as a result of the February 2022 floods. These upgrades were meant to be done and dusted now, but there is only a certain amount of capacity in the market when it comes to those who can deliver maritime and riverine infrastructure in this city. Almost all of that capacity was taken up by the very extensive rebuild and repair program that we had on almost every terminal in the city after the February 2022 floods. And so we had to tell these communities, sorry, your terminals, well, for Mowbray, it remains in service, but for Dockside, it had already been effectively condemned due to the fact that kitty cats couldn't stop there and we had taken the wooden-hulled ferries out of operation. And so these communities have waited a long time for these upgrades, and we had set expectations only months before that we would be coming to start work. So indeed they have been patient, and we thank them for their patience. To Councillor Massey made some of the more predictable comments that have been made before about more services being required for the Gabba ward. And, she even said at one point she accepted that the Gabba ward was very well serviced by public transport, and then moved into this north side, south side of the river, type thing. And I think...
Point of order, misrepresentation.
Point of order against you, Councillor Murphy?
Well,
misrepresentation.
that's... Councillor Massey will claim misrepresentation, Mr Acting Chair, but I think the record, will show. In the end, I'm a very proud East Sider, not a South Sider, but I'm a proud East Sider. And, I would love to delve into a conspiracy theory around maybe the South Side being treated more poorly than the North Side by councils for many decades of both political persuasions. I'd like to maybe go there. But in the end, I don't think it helps anyone, Chair. On both sides of the chamber, we have North Side and South Side representatives. We all work together. The CBD is on the North Side, but I think it's far better living on the South Side, personally. So, Kangaroo Point Bridge connects under the South Side and the North Side, but I think the benefit will be felt on the South Side, and it's a very beautiful bridge, Mr Acting Chair. So, look, I don't know. I don't think it helps us to get into that. The other thing is that there are different destinations for different reasons on the river network. Howard Smith Wharves is a fantastic destination, and it's technically on the north side of the river, but pretty much everyone I know that goes there is the south side because of its access and how close it is to the south side. So, and things will change again once the Kangaroo Point Bridge opens up and changes the dynamic of how people move around our river as well. I do note that Councillor Massey also pointed us out as a Labor administration. I did think that was one of the better parts of your speech, Councillor Massey. Remember, yeah, all the same. Yes, except you called them friends, didn't you, Councillor Massey? So, and we know you truly are. We know you truly are. You also mentioned Council wholly and solely runs ferries, and that the responsibility for what happens with the ferry network is truly up to us, and it probably won't surprise you to hear these words from my mouth, Councillor Massey, but as it would be, TransLink is also involved in funding the ferry network. It costs $75 million annually to run the ferries at City Cats here in Brisbane. Council contributes $51 million. The Queensland Government through TransLink contributes $23.5 million. So we do thank them for that. However, I will note, very similar to the bus network, that funding has grown actually by less than inflation in the last decade. So that number has been reducing again and again and again. So you think it's bad on our bus network, Mr Acting Chair? What TransLink contribute to our ferry network has been getting less and less every year. And so we are continually having to subsidize. Oh, and we hear the mutterings from those opposite, but they're the ones who ask us all the time for more ferry terminals, more services, but you'll never hear them talking to the Labor state government about how they could be involved and how they could fund that. So, Councillor Collier talked about the need for additional ferry services and mentioned, the Norman Park Ferry. We've been exceptionally clear on the Norman Park Ferry, a service that was used by less than one passenger on average per crossing. This was not a value for money service for the city, not a value for money service for ratepayers. And, potentially there's someone Councillor Collier can talk to if there was a Labor state government that wanted to make an election commitment to bring back the Norman Park Ferry and to fully fund it. I think that's a great idea if someone else pays for it, Councillor Collier. So maybe you want to have those conversations. We do remember the last great Labor Transport Chair in this place, wonderful woman by the name of Maureen Hayes. She was actually the first Transport Chair to cancel the Norman Park Ferry, and it was Campbell Newman who brought back the Norman Park Ferry, and I think it's safe to say he shouldn't have done so. It was a bad decision It was a silly decision. He was wrong then. He'd be wrong now if he wanted to bring it back now. And, you know, the Norman Park Ferry, not a good service, not value for money for the ratepayers of the city, Mr Acting Chair. That about does it for me, Mr Chair, so I'll leave it there, and thanks to everyone.
Okay. Councillor Massey, your misrepresentation?
I said, and I read, in this chamber I constantly hear over and over again that Kurilpa and the Gabba is one of the most well-serviced areas. I didn't say that it was.
Okay, thank you. And now we put the report to the vote. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee meeting report, please.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 30th of April 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It was moved by Councillor Wines, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 30th April 2024 be adopted. Any debate?
Thank you, Mr Chair, and can I thank the keen enthusiasm with Councillor Hutton and Councillor Marks rushed to be part of this, and I can understand why. The Black Spot program is a great program. It's part of a federally funded, state-administered, council-delivered, tri-government system where we improve unsafe intersections across the city in a cost-effective manner. So the Black Spot program has been going for many years now, and so I should say some decades, and it has delivered a whole range of outcomes across the city. This last financial year, we have completed 4 different projects in different parts of the city. We have submitted for the consideration of the federal government 8. Now, just so people kind of understand how black spots work, the federal government co-funds these, but we have to make application to them through the state, and then the state sort of vets them and then submits them to the federal government. So there is quite a lot of administration behind these, but the main features of a black spot program upgrade are that it's relatively cheap, so less than $2 million per project, and that it has a BCR ratio of 2, and that it can be delivered within 12 months. So it's quite a tight project. So we have many different types of projects that can speak to a whole range of outcomes, longer term, medium term projects, but these ones have to satisfy that criteria. So when our projects this last financial year, we received $2.916 million as part of the federal government's $110 million nationwide project funding. All right, there were 4 specific programs, or projects I should say, that benefited from this. The first one was, of course, Bay Terrace and Chestnut Street, Wynnum, which I understand we'll be hearing a little bit more about later on. This project was completed in October 2023 and features included centre medians, pedestrian refuges and continuity in line marking. The second one was the Kitty Hawk and Inala Avenues, Inala. I believe that this project was used as a demonstration in the committee last week, and it is now underway, and we expect that it will be concluded very soon. I trust that Councillor Strunk will, I believe there's a new set of lights, and I believe that he'll be enthusiastically available to turn those lights on when the moment arrives. The project includes signalisation of that intersection, removing of vehicle access between Inala Avenue and Columbine Street, which is about tidying up that intersection, making fewer movements through that intersection, making sure that because there are fewer movements, there's less opportunity for confusion, less opportunity for surprise or unexpected, I should say, unanticipated vehicle movements, make a much cleaner T-style intersection. There are also the addition of pedestrian crossings at Kitty Hawk and on the eastern side of Inala Avenue. Then, of course, there's the project at Bennett's Road, Crown Street and McCrossan Avenue, Norman Park. And the project at the intersection of Bennett's Road, Crown Street, McCrossan Avenue and Norman Park. And the improvements involved a controlled signalisation of the right turn from Crown Street was installed and the right turn from McCrossan Avenue was removed. Now, for those who are unsure what that intersection is, that is the large intersection on Bennett's Road, not far from the Coopera Cricket Club. Johnson Road near Cobalt Street, Forest Lake. And I provide these by example, but this is always a good example, I think, Johnson Road, of our ongoing commitment to servicing all parts of the city. Now, Johnson Road near Cobalt Street and Forest Lake, the project was for Johnson Road, was completed in 2023 with modifications including directional hazard signage, advisory speed signs, curvature warning signs and guideposts. Existing trees were cleared to improve sight, distance and guardrails were installed for motorcycle protection. Now, I always point out this one because there really is no road further south in a city than Johnson Road. And I think in some parts of it is actually shared with Logan City. So it's just part of it's a great demonstration point of our ongoing commitment to servicing all corners of the city. As I say, there are 8 proposals under consideration for the federal government for the coming year. I have heard a little bit that it is unlikely we will get 8, but we hope that we will still get a good number of black spots done this year. We really do appreciate the federal government's commitment to black spots. It has been a partnership that has been, I think, really valuable. And when they did the infrastructure review some years ago, Brisbane City was very fortunate in the fact that very few, I would say, vanishingly few projects were actually cancelled. There were partnerships between Brisbane City and the federal government, and of course black spots at one point was under conjecture, but it remains. Our support of the project stream remains. The benefits, I think, are highly material for our community, and I think there's a lot to be said for those. So I think there's some more contributions to be made by councillors about each of those, and as I say, those are good examples, all corners of the city, the submissions going in, some for the inner city, some for the suburbs, all corners of the compass serviced as part of this project. So please take an opportunity to have a look at those black spot projects and see what opportunities might be available in your own communities.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Are there any further speakers?
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Strunk.
Yes, I'll rise to speak on the presentation on the black spot funding and the process, and of course the 4 existing ones that are just being completed now, and the 8 that are proposed for next year. So it was quite an extensive presentation on black spot, and you always learn a little bit about black spot, the process of black spot funding, or the projects that come out of that. And I just want to congratulate those within whether it be TMR and of course Brisbane City Council's input, and of course the federal government's funding for it. But there's one that's been left out of the equation, and that's the police, because the police are very much give their views on where the priorities should be. And then I was, as the chair said, I was the beneficiary in my ward of two of these projects in the last 12 months, and I do look forward to turning on the lights on Kitty Hawk when it comes time, which is, I believe, sometime in May, depending upon weather, because we're still trying to put down the line markings at the moment. But black spot is something that is dear and near to me, because there's other areas of need as well. But let me just talk about Johnson Road one, which is the existing one that has been completed. They've done a good job on that bend that caused 2 motorcycle fatalities over the last few years. One of my team actually in my office knew one of the motorcyclists that lost his life. So it's very personal to myself and the team in regards to Johnson Road. And as the chair pointed out, they put guardrails, they moved some of the vegetation, removed some of the trees which were could be considered a safety hazard, right back off the bend as well, and they put some signage up. But what, unfortunately, the black spot program didn't do to actually, I think, improve it even a little bit more was there's no lighting, there's no road lighting between Cobalt and Woogaroo Street. But there is for the remainder of Johnson Road through to Browns Plains. So I thought that would have been something that the scoping should have recognized, because that was one of the contributing factors, I believe, to one of the accidents. In any ways, which there was very little, there was virtually no road lighting at all. It was very dark, anyways. I should also mention, because one of the high priorities for my community in regards to a black spot that has been illuminated for a number of years is actually Johnson Road and Woogaroo Street, because it's really difficult to turn right down towards Cobalt Street, because you really can't see the traffic coming up from a rise, actually. Anyways, so I believe that's, and during the election, of course, the Lord Mayor made a commitment to work with Logan City Council in regards to that intersection to see, because it's a shared intersection between the two councils. Now, moving to the other black spot that hasn't been funded, but again, during the campaign, that's Azalea Street and Archerfield Road. Which is probably, I reckon, one of the worst intersections. I believe it's the worst intersection in Brisbane as far as repetitive accidents. Fortunately, we haven't had any deaths over the last 10 years that I'm aware of, but we have accidents almost weekly. And I just put up on Twitter the latest one that happened this afternoon. So if you want to have a look at this intersection in almost real time as to what actually happened, to see quite a large vehicle on its side in this intersection, it's a poignant reminder that this intersection really, which has been nominated as a black spot since before I became councillor, actually, back when Milton Dick was councillor. It's something that we really need to look seriously about, and it was a commitment. I made a commitment to do everything I could to upgrade that black spot, and the Lord Mayor also said that he was going to do that as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens during the budget, to see if that's actually budgeted for an upgrade, whether it won't be a particular black spot out of the upcoming one for this year, because it's not listed on those intersections that are listed for that were proposed for this year. I think I'll probably leave my comments there because I think it's a great program, and I do compliment the federal government for increasing the funds to this program considerably for this upcoming year as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today also to speak to the Black Spot program. Last year, I was made aware by my federal representative, Ross Faster MP, of an intersection of concern at Bay Terrace and Chestnut Street in Wynnum. This particular intersection, situated near Guardian Angels Primary School and the church, is merely 3 blocks from Wynnum's CBD district and serves as a crucial thoroughfare connecting Manly Village and Wynnum's business hub. It accommodates a diverse range of road users, including motorists, and those using it as drop-off and pick-up zones as well. It has pedestrians, scooter riders and wheelchair users as well. Many of our elderly residents are crossing this intersection daily. As Councillor Wines outlined, the black spot intersections have a history of notable crashes and subsequent road safety reports. It's become imperative that these safety issues are addressed. During the 2023 and 2024 period, the 4 sites, including Wynnum, Inala, Forest Lake and Norman Park, were identified for the minor upgrades aimed at enhancing intersection safety. Notably, the Wynnum site actually recorded 6 significant crashes between 2016 and 2023. The solution devised for the Wynnum intersection included the implementation of centre medians and pedestrian refuges on Chestnut Street, coupled with curb build-outs and the installation of continuing the line marking across Chestnut Street. From first-hand experience, because I do actually walk this intersection quite often, I can attest that these interventions have significantly enhanced the safety for both pedestrians and motorists alike. Given the adjacency to the school and the church, we express gratitude for the prioritisation and execution of these measures within the current financial year. Looking ahead, 8 additional sites have been submitted to the Department of Transport and Main Roads for consideration, and we eagerly anticipate the outcome for the 2024 and 2025 financial year in the forthcoming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair, and just rise to speak in support of this committee agenda here today, but also just to speak locally about the Black Spot project at Bennett's Road, Crown Street and McCrossan Avenue. So as councillors would know, this was one of the projects from the last financial year, and it was I guess it's an important local link for a few reasons. One is that it's really close in proximity to the Norman Park train station, but also it is a major thoroughfare. Lots of school children I know use it, and I guess it's close by amenity for nearby sporting clubs as well. So to see that there were 11 reported crashes between 2016 and 2023 to locals, that's no surprise. And so it was really good to see this project funded, and I know a lot of people who utilise that intersection have remarked to me how pleased they were, and with thanks to the federal government for providing that funding to ensure that that very important local project came along. In particular, the acknowledgement of the Wombat crossings on a 60-kilometre speed limit street is interesting. This project was completed sort of towards the end of last year and is already having a really positive impact, and I think it's a project that we can all be really proud of. And good to see that another important local project on Wynnum Road at the intersection of Wynnum and Beverley Street is being put forward for consideration. I know when council officers approached me and asked me if I would support this proposal, I was absolutely very happy to, because I think it will make a huge difference not only for motorists but for, again, the local school community. I know they utilise it quite a lot. It's also in very close proximity to important places like the Morningside Tennis Centre, Beelarong Community Farm, the Combsley Hotel and the shopping precinct around there, and is utilised by quite a number of school children. So great work on this program, but there is always more to be done, and I know many councillors across all wards in Brisbane will look forward to seeing their projects put up and funded by the federal government in the next round.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can I just once again recognise that the Black Spot program is a wonderful program, and I can reflect from speakers from all around the room have reflected favourably on it. It is a really quality program delivered well by our organisation. So can I show my gratitude to all speakers, but also to our officers who deliver that program. Can I also recognise Councillor Strunk made mention of a road working from memory, intersection Pine and Archerfield. Now, that project has been recognised by Team Schrinner. It's one that we're committed to delivering now. Even though Councillor Strunk is not a member of Team Schrinner, we still intend to address that intersection. I just want to take a moment just to reflect on the thing about black spots. They are less than $2 million with a business case, with a BCR of 2 delivered in 12 months. So sometimes people would like to see projects delivered, but if they don't fit that, they're not black spot. They have to be funded through something else. And so I just want to make that point one more time, that the Black Spot program, while it is excellent, it is still very clear in its criteria and somewhat narrow in what can be achieved in the time frame. So we look forward to continuing to improve the road network for all users, whether they be motorists or pedestrians, cyclists or scooters. I look forward to being able to talk about black spots in the future and appreciate contributions today.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. We'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allens. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 30th of April 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Wolfe that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 30th of April 2024 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before moving to the committee report, I did want to touch upon something that's become a little bit obvious to me over the last couple of weeks, particularly around city planning. I have doubts that those in opposition understand the difference between our Brisbane Sustainable Growth Strategy, which we released in March last year, and it's got a very detailed set of data and information in there, and it outlines the 4 priorities we've espoused in that particular document, and it's housing supply for our growing and evolving city, housing diversity and affordability. It's all here to be read. It's not hard to pick it up. It talks about our homeless commitments, talks about the right housing in the right locations, and it also touches upon some of the sustainability and livability measures and design measures we're seeking. So it really was the document that outlines our high-level strategy for housing and homelessness in the city. It's there for all to read. A bit later in the year, we followed it up in August with Brisbane's Housing Supply Action Plan, which was really the document that helps to focus on some near-term initiatives to try and drive housing starts. So as many in the chamber here would know, we, through City Plan, Development Services and other mechanisms, provide the latent supply that the city needs. We've got something north of 9 years' worth of latent supply, so the potential for housing is there. Unfortunately, there are a lot of variables that lead to the fact that housing doesn't start. Nonetheless, we've pulled some levers that are available to us to try and drive housing starts, and some of those are things such as selected incentive programs. Also, we seek to assess applications more rapidly if they are of a particular type, and we are continuing to focus on other initiatives that will help to drive down the cost of housing. So I have heard over the last couple of weeks comments from Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier that would suggest they are very confused about the strategies we as a council have, but also the factors that are driving the housing supply challenge. There is a real lack of understanding of all of the levers. We speak to a lot of the people they speak to. We know what the issues are affecting the development industry. I might add that Councillor Collier's predecessor didn't speak to the development industry, so maybe she doesn't understand what's happening and what the drivers are. Even if you don't want to talk to the development and the construction industry, pick up a newspaper, pick up a report from the master builders or the PCA. It's all there to read. So I just wanted to clear that with the chamber first. I really, really think they need to take the opportunity to look at those documents. Now, moving on to the committee report from last week, we had an item presented which was a really interesting development at 92 Kingsford Smith Drive in Hamilton, which is in Councillor Dixon's ward, and it really was an excellent presentation, and certainly the building itself is a terrific outcome. So the proposed development covers over 1,700 square metres. It's in close proximity to cycle routes, pedestrian walkways and bus stops. At its doorstep is the new Kingsford Smith Drive Bridge, providing a once underutilised site with access to transport, services, recreation and employment. 92 Kingsford Smith Drive has a modern and dynamic design and uses durable, high-quality materials. Its height is appropriate to the strategic and local context and meets community expectations. It's designed to comply with Council's Buildings That Breathe guidelines, and the proposed development includes solar panels, rainwater harvesting, active transport facilities and what have you. Additionally, 92 Kingsford Smith Drive integrates landscaping to provide shading and cooling, along with shading devices to windows and balconies. Residents will benefit from a subtropical lifestyle promoted on the rooftop, which contains a swimming pool, gym, barbecue area, private dining and wine room, a magnesium pool and a cold plunge pool. There are wellness lawns and a lounge area with day beds. There's more communal living space that can be found on the ground floor in the residence lounge. Overall, the development is 15 stories. It comprises of 22 bedroom units and 42 three-bedroom units. This mix provides options for a range of household configurations, including small families, couples and downsizers. Each unit has its own private balcony and containerised planting on each floor, with a lush garden entryway to each unit. 92 Kingsford Smith Drive provides residents with 132 vehicle parking spaces and 16 for visitors. Resident cyclists have access to 64 bicycle parking spaces and 16 available for visitors. Now, importantly, 92 Kingsford Smith Drive is really at the entry point to the city. You come down Kingsford Smith Drive from the airport potentially, and you head up Breakfast Creek Road towards the Newstead and Tenerife area. So it is a really good entry statement to what is a key precinct in the city. This continues to evidence the Schrinner Council's support for the right mix of development in the right location and to support the needs of the growing city of Brisbane. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Is there any debate? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise to speak on item A, 92 Kingsford Smith Drive, as part of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report. This development will provide a mix of 20 two-bedroom units and 42 three-bedroom units, catering for the much-needed housing supply in our growing city, situated in the suburb of Hamilton, in my ward, Hamilton Ward. Handily located on Kingsford Smith Drive, as the name of the presentation indicates, it will provide a dwelling that will connect with an important road not only in my ward but in our city of Brisbane, made much better by its recent upgrade to keep Brisbane moving. As Hamilton Ward continues to grow, it is great to see our diversity of housing on offer with the different unit typologies to cater for the varying needs. This development is in line with Brisbane's sustainable growth strategy, providing housing supply diversity in a suitable location. Hamilton Ward, I couldn't think of anywhere better, and designed to suit our subtropical lifestyle. Its inner city location allows connections to ample transport, recreation and service links. This 62 dwelling development on this previously underutilised site will also provide streetscape upgrades to Kingsford Smith Drive, further adding to the amenity of this major transport connection. The design of the building also encourages community, which is something very important to me as the local councillor, with the communal open space on the rooftop, including many amenities that you would expect, including a swimming pool and a barbecue area. The residents' lounge on the ground level is sure to be a popular hub when this development is built and residents begin to move in. I'm sure in no time when residents move in, there will be a residents' Facebook page or a WhatsApp group going to kickstart that community feeling that is associated with the Hamilton Ward. Residents will not have to venture far to see and do many things. There is Racecourse Road where you can shop or grab a bite to eat, or head across to Newstead using the Breakfast Creek Yogara Bridge that provides an active transport connection from Hamilton to Newstead. It's also a stone's throw from Albion, which is one of the city's most up-and-coming precincts. Already, this active transport connection, the bridge, is surpassing its expected usage. It's only going to be more once residents of 92 Kingsford Smith Drive move in. So not only will residents enjoy communal space, all dwellings will enjoy their own private balcony where 3 metre by 3 metre is achieved across all the balconies. I also just wanted to touch on the sustainable elements of this development as well. I'd like to note the planting on each floor with a garden entryway to each dwelling. In fact, there will be 1,600 square metres of landscaping across this building. It will also have rainwater harvesting, integrated landscape, It encourages active transport, as I mentioned before, and it also caters for solar panels and had been designed with the Buildings at Brief guideline. This building design will use feature landscaping to provide that subtropical feel that we know and love about Brisbane. Over 12% of the site area has been allocated for deep planting that will complement the frontage and soften the building form, further enhancing that subtropical feel you can detect a theme here and aesthetics of the streetscape. The facade will also allow for a natural light and ventilation, as well as shading devices to windows and balconies, essential for a Brisbane summer. So it will provide resident and visitor parking, but also 64 resident parking provisions, including 16 lockable for visitors. I look forward to welcoming new residents of Hamilton Wood when they move into 92 Kingsford Smith Drive in the future and enjoy the delights of living in our community. There are many. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Allen, right of reply.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I do thank Councillor Dixon for her contribution. Certainly the 92 Kingsford Smith Drive is a kind of an exemplar in many regards. We want to see more buildings like this around the city, and we have a view that the more people who lean into the opportunity and produce buildings like this will just float the boat a little bit higher, and we'll start to see a lot more of these first-class buildings that sort of exude excellent design principles, buildings that breathe principles, and lots of greenery, recognising where they are and accessing the public and active transport opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. We'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of Tuesday, 30 April 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Marx that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 30th of April 2024 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Last week's committee presentation continued in our three-part series, our introduction to what the Environment, Parks and Sustainability portfolio is responsible for, with a particular interest this week on the Parks and Natural Resources section of the news branch. We had a wonderful presentation. Madam Chair, you would have seen the manager of that area, Lachlan Carkeet, deliver presentations in the past, and he is very enthusiastic and very passionate about that area. And I know you're not with us anymore on the committee, but Lachlan provided us with caramello koalas last week, which was really good. Yes, that's it's the committee to be on. We did have a pop quiz. No one got it right, but we all got a caramello koala anyway, so that was very nice. During the presentation, we heard about the various ways, various programs, projects and initiatives that the team and news are responsible for within that area, and that includes things like strategic park network planning, growing Brisbane's urban forest, our commitment to delivering on the Target 40 commitment, biodiversity conservation management, managing our community conservation partnerships program, delivering the Free Native Plants program. We had a conversation about wildlife conversation, about trail care and off-road cycling strategy, supporting our environmental offsets program, and helping to support the community get involved in conservation through the Lord Mayor's Community Sustainability and Environment grants. Madam Chair, Brisbane's biodiversity is unlike any other capital city, and I talk a lot about that. More than 12% of our city's land area is some form of park or natural reserve, including 4,400 hectares acquired through the Bushland Acquisition Program since 1990. And this, of course, is just a fraction of Brisbane's total natural habitat area. We also have state forests and national parks like Moreton Island, but the most important habitat in our city is the natural habitat that we actually find in our backyards. And that's why we are working hard to deliver on our long-standing commitment to 40% natural habitat cover by 2031. And we're getting very close, Madam Chair, thanks to initiatives like the Accelerated Bushland Acquisition Program, the 2 Million Trees Project, and of course the Free Native Plants Program, which is so critical to maintaining habitat connectivity across private land. And as a council, we recognise that street and park trees and landscaping play a vital role in providing shade to pedestrian pathways and public spaces, not only helping to combat the urban heat island effect, but also to improving air quality. And we know that providing that natural shade, we make our city more accessible and connected. We already plant more than 13,000 new street trees each year, and Madam Chair, I'm not exaggerating when I say that over the last decade we have established millions of trees across the entire city, including through our long-running offsets and restoration program. This program has seen more than 400 hectares of habitat restored and creating new homes for wildlife, including with 245 nest boxes and 8 kilometres of coarse woody debris, attracting wildlife to these forests as they continue to mature. This is achieved not only through our day-to-day management of conservation reserves, but also through partnerships with the community to protect, enhance and restore Brisbane's natural areas. And excitingly, you will know that we recently announced a fantastic partnership between the Brisbane Sustainability Agency and Greening Australia, which is the Biodiverse Brisbane Initiative. And it's the first for Brisbane, and it's the largest that will be rolled out across the country, and it aims to deliver 1 million new native plants across around about 500 hectares of urban riparian habitat by 2032. And this initiative, the Biodiverse Brisbane Initiative, complements that work that we are doing in order to reach that 40% habitat cover target that we have. But of course, we can have direct financial support to our community organisations through the Lord Mayor's Sustainability Environmental Grants or Community Conservation Assistance, or it can be through our long-running Community Conservation Partnerships program also. The oldest of our community conservation partnerships, Habitat Brisbane, began in 1990 during the administration of Lord Mayor Sally Ann Atkinson and has now grown to support a massive 161 groups across the city. And we are very proud, Madam Chair, that this represents the work of an estimated 5,600 passionate volunteers who help protect, enhance and restore nearly 600 hectares of key waterways and bushland areas across our city. And this fantastic initiative provides support for residents to get outside, to get their hands dirty, or at least their green thumbs a bit dirty, and help care for their local environment. Encouraging and supporting this kind of stewardship is something that we are all about. And Habitat Brisbane is an integral part of delivering on our commitment to keep Brisbane the most biodiverse capital city in Australia. One of the other partnership initiatives we undertake is the Trail Care program, and I alluded to that earlier, which has been hugely successful in getting our off-road cycling community involved in caring for our natural areas, while also creating more to see and do in the great outdoors. And we know, Madam Chair, that as our lives get busier, unstructured recreational activities like off-road cycling continue to become more popular. So we've delivered Brisbane's first off-road cycling strategy, and establishing stewardship through trail care groups is key to that strategy. Of course, you don't need to get into mountain biking to enjoy many of the activities available in our Brisbane parks. We have a huge diversity of parkland and different park types across the city, with everything from a tiny local pocket park to world-class sports parks like the Nudgee Recreation Reserve. We're very proud of our record on parks, Madam Chair, and since the Lord Mayor came into office, we have added more than 64 new parks to our network, and that's an increase of more than 350 hectares, or about 21 new roam streets, including, of course, the new public parkland at Victoria Park, and it's growing every day. Through the voluntary home buyback program, which we are delivering on behalf of the state and federal governments, we will add more than 20 hectares of parkland to Brisbane's open space network. Spending time outdoors is something people absolutely love about our wonderful city, so we'll continue to deliver world-class open spaces like Brisbane's biggest new park in 50 years at Victoria Park, which is quickly becoming one of Brisbane's favourite destinations. And while we're speaking of Victoria Park, and I just remind our local councillors in the chamber that the Green Heart Fair will be in May, and I would encourage everybody to come along. It's Brisbane's largest sustainability fair, and it's an enjoyable day, much to do and many things to learn. So, Madam Chair, I could continue. Our officers in News do a fantastic job, and as I said, are passionate about the work that they do in helping to protect Brisbane's vibrant outdoor lifestyle. And again, I'd like to thank Lachlan for a very informative presentation. Madam Chair, I also had a question from Councillor Massey last week, and I apologise, Councillor Massey, for not providing you this morning. You asked about what proportion of the Bushland Preservation Levy revenue is spent on bushland acquisition. The figures for 22-23 are available. It's about 58%. 58, thank you. So I'll leave the debate to the chamber. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Is there any debate? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, which was held last week. Unfortunately, I was away at the time, but I have taken the time to read through the presentation, and the Chair did just spill the beans that I missed out on a caramello koala, so next time I see Lachlan Clark-Heard, I'm going to remind him that he owes me one. I want to say also thank you to the Chair, Councillor Davis, for providing these overviews of her committee and presentation on her portfolio. There's three of us here in the chamber that have been just entered our fourth term in this place. And that means that while we've been here for some time, we can always learn more, which I think is great. And I really appreciate not only Councillor Davis as a chair, but I'm aware all the other chairs in their committees have also been giving overviews of their portfolios, and you can always learn more. One of the things I'm not sure that all the councillors in this place know about is the park classification. So roads have a hierarchy, and then they are done according to the number of traffic on the road. So parks have a classification as well, with local, district and metropolitan. I don't have any district or metropolitan parks, but I have a number of local parks. And obviously the hierarchy, as they talked about last week, is all to do about what the intended primary use of that park is for. And therefore facilities are based accordingly to the classification. Another very important area of the portfolio is the bushfire management. Now, I'm aware that it's actually mainly the officers in the City Standard branch, Councillor Hutton's office, who actually undertake the work in this particular space. Having said that, though, all chairs supply council staff along there to work in the fire management space. It's such an important part of what Councillor Davis's team take care of. I'm aware that, and I think everyone else in this place is aware, that we are actually preparing for a fairly extensive and dangerous bushfire season to happen. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Obviously, the officers, though, were out there working very hard during those weeks and months leading up to that particular season to ensure that we were able to manage if anything came through. We didn't actually have the bushfire. We ended up having more rain. So either or, they're obviously officers do a good job anyway. I want to say kudos to them. Another part of the program is the community partnerships, in particular the bush care groups. I'm pretty sure there wouldn't be any councillor in this chambers who don't have a bush care group. I have got 4 in my ward. I've got Brandon Road Bush Care, who have been going for many, many years. They were, in fact, started years before I became a councillor, and It's one of the very few events my husband attends with me, so once a month on a Sunday, we get up early in the morning and we go off and plant trees or grasses. I prefer to weed myself, actually, rather than planting trees, because it's a very specific scientific way of planting a tree that has to be done the right way, otherwise they won't thrive. So I'm all about pulling the weeds out, and I do enjoy picking up the rubbish too if there's any. And I have to say, and particularly in Brandon Road, there's less and less rubbish, which is always good to see. I've got Conondale Park as well, and there was a lot of planting done there a couple of months ago. And when I went back there on the Sunday after we'd had all that rain that I just mentioned, to me it looked like just a huge mass of weeds, and I nearly died of, oh my goodness, all these weeds I've got to pull out. But thankfully, Wayne Cameron from B4C said to me, no, councillor, those are actually all really good native grasses that have taken off really well. So I was very relieved to hear that I didn't have to go and pull out everything that we had just kind of tried to plant. Obviously I have Les Atkinson Park as well, and then I have Gaddy's Park. And all of these 4 parks have got these bush care groups, and they are manned by very passionate volunteers, and they are under the stewardship of Councillor Davis's officers in that space, who are also very passionate about what they do, and I don't think we can thank those volunteers enough for everything they do for our communities in that space. There was another area which was a community tree planting program. These are great because I think it's really valuable that the community is involved with things like tree planting. I find, and I'm not sure if it's across the city or just my area, that sometimes if you get the trees planted along the footpath, people will sometimes tend to come along and vandalise them. They take delight in just breaking the tree and causing a lot of damage, and we do replace them up to 3 times, which is obviously all costing ratepayers money. But I find if you get the community involved, particularly the schools, like the children involved in the high schools in those groups, they have an ownership of it, and they're less likely to vandalise and more likely to look after the tree that they have just planted. So again, I want to commend the officers for everything that they do in that space, particularly the community planting days. The portfolio is huge, and I know that the officers are really passionate about that in that space, and I thank Councillor Davis, and I appreciate being her deputy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Further speakers?
Yes, thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this report too. Probably, look, it's a very interesting area. I love being on this committee, and always like the work that Council is doing in this area, and am always keen to know more. Just some feedback in terms of how we could improve things. The City Heart Fair is certainly a great opportunity for residents and a great opportunity for our council to engage with residents. So what we'd be saying is, put it out in the suburbs. Let it go into the suburbs. Let residents have a go with being involved with these City Heart Fairs. Appreciate Victoria Park is a very central place for it to be, but in terms of engaging residents out of Pallara or at Brackenridge or other parts of the city, we need our council services to be out and about. For myself, Oxley Creek Common would be a great spot to do one of these fairs because it would really capture the residents from the southwest suburbs and really get them involved. And there's many, many residents out that way who are very enthusiastic about the environment. And I don't necessarily know that that's going to cost the budget a lot. It's just where we allocate resources. So I understand cost of living, but this is cost of living for people in the suburbs. And I know that every event I go to, we always purchase council plants, or we purchase plants from a bush care group that we give people as an education opportunity. And it's people so appreciate it, so enjoy it, and so love it. Second thing is, our bush care groups, and I've raised this many times, it's the difficulty of being in opposition. You can see where there's opportunities for gains, but you can't actually do it all the time. The bush care groups work really well. They have been really effective. In fact, before I got into council, we started one 25 years ago at Maruka along Milliband Creek corridor there. And largely that land was just mown land. And over that 25 years, the group has kept evolving, and they've transported that whole corridor into an amazing wildlife corridor and amazing flora and fauna. In fact, I had a lady who made contact with me from overseas who came and saw the work we're doing, not just with the Bushland group, with John Hegarty and his group, but also with Tiny Forests as well. So there's really good things this council's doing. But sometimes I think because we're doing it, and it's working, let's replicate it, let's try and extend it so that we're getting more opportunity out of it. So that's probably my feedback in relation to that one. And interestingly, that lady was from Hungary, from Budapest, and was really interested in the programs we're doing here. And I was really pleased to be able to, before I dropped her and her family back at their hotel, take them into Tui Forest where they actually saw a koala in the wild. So it was a brilliant day. They were just astounded at what we're doing here in Brisbane and what we're doing, the opportunities that we have. So I think that's a really low-hanging fruit that the administration could pick up on and have more success with if it wanted to. And finally, the third thing I'd like to talk about, the third point I'd like to raise is just with Griffith Uni, and I have raised this before, the university have approached me. They want to, they've got an environmental centre all set up. They would like us to work with them on weekends so that we can show people the great wildlife, the very happy, healthy koala population they've got right next door to their centre. And I think this is a no-brainer for council. I think it's a really quick initiative that we can get up. It fits with the Olympics, and it's a win-win for the uni, for us, and for the residents who are coming to our city, not just to see City Hall, they're coming to see our wildlife as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Any further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak very briefly about some of the amazing work that our news branch is doing, particularly in the koala space. So last week you would have heard that our 2-year-old Adam, a young koala, embarked his new journey into the lush bushland reserve of Pooh Corner. The endeavour is a joint initiative with the University of Queensland and is a really great opportunity for us to have a beacon of hope for these furry friends as we aim to develop and establish a new koala population in this natural habitat. The success of this program has been fantastic, and we are so happy to see more koalas being produced every year. A new Joey has graced this area, Adam, and is a testament to the resilience and adaptation of the reintroduced population. Adam joined a cohort of koalas including Matilda, Carrie, Lady Jane, Glenda, Charlie, Heaven, Attie, Olive, who is a new Joey, Oscar, and a yet-to-be-named new baby that is on its way. What was that? Kitten. Beyond just releasing these gorgeous animals into this new space, there lay a much deeper significance. The program at Pooh Corner signifies a concerted effort by council to establish a genetically diverse koala population in Wacol, ultimately contributing to the preservation and growth of our national icon. The journey to this momentous occasion traces back to the acquisition of Pooh Corner Bushland Reserve by the council in 2006. Now, I do want to acknowledge some of our local volunteers from the Centenary and District Environmental Action Group who actually advocated to make this possible. Through meticulous planning and dedicated conservation efforts, we have transformed this space into an ideal haven for koalas. Now, our commitment does not just simply end here, and I was very delighted to hear that the Lord Mayor announced the investigation of 4 additional koala sites across our city, underscoring our unwavering dedication to the welfare and protection of these furry friends. These sites included Mount Cootha Reserve, Marstale Road Reserve, and a few others that harmonise with their environment. Furthermore, our collaboration with esteemed institutions such as QUT and UQ demonstrate our pioneering solutions for these furry friends. The groundbreaking koala chlamydia vaccine stands as a testament to our collective determination to safeguard the health and well-being of these cherished marsupials. We want Brisbane to remain the koala capital of Australia. With projects like this, we not only protect our iconic wildlife, but also enrich the lives of our residents, offering them the opportunity to witness these majestic creatures in their natural habitat. I've been very fortunate to be part of the program, and I really want to put on record my gratitude to our news officers who have made this possible. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Sean Fitzgibbon from the University of Queensland, who has done a phenomenal job of research in this space, and I look forward to continuing to work with him and our Centenary and District Environment Action Group to see more of these beautiful marsupials in the wild.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And it's pretty clear from the councillors' contributions today that the news branch and the work that they do is well received and appreciated, and the officers for what they provide the local communities and in support to those many volunteers who form part of our habitat groups and creek catchment groups who do such wonderful work alongside our council officers to make our city an even better place to live. With regards to the Green Heart Fair, it will remain at Victoria Park, and Councillor Griffiths, you may recall that over the last year or so we have done Green Heart pop-ups at some of the local suburban shopping precincts, and they have been extraordinarily successful, and we're hoping to be able to roll more of those so that we can take the Green Heart Fair in a smaller way out to the suburbs for more people to have access to that information that is provided during the event. Madam Chair, it was remiss of me in my presentation not to refer to a wonderful achievement that we were awarded just last week, and that was for Bradbury Park. It was the John Dalton Award for the Building of the Year, and it's the very first time in the history of this award that a playground has won the award. For those that have visited Bradbury Park, and I'm very pleased that I've been able to, and I know how excited Councillor Parry is, even more excited, Councillor Parry, I think, than the Labor candidate for the March Award that seemed to spend a lot of time at Bradbury Park, knowing that it was a wonderful structure, and the children from all across Brisbane come and visit, but not just in Brisbane. You know, when people have visitors from interstate or overseas, or even within Brisbane, within Queensland, come down, it's certainly a wonderful place to take the family. It's a wonderful day out. So congratulations to the officers, and thank you, Lord Mayor, for your support of this fantastic playscape. It's something quite unbelievable. So those councillors who haven't had the opportunity to pop out to the Marchant Ward and to visit Bradbury Park, then I would recommend that you do that. Madam Chair, I'm just very excited about the work that we are doing in our branch, with much more to come. And I thank everybody for their contributions today. And again, thank you to Lachlan for his presentation last week.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. We'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Hutton, City Standards Committee.
Thank you, Chair. I move the report of the City Standards Committee held on Tuesday, the 30th of April 2024 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 30th of April 2024 be adopted. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. Last week's presentation was an overview on city standards presented by the Executive Manager. City Standards is an incredibly diverse program that touches the lives of every Brisbane resident. There are 7 branches within City Standards that focus on operational delivery, program management and management of contracts for services. Kristen provided a high-level summary of asphalt and aggregates, construction, public space operations, fleet solutions, commercial services and business improvement, program planning and integration, and waste and resource recovery services. It's a bit of a mouthful to name each and every branch, but so many of them do such critical work and services, provide critical services to our community and work across several council programs. I'm going to kick off with our asphalt and aggregate branch, who oversee the management of our council quarries and road resurfacing operations. This includes the laying and repair of asphalt pavements, minor pothole repairs and road line markings. They operate the high-efficient asphalt plants located at Eagle Farm and Raceview, and I was very fortunate to have a tour of the Eagle Farm facility just recently. It is very impressive, and it is fantastic to see the teams there really working on how we can get more recyclable items into our road resurfacing programs. The team also look after quarrying operations at Mount Cootha and Bregalba quarries, producing road and quarry products. And they operate the recycling facility at Pine Mountain Quarry, which allows the reuse of concrete materials, reclaimed road base and asphalt. Secondly is our construction branch, which delivers a high-quality specialist service in the area of civil infrastructure across our city. They deliver projects such as concrete footpaths and bikeways, curb and channel, enclosed drains, some intersection upgrades, major and minor road corridor improvement projects, as well as stormwater drainage, waterway improvements, inspections, maintenance and construction of council roads, cycling and pedestrian bridges, culverts, tunnels, sea and river walls, pontoons, jetties, boat ramps and retaining walls, maintenance and operation of council's public safety lighting, and remediation and maintenance of closed landfills. Our program planning and integration also coordinates the maintenance and upgrade of our council assets and delivered by City Standard branch. Program planning and integration coordinate the maintenance and upgrades to a range of council assets that are delivered by City Standards branches and external contractors. Fleet Solutions provide all of council's provisions of maintaining our fleet, plant and equipment. They also do parts of the asset life cycle and also maintain and look after all of the tools of trade for many of our programs. Commercial services and business improvements in City Standards enable service providers which provide services in 8 functional areas: workplace health and safety, environmental management, business process and systems, strategic improvement, contract management, risk and quality management, and learning and development analysis. Our public space and operations team, which is probably the team that most of our councillors interact with frequently, they look after our council assets, program partners and customers through the delivery of high-level management and operational service lines. Officers in PSO are out across the city delivering services like cleaning and maintenance of urban precincts, streets and CBD and valley malls, graffiti removal, manual cleaning of traffic islands, routine cleaning of stormwater gullies, delivery of arboriculture, parks, natural areas and horticultural services, delivery of pest and vermin, mosquitoes, and weed eradication services, landscape rejuvenation projects, and the installation and management of road and projects signage. Our final program is waste and recovery services, which manage the delivery of waste-related services and contracts for bin collection, waste disposal, curbside large item collections, and waste minimisation initiatives. Undertaking in this program is the collection and management of domestic and commercial waste, including recyclable materials, the management of our resource recovery centres, tip shops, and the Brisbane landfill at Rochdale, the implementation and management of our litter prevention strategies, as well as the development and delivery of education and communication on waste management, waste minimisation and litter to improve community understanding and influence
influence behaviour change. I just want to acknowledge, Chair, that our teams have a very, very wide remit across council, and I want to acknowledge each and every one of them for the work that they do to ensure that our city keeps moving and keeps looking beautiful. I will leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is there any debate? Councillor Griffiths.
Oh, Madam Chair, city standards. City standards, wow, wow, wow. Wow. Can I just say, my experience of city standards is it's crashed since in the time I've been here. It's not working. City standards is not working. Executives up there, city standards is not working. I know you're all up there having a great time, having a great nosh up, well dressed, you look good, but we're not seeing the results on the ground. The poor people in economy class are getting treated like Qantas would treat people in economy class. It is not working. And I don't know what you have to do to get city standards to work, but they seem to think they've got everything sorted out. Can I just say, I think what they need to do is take a review of how they restructured city standards and go, this is exactly how you should not do a restructure. This is the worst case scenario. For those people doing maybe their company director's course, maybe consider writing this up as one of the worst restructures I've ever seen. I thought, and there's a couple of points I'd like to make here, you asked your employees for feedback, but then you ignored them. That's how the employees feel. You took the cars, the vehicles off the people who deliver the work, you took the vehicles off them, which I thought was ironical. What was that called? That was called, fleet solutions. We have fleet solutions, we take the fleets off our employees. We actually don't ask the customers. So I regard myself as a customer. No one asked the opposition councillors what they thought of this restructure. In fact, when I've met with executives recently, executives cannot explain to me how the restructure occurred, and they don't seem to know, because the people who are doing the restructure have gone. They created the mess and they've gone, they've flown the coop. And there's just a whole lot of dissatisfied employees out there. And speaking of dissatisfied employees, if I hear one more time, because I think it's wrong to hear that you should not talk to a councillor, then I think that is really unacceptable in this organisation, that staff are being told not to talk to councillors. Happens all the time. And yes, I actually have council employees who are residents who talk to me. I know many past council employees. There's a whole plethora of people who talk to me. And you know what? They're still going to talk to me. So telling council staff not to talk to councillors is a very disturbing thing to hear, and I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that since the Campbell-Newman days. And did it work for him? No. What I find amazing about city standards, and I heard Councillor Mark say this, is we'd have one standard across the city. But the executives tell me, no, that's wrong. Councillor Mark's got it wrong. We have multiple standards across the city, but we're not allowed to see them. So we have city standards, but they're facing the employees, not facing us, who are people who are representing the residents, not facing residents, so they can't see our standards. I think a bit of transparency would be good. I can't see anything wrong with having our standards online, facing the residents so they can see it. And I suppose to me how I see city standards is it's like this fortress council, and council's been locked away from the residents who actually they deliver for, and they're just all there talking to each other, having a great time, having lovely, God only knows what they're doing, but they're all talking to each other because they all regard each other as customers. And you try and get a job done, you try and get something fixed, and it's almost impossible. It is almost impossible. I now deal, where I used to deal with a whole team of people and a manager, I now deal with one person. And can I say that one employee is very, very talented, very, very good, but under a lot of pressure.
And I just think it's amazing that we've got one person, and that one person works with either 4 or 5 other councillors. So the amount of pressure on that one person is just incredible. And particularly when they're trying their best to get an outcome out of all these people in the fortress, but no one in the fortress is listening because they don't have to, because they're all doing their own thing. And the managers and the executives are all up there going, this is fantastic. And then they feed it to the chairpersons and go, everything's fine. It's not fine. It's a huge problem. And you need to fix it because you created this mess. You know, I'm thinking of job after job after job. A couple of months ago, we tried to get Creek Bank mowed. It was meant to be mowed last month. It's still not done. And yet that was in the system for 2 months. Oh, it's council aware. Well, at least we've got it there. At least it's meant to be done, but we just can't get it done because we can't get the contractors to do it. Well, like, wow. It's just, and this is happening multiple times all over the place. And it's so frustrating for me. It's so frustrating for my staff, but more so, it's so frustrating for residents. I want city standards to work. I want it to deliver. I don't think it should be an issue for this chamber, but it is. And it's a huge issue, and we are just missing it. And what I'd say to the chairperson, and I understand the chairperson stepped in the role, has a lot of enthusiasm, and I think has the ability to fix this, through you, Madam Chair, is that you need to be in touch with the customers as well. There needs to be a loop that touches base with the customers. You can't have it all fed up through the fortress, because each time it goes up, it gets cleaned up a little bit. And the clean version isn't actually what's happening on the ground. There's no loop back to what's happening on the ground. No one's checking that these jobs are done. No one is going out there and finding where these issues are. I know I had to go and deal with a supplier the other day, one of council's suppliers. That was in Dunn Road at Rockley. It was disgusting. It's an industrial area. It's where a big waste facility, where the city's big waste facility is. That street was appalling. I was ashamed to be a councillor for the condition that street was in. Similarly, over in Rosedale Street, and this is at Cooper's Plains, a resident came to me who's been living there. So my residents, yes, some people live next to industry. Their land's changing, the zoning's changing, or they can't afford to live somewhere else, but they live next to industry. We should be maintaining our industrial areas at least to an average level. And the areas I've seen, the areas I actually wrote to the Lord Mayor when the city standards came in, said these are the areas I'm concerned about, constant problems. They sent people out to do an audit. They came up with 100 jobs. And that was about 18 months ago. And then I went and checked it during the election campaign, so let's see where it's at. It was still pathetic. It was still pathetic. And I thought, they told me to be audited and be fixed up and at least brought to average, because they told me it was an E or an F. It was like a fail. And there were 50 jobs then. So something is wrong with city standards that's not meeting its standards. It's not working. And as a long-term councillor, it is really disturbing that so much money, I think $500 million goes into this program, that it's delivering so poorly across the city, particularly in the outer suburbs. Now, look, there are good things they do. There's plenty of good things they do. But the bad things they just don't seem to be interested in fixing. And when I hear, well, we're just looking after the majority. That's all we've got to do is look after the majority. I think, no, you've got to look after everyone. And, they're just industrial areas, like lower socioeconomic areas, they don't really matter. I think, yes, they do matter. Yes, they do matter. And actually, most people who own businesses in those industrial areas don't live in my ward, they live in your wards. And they come to me and go, why does this place look like, in some instances, a third world country? Why do we have large craters in the road? Why can't we get you to maintain the footpaths? Why, it's basic stuff that we are not delivering. I haven't raised these issues, I have raised these issues before, but we don't seem to be getting any change. It's just like we get this glossy presentation, everything's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. It's not working, and it needs to work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't know where to start after that dribble from Councillor Griffiths, but I do rise in support of the report presented to the committee last week by the outstanding City Standards Executive Manager, Kristen Booth. As Deputy Chair of this committee, now under Councillor Hutton and previously under Councillor Marks, I've seen firsthand the range of services undertaken each day by dedicated City Standards officers and thank them, unlike the opposition, for their commitment to our city. But even taking that into account, Mr Booth's comprehensive overview put it all in perspective about the importance of this branch. Chair, I often refer to City Standards as the beating heart of council. There's very little that happens every day that doesn't have some sort of involvement from City Standards officers. Whether it's civil construction, road resurfacing and maintenance and line marking, waste and resource recovery management, maintaining our parks, botanic gardens and natural resources, city cleaning, pest and mosquito management, graffiti removal, fleet and plant procurement and servicing, and fire management, City Standards is across it all. Chair, while the Shrinner Council sets the policy direction for a healthy, safe and desirable city in which to live, it's the City Standards officers who come to work each day and do the heavy lifting to help make it happen. I see examples of it in my ward every day, and I thank the PPI officers who have the responsibility for the western suburbs, in particular Chris Jamieson and Carly Weaver, who provided valuable advice and helped me assist my residents on a range of issues. Unlike Councillor Griffiths, they seem very happy to talk to me whenever I want to talk to them. Chair, we saw our council officers at their very best during the 2022 floods, where half of my residents were isolated for days after major roads servicing these communities were cut. And long after the floodwaters subsided, they've continued to help my community rebuild and recover. Whether it's in relation to repairing our local road network and parks, they've proactively supported my efforts to have flood warning signage installed at no less than 7 local waterway hotspots. Chair, another service that people tend to take for granted, and the Chair alluded to it, is in relation to waste. We often hear the reference to rates, roads and rubbish when it comes to council services, but as Mr Booth outlined, waste management is a large and complex part of our business. And if we get that wrong, we would all know about it very quickly. The waste and resource recovery services team that manages the delivery of waste-related services and contracts for bin collection, waste disposal, curbside, large items collection and waste minimisation initiatives. WARS also manages waste assets, including Brisbane Landfill and 4 resource recovery centres and 2 tip shops. This effective, high-performing team of experts manage some of the largest waste management contracts in the Southern Hemisphere. Chair, in conclusion, I mentioned earlier that City Standards oversees public space operations. In this morning's committee meeting, we were given a very informative presentation about the work undertaken by our PSO officers in relation to having our 60 parks with memorials across the city looking at their very best for Anzac Day services. But I'm sure we'll have more to say about that in the committee report next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I rise to speak in regards to that presentation on city standards, and I totally agree with Councillor Griffiths that the standard is not up to what the community's expectations are. And I'm just going to cover off on a couple of items within city standards and those outcomes that the Chair raised to speak about. I suppose the one that probably stands out to me more than anything else, of course, is, and it's been an ongoing issue for a number of years, and I know Councillor Marks, when she was chair of City Standards, that she did her best to address the grass cutting, and it continues to be an ongoing sore point issue with a lot of my residents, it's really sad because, as I say to them, listen, you know, if a contractor isn't able to cope, well, then you find another one that maybe can assist them. But it really all comes down to money, because the frequency of grass cutting, right, should be done at an appropriate time after the growth has happened, and you shouldn't have to wait another couple of weeks. In some cases, a couple of months before that issue was addressed, in whether it be along a roadside or in a park. But mostly, I'm talking about the roadside stuff. Now, if we have a look at Progress Road, actually, between Archerfield and Garden Road, you only have to travel along there to see what actually private enterprise does when it comes to looking after things, and what council does. Yep. Now, we don't necessarily expect it to be manicured like some of the private enterprise does along there with those units, but there's just the difference is just
not too
unbelievable difference. So anyways, I'll just point that out to Councillor Hutton, because it's not far from the boundary of her ward, if she can have a look at that, because it's just below the new park we established there, right along the roadside on the left-hand side going towards Wacol. It's really telling. Now, there's another area that's even worse than that, and when I say worse, it's like 10 times worse, yep. And that's along Peacock Street at Duandella. You know, there's a song from Oklahoma, and it goes. One of the phrases is higher than an elephant's eye, and the grass in this particular area, and it's not a developed park area or bushland area, but council bought it some years ago to develop a sporting precinct, and it's along Blunder Road and Peacock Street. It's on the corner there. And honestly, it is taller. The grass is actually taller than me. Yep. And how much taller, I'm just not sure at this stage. But that was a couple of months ago, so I'm sure it's grown a little bit since then as well. But I don't even know how you're going to cut it. I mean, you couldn't put a slasher through it. The slasher would disappear, right? So they're just going to have to go in there with whippersnippers or something like that initially to try to clear it. But this is probably a 2-acre plot of land. So it used to. No, well, I don't even know if council officers realize that we actually own it, right? But I tell you what, the residents in Peacock Street on the other side of it know that we own it, because they've complained about it to council on numerous occasions because of the vermin, snakes and rats that actually that inhabit this area. And why wouldn't they? It's a great environment for them. So I just want to say that generally speaking, the parks are pretty well looked after, right? I mean, there's the odd exception, but the streetscapes and even my neighbor, I was out walking the dog. My neighbor said to me across the road, she said, "You councillor?" I said, "Yes, I'm the councillor." He says, "Come and have a look at this." So I went through his house and had a look out the back of his house, which borders on Joseph Banks. Yep. And he says, "I can't grow my vegetables." I said, "Okay." And he says, "Have a look." And of course, all the trees that are actually on the boulevard there, are all hanging over and shadowing his backyard. And he's been trying to get that sorted out for 2 years. So I promised him that I would pursue that until it's done.
Good luck.
All right. Yep, I know. Anyways, the other issue is footpath reconstruction. And there is so much that needs to be done in my area. If we could just reconstruct some of those footpaths, especially the ones that actually lead to the schools, especially primary schools, because Japonica Street is a really great example of one that actually hasn't. I mean, it's been audited. We've complained on numerous occasions, but it starts at our place, which is a park, comes up Japonica, up to Biota, and then to Anala State School for their walk to school program, basically. And listen, virtually the whole lot, except for some parts of Biota Street, the whole lot needs to be reconstructed, and we're probably talking about 1 kilometre long, right? So it's a lot. But it's sort of hidden. When I say hidden away, there's so many footpaths in the Inala area that do now need to be reconstructed because they are of an age and they've never really actually had any work done on them since probably they were constructed back in the 50s and 60s. So, as I say, as Councillor Griffith said, you know, the standard is really not a standard that our community or our residents expect from this Brisbane City Council and for the rates that they are paying, which, yeah, I know there are other councils that charge more rates, but they don't care about that. They care about the rates they pay and how much they pay, right? They don't care about any other bloody council. Sorry about that, Chair. They don't care about any other council. They care about Brisbane City Council and the rates they pay, and they expect better from this administration and from their council. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the City Standards Committee report, and I too agree with Councillor Griffiths and his comments about what's happened. And yeah, you were on the money. And although I think most people are aware of my views about the restructure, I sat through that presentation before it was brought into Council a few years ago with incredulation in terms of the impact it was clearly going to have on service delivery in our city. And it's very clear that that's exactly what's happened. I don't think the new structure works well. Clearly, there is a lot of confusion, there is a lot of unhappiness, there is a lot of difficulty in trying to get things done. And we get feedback every day from officers who are struggling to do their jobs. And I know most of them mean well, they work hard, and they want to do a good job for the city, but they are being hamstrung by the leadership of this LNP administration and their failure to invest properly in the service delivery needs of this city, and also a very, very bad structure. And this all goes back to that. I mean, the weasel words we heard at the time were, this was going to lift the standard right across the city. I mean, not only has it not done that, I think it's pulled it down across the city. Although I do occasionally drive into other wards, and it does look like it's pretty gold-plated in some other parts of Brisbane. But there are some really, really serious problems, and it's not in anybody's interest for this council to pretend that there aren't any. And I think that, like Councillor Griffiths, we have very hard-working staff who are being pushed to the brink of getting things done locally, and this is not a reflection upon them, but there is a very serious problem with what council is doing currently in this space. And I just also will give a couple of examples of where this structure is failing our city. And it is prioritising council as the corporation over council as a service delivery organisation. And that's what has been forgotten in all of this. This is the corporatisation of this council by Colin Jensen and the Lord Mayor, both as Lord Mayor and Deputy Mayor, and the LNP councillors who've been on Civic Cabinet for a long time, those past, current, have contributed to this. And it is not serving our city well. So I'm just going to give a few examples. The first is there is only one park left, and maybe Councillor Adamon will listen to this one as well. There is only one park that's left closed in all of Brisbane following the floods in 2022, and that is Cactoblastus Corner. The Lord Mayor stood up and publicly promised that flood recovery would be done within 2 years, and it's not been done. Not only is there no plan to rehabilitate Cactoblastus Corner, the state government through the QRA says that they have approved funding for Cactoblastus Corner, but this council has done nothing to deliver it.
So 2 and a bit years on, there is just no plans. So this riverside parkland is catastrophically damaged. It's a big job, I acknowledge that. But because for 2 years no one's touched the park, it's now got to a state where it's impacting on the adjoining residents in Arbour Street. So they've now been saying, well, what's council doing just to maintain the overgrown vegetation and the weeds? And guess what council's answer is? Nah, nothing. We're not going to do anything. So, of course, we now start the battle again to sort of get somebody to do something about maintaining a riverfront parkland that's been shut for 2 years, that hasn't been fixed and hasn't been repaired. So there is no plan to do it. They're not doing any basic maintenance. And these residents in Sherwood deserve better from this LNP administration. That's just one example of how council has failed the residents of Brisbane. Now, it's so lovely that the residents of Pullen Vale were isolated for a few days, but around 3,000 households were flooded in my ward, and so many parks, public spaces and facilities were flooded and catastrophically damaged. And we haven't had those repaired. Not only that, there have not been any ongoing maintenance. The next one is King Arthur Terrace, Urongpilly. And I think a lot of people will be really interested in this one. So this is a district access road running between Fairfield Road and Graceful Avenue in Urongpilly. It has taken council almost 6 months to undertake road vegetation maintenance. So bad, in about late November, early December last year, we started making inquiries. Residents were saying, are they going to spruce up the area before the tennis? Council normally does this. They didn't do that, of course. And then they realised they had a problem. And then for the past 3 months, council's been saying, well, it's all a bit hard to do. We need road closure permits. And do you know why they need road closure permits? The encroachment into the carriageway at King Arthur Terrace has been so bad that the council officers couldn't maintain from the centre island. They had to close the road so they could manage it. And guess where it's located? Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Literally outside the South Regional Business Centre. So the work was done last week. It's taken, I don't even know how many inquiries from our office to get basic roadside maintenance done. That is one of only, I mean, the number of mowing jobs that have been a problem this year is just extraordinary. I'm very interested to see how it goes, whether it's going to get ongoing roadside maintenance. And I have asked to be provided with the time frame. Is it every 3 weeks, every 4 weeks? Because I suspect in a year's time we'll be back in the same boat. Because then we come to Sherwood Road, Sherwood at Oxley Creek. And it's interesting, I raised this with Councillor Hutton this morning and she has given me some information in reply, but at some point, council just stopped maintaining the footpath and the edge of the road around the Oxley Creek bridge. And it became seriously overgrown. So again, we started logging jobs last year asking for maintenance work to be done. Council finally, about 2 weeks ago, got back, and I think for anybody who's listening or watching, there's big place name signs. This one, Oxley Creek, and it's on the big poles, about 6 to 8 feet high. It was completely overgrown with weeds, completely overgrown. It looked like a tree. So it was so bad. So anyway, I've seen a photo. They've actually cut the weeds off the sign, but they haven't cut the weeds back around. There's been some basic mowing that's been done. But the big problem with all of this is, and Councillor Hutton's, I think someone's given her some bad advice there. I'm sure she's not familiar with this site, but she said someone's been dumping there. Well, no one's been dumping there. That's actually flood debris that was never cleaned up after the floods, despite council insisting that they'd cleaned up Oxley Creek. So we have footpaths that have just broken fences and tyres, we've got overgrown weeds, and this shouldn't be happening. So Councillor Hutton has said, and I clarified this with her, the contractors apparently are telling council they're doing the work, but they're not. And then clearly no one's actually checking that they're doing the work. So then it comes back to us to start complaining that they're not doing the work. And then when nothing happens, you've got to complain to the CEO and so on and so on. And it becomes this vicious circle of it's not working. This is a roadside on a district access road in Sherwood. Why is it not being maintained? Why is it not being maintained? It's not the only one. We're back to with Strickland Terrace Park in Sherwood as well. I don't know how many meetings I've had on site with the officers when we had local asset services, standing there talking about making sure that all the weeds that grow up from the drain in the park are cut back so the parks actually can be mowed. It's back to the bad old days when it was not being maintained. Now, I know that contractors change. The problem with this is this administration gets the cheapest possible labour, then they cut it like they did last year in November, then there's a failure to properly manage these contracts, and there is a real problem with the way in which this administration is managing our service delivery. It's not good enough and it needs to improve.
Further speakers, Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise to speak on the City Standards Committee. The couple of things I wanted to talk about in particular was the resource recovery centres. So I was out there yesterday actually getting rid of some stuff. We had the opportunity to do a bit of a clean-up. The officers did say they were busy yesterday, didn't understand why there were so many people coming on a public holiday, and I said, well, I didn't have to march, so that gave me the day free to clean my house, which was awesome. So I was able to take out things like clear plastics that I store up at home, styrofoam, and there's another thing that I want to congratulate Councillor Hutton and the officers on, is after our recent council election, there's a lot of core flutes that were no longer required. So the officers put out there a few skips at each one of the 4 resource recovery centres so that core flutes could go out there and be recycled. There's a company down in Melbourne that recycles them. They turn them into little black plastic pallets, which are then recycled and reused again, which is an awesome initiative, and the officers have decided, and they've left a skip there more on a permanent basis now with the saying core flutes, because obviously real estate agents use these as well. So I want to congratulate the officers for getting that happening in time for just after our election, so that we weren't throwing all of those core flutes that we didn't need anymore into landfill, which, as we know, is a key thing for recycling. I was also able to take out a fair bit of stuff there, which would end up at the treasure troves, not the tip shop, so I have to remind everyone they're called the treasure troves. We did have a competition on the radio a little while ago, and as a lady won the competition, and we call them treasure troves. They are fabulous places, lots of treasure to be found, and hopefully if you're there in a couple of weeks' time, maybe some of the treasure that I removed from my house will be there at the treasure trove for you to purchase. And as we know, all those funds then go on to help its Endeavour Foundation they work with. Now, through you, Chair, I know that Councillor Strunk said that he and his residents don't care what other councils do, and particularly regarding the rates. Well, can we just talk about Logan Council for 1 minute, in that I realise that, yes, they do, they pay more rates than our residents do, but what they don't do is they do no residents' footpaths. So the bit outside the resident's house that we call the verge, grass verge, whatever you want to call it, the bit of ground between the road and the footpath, if there is a concrete footpath there, that is owned by council. We all know that. However, there is an unspoken understanding that residents mow that and maintain that in order to continue to keep our rates down. So Logan does none of those. We also do school frontages. So I actually don't really know how many schools we have in the Brisbane BCC area. I would imagine there's a number of them, 300 through you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. So that's 300 frontages of state schools that as a council we mow for them and maintain. Because my understanding is the groundsmen, their responsibility, they go to the fence of the school and then that's it. They don't go anything outside that. So that's another thing that our rates pay for. We have a number of residents that are what are called on the mowing schedule, as we all know, are familiar with that terminology. So if you're elderly or infirm and you can't do that bit of footpath, then we go along and our council contractors do that, which all adds up to the amount of verges and roadsides that they actually mow. I know it says that, you know, we cut the contracts. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not particularly au fait with legal terms, but for me, a contract is a contract is a contract. Council officers signed a contract with the mowing contractors to pay them to mow the contracted areas. We can't come along just suddenly and say, oh, sorry guys, you have to do the same amount, but we're going to pay you half. That's just not how contracts work. So there has been no cut to the financial contractors who are doing the mowing. Can I just put that on the record? I also want to mention about some of the conversations that's been said about council officers. Through you, Madam Chair, the Leader of the Opposition used to always make comments about the mosquito team and the officers in that space and how they would say various things to him about this, that and the next thing. And I know mosquitoes was not necessarily in this committee report, but it is something that city standards do and do very well. Council officers would come to me afterwards and say, Chair, I'm very disappointed in what I was hearing in chambers today because we didn't say those things. I don't understand why the councillor is getting up in chambers and saying those things that we said, because we didn't say them. So I am concerned that comments are being made about what council officers are saying. And yeah, anyway, I'm going to leave the comments at that. The other thing that was mentioned about the grass cutting was, you know, it's not been often enough. The mowing contractors are mowing back to back, which basically in very simple English means the minute they stop their run, they start all over again. And they have been doing that since before Christmas. Now, there are some areas they can't do. Now, why would that be, I wonder? Oh, I know. It's those rain. It's all that water that's just been coming down from the sky, which is now coming down again, that, you know, as a homeowner, even my own husband struggles to get out and mow our lawns when they're wet, and we only have a small mower. These contractors have massive pieces of equipment and they're very heavy machinery. And I have seen a park where a council contractor has gone in there with their machinery in an attempt to mow when the ground is so wet and it literally churns up the ground and it's just dreadful. I had to go to a bush care group on a Sunday and the guys had obviously tried to get in there with their machinery to mow this and it was humongous tractor ruts right through the park. So, and they were just filled with water. So the ground was so wet. And I know we've talked about how much rain we've had and people tend to forget, but literally grass grows and it was literally growing overnight. The other thing that was mentioned through you, Chair, was about trees overgrowing someone's backyard, so it's shading their garden. Well, you know, unfortunately trees do that, they grow. Now, it's just one of those facts of life which can be a bit of a pain. They grow and they drop leaves. I would suggest, I don't know the situation that the councillor is talking about personally myself, but I would suggest that the tree was probably there before the resident moved in. They potentially bought that house knowing that there's bushes and trees behind them, and then now all of a sudden, because they can't grow some veggies, they want us to cut the trees down. It's not going to happen. The trees are there. We need the trees. We need them to survive, and the officers will do whatever they need to do to make sure that the trees stay in place. So as far as some of this other stuff that's been talked about, one thing I do want to address, which is that urban myth, and I'm aware that councillors were told originally, back in the day, as I use that language, that other officers were not to talk to councillors. Christian Booth, the manager, has made it very clear that that is not the case. He's actually been out and spoken to and met with pretty much all the councillors in the whole team across both sides of the chamber, and I'm guessing there'll be a few new people who are in this room. There's a new councillor for where are you again? Sorry, Paddington. I'm guessing he'll reach out to you at some point to have a conversation with you through chair to discuss how City Standards works, and he will let you know that you are quite within your rights to speak to council officers, and it's not just down to the one person, which is the outcome manager. They do an awesome job. The job of the outcome manager is to assist you if you have issues. It's not their job to deal with absolutely everything. So please do not take that urban myth and continue it any further that you cannot speak to officers, because that is not the case at all, as I'm sure Councillor Hutton will reiterate when she sums up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be brief because I think most of the councillors on this side have very clearly summed it up. We love our City Standards officers. They do an amazing work and they make us look very good. We have hundreds of thousands of kilometres of footpath to be mown, to be maintained, to be reconstructed, to be built, roads to resurface, curb and channelling to be done, and everything else in between. And they do an amazing job. And I want to take that opportunity to say thank you, definitely from the councillors on this side and hopefully from some of the councillors on the other side, because Councillor Griffiths did not say they did a good job. Councillor Griffiths said they sit up there noshing up, treating us like economy class as if we're in Qantas. That is a disgrace. And I apologise to the council officers that are listening here at home, as some other councillors would say, because that is not the case. We value the work you do. You do it on hot days, you do it on rainy days, you do it on cold days, and you do it sometimes 7 days a week when you're an RRG officer. Good on you. Thank you very much from this side of the chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would just like to acknowledge the councillors who entered the debate. Obviously there was a wide range of feedback, but I do want to obviously say thank you to Councillor Marks for correcting the record there, particularly in regards to not being able to speak with council officers. I do think this is a really important point, and if councillors are still receiving that feedback, please come and see me. I really think it's important that we are able to ensure that councillors are being heard. I do want to wrap up on some of the questions, some of the answers from question time last week from Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Cassidy. Across a variety of branches of City Standards, there are numerous FTE, staff dedicated to the repair and maintenance of footpaths, parks and playgrounds daily. Now, Councillor Griffiths last week asked about the number of staff in PPI specifically that repair broken footpaths, parks and playgrounds. For clarification, officers in PPI are part of the process as they inspect and schedule the works. However, it's the officers within PSO, Public Space Operations and Construction Branch, who are actively engaged in repairing these assets throughout the city. Now, as would be expected, the number of officers undertaking repair works would vary depending on the job and the schedule. There will be well over 100 officers allocated to these jobs within the City Standards program at a minimum. I would like to thank these council officers, Chair, for the great work they do in our community every day. As Councillor Adamans just said, they do this every day, rain, hail or shine, and we truly appreciate the work that they are doing. There was a second question in relation to playground jobs, outstanding, and Chair, playground equipment is one of the best managed assets in Brisbane due to our focus on safety and obviously high use. Playgrounds are proactively inspected quarterly by program planning and integration officers, as well as reports from the public to the contact centre. As you would expect, Chair, the list is constantly changing, and typically we would expect to see just over 200 maintenance jobs open depending on what is happening across the city. But to put this into context, I'm talking about maintenance jobs that include jobs like cleaning down a shade sail, removing graffiti or replacing a swing. So currently there are 181 repair jobs that are being addressed and council officers are working on them. There are no parks closed because of this, except Councillor Wines did have a playground in his ward over the weekend that burnt down, and I hope those responsible are caught. It is outrageous that a beloved council asset, which was apparently very, very new, has been destroyed. But the reality is that when the state government have allowed crime to escalate in our communities. There was a question about the number of footpath repair jobs. With 77 million square metres of paved surfaces in our city, the list is constantly changing, and typically we would expect to see over 1,000 repair jobs open depending on what is happening. So as at today, Chair, there are just over 1,000 jobs open, in fact 1,016. These will be addressed by officers prioritising safety first. Chair, I can say that those opposite live in an alternate reality if they think that Council would not have ongoing and regular maintenance activities taking place across our city. And finally, Chair, I'd like to answer Councillor Kim's question from earlier today. Councillor Kim asked the cost for filling a pothole using external versus internal contracts. And I'm very pleased to advise Councillor Kim the cost of filling a pothole using external contracts is $0. And that is because we do not use external contractors for this work, Chair. It is all done in-house by some very hard-working officers. I know, obviously, she is a new councillor, and so obviously we want to keep her across the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. We'll now put the... Excuse me, councillors. There's no calling out across the chamber. Thank you. We'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I move that the motion currently laying on the table regarding the Nathan Salisbury Maruka Neighbourhood Plan be taken off the table for debate.
Seconded.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes. Is it possible to get a copy of whatever this is? It's been on the table for many, many months. Or if you could read it out again, if you have a copy of it, that would be helpful.
If it's carried, we'll do that, Councillor Johnston. It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion from the 2nd of August 2022 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion... I've got a copy of that one. The motion from the 2nd of August 2022 has been taken off the table. I'll restate the motion for the chamber while it is being distributed. Thank you very much. That Brisbane, it was actually originally moved by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that Brisbane City Council commits to fully maintaining existing character protections and protect all character houses in the Nathan Salisbury Maruka Draft Neighbourhood Plan area. Councillors who have already spoken are Councillors Griffiths and Allen. Debate now resumes from where it left off on the 2nd of August 2022. Is there any further debate? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as you said, in December 2022, Council submitted the draft Nathan Salisbury Maruka Neighbourhood Plan to the State for first state interest review. I can inform the Chamber that we have received approval to proceed to public consultation, which will be happening within the next week or so. One of the initial concerns raised by the community was about population growth and increased density in the area and the potential impacts on the traditional character of their area. It's no surprise that Brisbane has many locations across the city that have strong cultural heritage significance to a broad range of groups and individuals. And it is character housing that provides this link with Brisbane's history and helps to reinforce a strong sense of place and community identity. Council has a strong track record of working with residents and local communities to grow our city while maintaining the character of our suburbs and still plan for the growth of our future. And this is no different for the Nathan Salisbury Maruka Neighbourhood Plan area. As such, I move the following amendment. After the word protections, replace the word and with to, T-O. And then after the words plan area, insert a comma, and then the words subject to community consultation. The motion will now read, Brisbane City Council commits to fully maintain existing character protections to protect all character houses in the Nathan Salisbury Maruka Draft Neighbourhood Plan area, subject to community consultation.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Wines that the motion be amended. Thank you. After the word protections, replace the word and with to, and then after the words plan area, insert a comma, and then the words subject to community consultation, so that the motion will now read, Brisbane City Council commits to fully maintain existing character protections to protect all character houses in the Nathan Salisbury Maruka Draft Neighbourhood Plan area, subject to community consultation. Deputy Mayor.
Look, I am sure that is fairly self-explanatory. We're here to talk to the community. We're going out to the community next week on the consultation, since we have now just got it back from the state. And the slight change to to means that all character houses will be protected. The motion speaks for itself, and I'll leave it to the chamber.
Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Griff, on the amendment.
Yeah, on the amendment, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just catching up a bit, but I'm happy to accept this amendment. I think that it is what we were originally asking for anyway. I accept that it has to go out for more public consultation. That doesn't include a lot of residents. There's a couple of issues tied in here. One issue is for residents in the war workers' homes, where they had character protection taken up to heritage protection. They want that brought back to character. That's fine. I'm working with them around that. There's another group of residents. I worked with 5 residents groups there who want character protection maintained on the homes that had character protection on them before, and Council was looking at removing that in the draft plan. So this gives us the opportunity to take that consultation out and for residents to reinforce it. And I think it's a step in the right direction. At this stage, I haven't seen the detailed plans, but at this stage. Thank you.
Any further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm sure the Deputy Mayor will be able to clear up the process now. I'm not sure why it's the Deputy Mayor, not the Planning Chair, doing this. I know she was having a bit of a confab about this just earlier.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
So why this was laid on the table, which was moved by Adam Allen, seconded by Sandy Landers, that the notified motion lie on the table until such time that community consultation is complete and the consultation report has been considered by the council. So I get they're trying to drag this meeting out tonight, so we have to go to dinner, whatever, I'm fine with that. We can be here till midnight if we have to, debating important issues. But I just want some clarification, and the Deputy Mayor will be able to sum this up, be able to provide this in a summing up as to at what stage this community consultation, the reason this was laid on the table was for the community consultation to be complete and the consultation report to be considered. Is that the first stage during the pre-draft stage, or now what is happening with the draft or the final being released to the community? I remember going to a public meeting with Councillor Griffiths about this. 400, yeah, I was shocked at the size of that public meeting. Yeah, a real live public meeting. People really passionate about the protection of these character homes. I believe it was 200, so as separate to the war worker home estate, but 200 character homes were under threat. And I distinctly remember the conversation that Councillor Griffiths and I had with that community, and we were all on the same page that we do need more density, we do need more housing supply across Brisbane, But it can't come exclusively, as we were seeing in the Nathan Salisbury Maruka draft neighbourhood plan, exclusively at the expense of intact character housing. And that's what the community made loud and clear that day, and Councillor Griffiths' position has been clear on that. So I'm glad that this now will be formalised as a council position. I certainly hope there isn't confusion amongst the LNP about this stage of consultation, given that Councillor Allen and Councillor Landers specifically laid this on the table to be considered after that consultation has happened and that report is considered by Council. I hope, nothing is afoot here, Chair, because you were part of that in laying that on the table. I certainly hope nothing's afoot with this, but, on face value, I think this is a good outcome for Councillor Griffiths' community. So, as he said, we will support this amendment.
Any further speakers? Deputy Mayor, right of reply.
Thank you. Look, it's very, very simple, and I've been in this place for many, many years, and I've done a couple of neighbourhood plans with Councillor Griffiths, and it's not pleasant. It was a lynch mob. It's no, because the scaremongering is outrageous. So we're making it very clear to the people before we go out to consultation that we will be protecting character houses. So instead of going out to consultation and the scaremongering beat up we hear from the other side of the chambers, the people in consultation, the residents, will know exactly where the officers are coming from with this motion, so there will be no scaremongering. And when consultation starts, there doesn't need to be any of the hyperbole we usually get from Councillor Griffiths when he says one thing in private, does something else in public, and then stirs the bee's nest up.
Point of order. I object to that, Madam Chair.
That isn't a point of order.
I object to that. That is just lies.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councillor Griffiths, do you really want me to go back and read through what happened to the Acacia Ridge neighbourhood plan 13 years ago? Because I remember clearly. I am still hurting over that because I had a bottle of water thrown out me, a lynch mob outside.
Councillor Griffiths.
It was disgraceful. Council officers were so...
Councillor Griffiths, please. One moment, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Griffiths. When another councillor is speaking, you do listen quietly in silence, please. Deputy Mayor.
It was a public meeting that the Planning Chair and the Deputy Planning Chair were at, but so are council officers. And workplace health and safety that day was out the door for what Councillor Griffiths organised. They were in sheer panic and it was a disgrace. So yeah, I am still very upset over that. I'm not hurting over it, but on behalf of the council officers, who I can name, many of who are still working for us, it was horrific. And we don't want that to happen to any officer. These are the people who stand up and talk about the safety of their officers and then put them in the firing line of it. Well, we're not having that.
Point of order.
It's very clear.
Point of order, Councillor.
It was Councillor Adams who stood
Councillor
behind the
Griffiths,
officers
that is not a point of order. That is not a point of order. Deputy Mayor.
So we're making it very clear here today on what we're going out with for consultation and how we'll be protecting their character houses so there can be no misunderstanding. That's what it's about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. So we'll now return to the substantive debate. Yep. On the amended motion. Are there any speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the amended motion before us, and I also find it quite instructive this evening that a motion has been brought back onto the table contrary to the purpose for which it was laid on the table. And it is very clear that the planning chairman has had his wings clipped in that it appears that the Deputy Mayor is now running the planning portfolio because he put this motion on the table. He is responsible for planning under his portfolio, and yet it is the Deputy Mayor that seems to be running this. It is fascinating to me that the LNP could not just agree to this motion. They had to make these tiny tweaks to the motion, which really don't add anything to the motion itself. So I think Councillor Griffiths has done his community a great service here by pursuing this matter. And for those of us who were here last year, we know the issues that he's raised and the distress in which his community found themselves because of the LNP's actions. And we can see clearly tonight by the language used by the Deputy Mayor that it's not the opposition or Councillor Griffiths that's out there causing a problem, it's the LNP. Yeah. And you can hear by the language used tonight that it's a lynch mob of residents at a public meeting. No, it's not. No. When hundreds of residents turn up to a community meeting because their planning scheme is being changed against their wishes and they want to talk about it, and the planning chair doesn't turn up, that's not a lynch mob. Yep. That's a dereliction of duty by the LNP. So to call a public meeting a lynch mob, like the Deputy Mayor has done here this evening, is just extraordinary. How can we have any confidence that the planning regime in this council is going to listen to the community when the Deputy Mayor stands up and calls a public meeting of residents a lynch mob? Yeah. That's how they think. Can we trust them to actually listen to the community? Well, my community knows that's not the case. Yep. Hundreds of residents made submissions, hundreds protested. We marched in the street. You would have been proud of us, Councillor Massey. We marched up Sherwood Road. Yep. Did the LNP listen? They didn't change a single thing in the Sherwood Graceville Neighbourhood Plan. Not a single thing. Then we hear language like scaremongering, that when local councillors go out and speak to their communities about what's in the plan, it's scaremongering. It's not like council's doing it. It's not like council's out there speaking. I know, because I've heard Councillor Griffiths over many years invite the Lord Mayor or the Deputy Mayor or the Planning Chair to come out to the lynch mob meetings so that they can speak and hear. It's not scaremongering. Do your job. Go and listen to the community and talk to the community and you will get better outcomes. It's not a beat up to talk about problems in the neighbourhood plan. Consultation is a process of listening to, responding to, changing, improving, making sure that you go through a whole range of consultative techniques to get to a better outcome. Now, the big problem that this council and particularly this LNP administration is, they don't understand what consultation means. No. They think consultation is notification, and it's not. Notification is the first in many steps of what is actually good consultation. But we can hear that if you engage with your community and you talk to them about issues and you raise them in this democratic place, that's a beat-up, according to the Deputy Mayor. Well, it's not. And Councillor Griffiths has, since, to his credit, he took some advice from the planning officers, he went with what they said, his community then were very unhappy, as those of us here would know. They came and spoke, they came and met with me. There's been a lot of concern in the past about all of this. And it's not a beat-up. No. It's not a lynch mob. These are people whose probably their only asset is their family home. Whatever council does with respect to their zoning and any overlay protections can have a massive impact on their, in many cases, only financial asset. So that is where this LNP administration have forgotten that these things are not beat-ups, they're not lynch mobs, they are residents who care about what happens to their home and their neighbourhood. And to hear the inflammatory language that Councillor Adams used to indicate in a debate about going out for consultation, does that give anybody any comfort that this LNP administration is going to listen to the residents in the Salisbury and Maruka area? No. I hope that Councillor Adams is not the person involved in this, although she seems to have stepped all over Councillor Adams, who seems to be no longer responsible. This is the second week in a row where she's taken the running on planning, so it's a bit odd what's going on. But there is one person who has done his best for residents. And, you know, again, we heard a bit of a personal attack on Councillor Griffiths, you know, which misrepresented, I think, what happened quite a few years ago. It is Councillor Griffiths who has advocated for his residents, who has listened, who has turned up every time they've needed him. It is Councillor Griffiths that has got the council officers to change what they are doing because of the feedback from residents. Not Councillor Adams. She's come in here without any notice to Councillor Griffiths that she was doing this. I suspect she didn't say anything to him at all. I suspect that Councillor Griffiths hasn't been advised the neighbourhood plan is going back out for public consultation. So I suspect this was all news to him today. There wasn't even the basic courtesy in a motion about consultation of undertaking the first step involved in consultation of letting the local councillor know that you are going to start the consultation process again. So for, again, anybody listening anywhere, this LNP administration does not understand what consultation means. Their track record to date has proven they don't listen to local communities. So whilst the LNP is saying that they are going to engage in consultation, I will reserve my judgment on what happens because I don't trust them at all. And having seen how other plans in this city have destroyed communities, they cannot be trusted. They cannot be trusted. And what I will say, just finally, is it is through Councillor Griffiths' advocacy that these issues have been ventilated here, and they've been tabled for September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. 9 months. 9 months they've been sitting on this motion, and this is what happens today. It just gets moved without any notice to the local councillor. So disrespectful for him and his communities. Those residents, I'm sure, would have wanted to hear this debate and understand that this issue is coming back up. But at the very first hurdle in how this matter has been dealt with here and what's been said in the debate by the person who has moved this retabling demonstrates that they don't care one iota about the local community and what residents think. To describe any public meeting as a lynch mob fails to understand that residents care about what happens to their homes and their neighbourhoods. And the person who is going to help out in this area is Councillor Griffiths, certainly not Councillor Adams.
Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'll keep my remarks brief. I think I'm just on this side of the chamber, what is very clear is that we are the ones who are sticking up for true and genuine community consultation. Because if this motion has laid on the table for months and months and months, and the administration was genuine about consulting with the community to give them clarity around what is fundamentally going to change their suburb, their way of life, their properties, their values, all of those things, they would have just done this at the time. That's right. When Councillor Griffiths first brought the motion and the amendment, yep, like we've supported it, that's fine, but fundamentally, if the administration were being genuine about consultation, they would have consulted. It's so simple and yet so wrong. So there is something so fundamentally wrong with the process where administration councillors bring in these amendments thinking that this is the right answer and going to create an actual good outcome for the community in Councillor Griffiths' ward. And on neighbourhood plans generally, I mean, I have very little faith because we all know That even when council goes through the process of doing the community consultation and developing a neighbourhood plan, they're just going to override it anyway. I see it happening time and time and time again, not just in my ward, right across Brisbane. So I am often asking myself, what is the point of having a neighbourhood plan when council is never even going to listen to it anyway? So don't do this consultation as, you know, by saving place and saying, oh, well, we spoke to you. You actually need to listen. That is the point of the community consultation. And yeah, just in summing up, I mean, thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for your advocacy on this issue, but it is not an issue that is unique to just the Maruka ward. We are seeing this right across Brisbane, and the people of Brisbane have their right to have their expectations met by a council who doesn't run roughshod over the top of what they've been promised.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Can I just make the point on this debate in particular? We're talking about neighbourhood planning. Now, residents will recall that this election, neighbourhood planning didn't really feature that heavily, but what did feature heavily was housing affordability and the lack of affordable houses for people to be able to buy in this city. Now they're talking about neighbourhood plans as if they've always been fans of neighbourhood plans. But let us not forget, these are the same people who voted against over 83% of neighbourhood plans that came to this place that encouraged housing supply, and I'm sure will vote against another one. These people hate housing. They've never been friends of housing. And in fact, where we've made changes to neighbourhood plans, they've voted against them as well.
Point of order.
These people.
Continue, Councillor Murphy.
No, point of order.
Well, point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Claims
Sorry,
to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Well, Labor councillors in particular, Madam Chair, cry foul on neighbourhood planning. They say that we don't listen to the community, but they come in here and vote against the whole neighbourhood plans anyway. They vote against them in their original form before they go off for state interest check. They vote against them in their amended form. They then vote against them in their final form. That is their track record in this place. And so it will be, again, with this neighbourhood plan, they'll vote against it because when it comes to housing, they talk a big game out there about what we're doing, what we're not doing. But when it comes back to coming into this chamber and supporting neighbourhood planning, inevitably, time and again, they vote against one of the major instruments that this council has when it comes to providing additional housing in this city. That is their track record. They cannot escape it, no matter what they say today about consulting the community.
Councillor Johnston, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes, Councillor Murphy said these people, including me, referring to my speech, hate housing. Clearly, that is a false statement. I don't hate housing. Housing is a universal right of all people, and his statements are foul.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and certainly it's been an interesting debate. You know, this has obviously been a process that sort of follows a pretty well-established process, and certainly it's taken some time to reach this point. The neighbourhood plans typically kick off with a piece of research and backgrounding work that then comes together where we go to the community with a draft neighbourhood plan strategy. That happened. There was a round of consultation at that point in time with the community. That then came back and went down to the state. We put together a draft neighbourhood plan for state review, effectively the first state interest check. That went down to the state in December 2022. We had hoped to move to the formal consultation during 2023. Unfortunately, it didn't come back from the state until November 2023, which really didn't give us a window to move to formal public consultation, which we are now about to commence. Now, one of the key drivers here is that there are a group of impacted residents in Maruka who I met with last year, who are captured by a proposed heritage overlay. Now, they met with me, or a representative group met with me. They were obviously concerned about the potential impacts. We moved a motion specifically that said if that particular group vote 51% in favour of not moving to a heritage overlay, they will stay with their character overlay. So that is one of the key factors that's occurred in the last 12 months that have precipitated us bringing this through as quickly as we could to the next round of community consultation. So that war workers' homes issue is a key one we want to try and resolve. There's also another group of residents who have specific requirements. But nonetheless, this neighbourhood plan represents a terrific opportunity to bring about revitalisation and renewal to this particular neighbourhood. There is some incredible stuff happening in the space of public transport there, Cross River Rail, station upgrades, what have you. And there are some areas within this neighbourhood plan that are truly, truly underutilised. They represent great mixed-use opportunities to provide not only housing but support employment in this city. The opportunities are terrific. It is uniquely well serviced. And I just hope that the community can understand what we're trying to achieve out there in the context of supporting housing in the city, employment in the city, improved amenity, much better community outcomes. And obviously, we need Councillor Griffith to come along for the ride and see the merits of the project and support those, rather than trying to pick away at the edges on the things that aren't the substantial aspects there. But nonetheless, we're going to be going out to the community and they will provide feedback to us. The neighbourhood plan that will be presented to them has got a lot of merit. Now, will everybody agree with it? No, they won't. That's not the nature of these things. But it's about trying to get a majority position on a lot of things that are truly relevant to this community going forward. So I think it's really important to keep their eyes on the opportunity for their larger neighbourhood and not get sort of tied down with things at the margins that really aren't going to make a substantive difference to the community at large. Now, as I said, I'd met with a group of residents from Nathan Salisbury, Maruka last year. It was a constructive conversation. We gave them a pathway as to where we were going to go. I'm very keen that we move forward and get ourselves into a position where those particular residents get some resolution and can be confident on what the future holds for them and how they might move forward. So very supportive of the motion as currently stands, and would hope that the chamber will support it. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of observations. I'm shocked at how confused Councillor Allen is about what we're talking about. He's just referred to the war worker home estate, which is totally different. Yeah, totally different to the yeah, I know it's in the plan area, granted, but the other character homes, which were discussed at that public meeting, are different to that. They're two separate issues. So Councillor Allen just spent all of his time then in his contribution talking about meeting with the residents who are affected by the heritage protection, just the one group, but not the others, who are concerned about losing that character protection, which is actually what we're discussing here tonight. So either Councillor Allen is confused himself about that specific issue of the heritage protection in the war worker estate and the separate issue of character protection on the other 200 homes in the plan area, or something fishy is going on, which leads me to my other point of concern, is that Councillor Adams said that not in line with what is before us today in this amended motion is that going to consultation now with this plan, the community are going to be told that those character homes are protected. They are not up for debate. But then we've heard from other LNP councillors.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Well, perhaps, thanks very much, Chair. Perhaps Councillor Adams realised what she said and wants to try and mop that up. Because what's before us today says that character protection is subject to community consultation. But the transcript will reflect exactly what Councillor Adams said, in that there won't be, and is quoting her, fear-mongering about those character homes being lost, because they are off the table. So there's an awful lot of confusion going on between the Deputy Mayor and the Planning Chair at the moment about what actually is going to be consulted on, what actually is on the table with this plan being released to the community. So again, we are supporting this, but with trepidation, and I know Councillor Griffiths will as well. And this will be one of the last neighbourhood plans. I listened to what Councillor Murphy said, carrying on about neighbourhood planning. The LNP have scrapped it entirely. This is one of the last ones. They scrapped it. And they're moving now to a system of precinct planning, whether that's in the inner city, the inner 5K ring that Councillor Adams is overseeing, or the outer suburban areas of precincts that will not have this level of consultation. So, yeah, sure, we have raised concerns along the way about this LNP administration going through a so-called consultation process, then ignoring that when implementing a plan. Well, what's ahead for people is more uncertainty, less consultation and more behind closed door deals. So I take Councillor Murphy's bemoaning about neighbourhood planning with a grain of salt when it was the LNP, sorry, a pinch of salt, when it was the LNP who have scrapped neighbourhood planning entirely. So they clearly don't care about that process anymore, which again is concerning with them about to embark on this process, the final stages of neighbourhood planning process now. But we certainly hope for the best, but I'm sure glad that that community has a champion like Councillor Griffiths in their corner.
Deputy Mayor, point of misrepresentation.
Thank you. I think Councillor Cassidy is confused about the process of this. When you go out with a draft plan, and I was talking about the draft plan with the clear intent to protect character houses. But of course, if the community don't want to save them, it is subject to community consultation.
Any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you.
1 moment before you start. Thank you, everybody. Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak about this motion. It's been very interesting to listen to the LNP's reinterpretation of the world. Well, it's like the world according to the LNP. I am particularly disturbed by Councillor Adams' constant referral to a lynch mob. I think that's highly inappropriate to call a public meeting a group of members, residents of Brisbane. A lynch mob is very disturbing. And it was interesting, I also listened to Councillor Allen talk, and he had a meeting with these residents and they were fine. Well, Councillor Allen, I was meeting with them too. And in fact, I helped set up those meetings. And I tried to set up a meeting with our other group and you. I tried to have a chat with you at the back of the chambers about that, but you didn't return the call. So this could have been sorted out a whole lot easier, a whole lot better and a whole lot more professionally had you returned the call. Because you know what? Where we've landed now with this plan is largely what residents want. So we could have avoided 3 years of pain and agony, and I did so many meetings in my office with so many residents to get to this outcome. It has taken so much work. Now, I understand that, like, I'm the LNP's nightmare because I've been in opposition, one of them, oh, you're the other, Councillor, but there's a few people here, but I get it that I've been in opposition so long, but I still get things done for my community and I still get outcomes for my community. And I do that because I'm not afraid to go and meet with my community. I'm not afraid to have public meetings. I'm not afraid to get national media involved in issues. I'm not afraid of the community.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Will Councillor Griffiths take a question?
I won't take a question, no. I'm coming to you.
Oh,
I'm coming to you, don't worry.
Please continue, Councillor Griffiths.
So, what I want to say is I'm not afraid of getting a current affair involved, and it has worked. It worked with Acacia Ridge. It worked. It worked with the Acacia Ridge Archfield neighbourhood plan. And you'll see Councillor Cooper and Councillor Adams running off into the distance, throwing stuff around, hiding. You'll see a whole lot of drama if you watch that video. And no, there's no one being lynched, and there's no lynching ropes there. But there are angry residents who wanted to be heard. And you know what? Know how they were consulting in that meeting? They were letting one resident in the door at a time to talk to them. They didn't want to talk to the whole group. Oh my God, that's scary. They wanted it controlled. That's how council controls things. They take one person in, you get brainwashed, and then they send you out. Welcome to our planning department. So I'm not scared of a public meeting. We did a public meeting. 400 people turned up. Not a Liberal in sight. Well, no one was prepared to say they were from the administration. All the cameras were there. We talked about the Better Suburbs Board. No wonder that got pushed under the covers before the election. No one raised that issue. We talked about what this plan meant for residents. Now, I've been around now 6 terms. So residents trust me to some degree. They trust me. I provided residents with what was going on with their community. And I think that's a fair dinkum thing to do. And residents then made their judgment. And their judgment included the most number of submissions this council has ever received for a neighbourhood plan. It included multiple community meetings that there were no Liberals at. Not one Liberal. They were all scared, hiding in City Hall. These brave people in this chamber aren't so brave when it comes to dealing with the community. I was prepared to talk with and work with residents, and this has been 3 years. And some of those people actually turned into really good friends. Not Labor stooges, these are people from the community who are passionate about their community. And the result is we were able to present a case to the state government. We have been able to present a case to council. We have been able to make a case for why these 200 character homes should be protected. And they should be protected, and we're saying with character infill. So we're not saying no development, we're just saying the development that occurs around them, under them, behind them is character infill. And that will take these character homes for another generation. They'll be protected. And hopefully that generation will stand up to any draconian council that wants to get rid of them. I do have a recollection of the Acacia Ridge meeting, and my recollection is very different to Councillor Adams, and Councillor Cooper has left the scene. And what we did there, and that was in Campbell Newman days, and when Campbell Newman was here as mayor, he was vicious. He was vicious. He was vicious, and no one over there talks about him, but he was a nasty, vicious person in this chamber.
Councillor Griffiths, can we please stick to what
I took him on. I just want to say,
please?
We saved those 260 homes. So those homes were saved. And we're going to save these 200 homes as well. And we're getting a good outcome. Councillor Murphy, can I just ask you, how many units are we getting? How many new jobs are we creating in this local plan? Surely you know. You're always accusing us of not doing that. Surely you must know those figures. Through you, Madam Chair. Oh, silence. Silence, Councillor Murphy, silence. I'll tell you. 2,500 new dwellings we're creating in this plan, and we're putting them near the railway station in an industrial area that we think is good, where there is parkland. Still got issues, but it's good to have 2,500 new dwellings there. And how many jobs are we creating, Councillor Murphy? Oh, silence, Councillor Murphy. Oh, 12,000. So the area where there is industry currently, we're looking at putting 12,000 extra jobs in there. I think that's a pretty good outcome. The group I worked with, Save Our Suburbs, which were 5 groups down to 1, they think that's a pretty good outcome. So it can be done, we can get results, but we need to listen to residents in a genuine way, not jerk them about, not play games with them, not send our planners out there to give a double message, not call them lynch mobs because, my God, they're asking questions, or they want a public meeting and they want to actually know what's going on. So I'll continue to represent the suburb. I'll continue to provide a realistic outcome for people. And that's what residents expect us to do as councillors. And frankly, they probably expect all of you guys to do it too. But I don't see too many LNP people standing up, other than you, Councillor Johnston, you're over here. But you're on the highest vote. You're on the highest vote, so that must irk someone. So yes, we will review the plan. I want to see the plan. This is the first I saw of it, so much for the sham consultation. We will review the plan, but I would ask for a briefing. I would ask for a briefing from the officers before this goes out for consultation so that when people come to me and ask me questions, I can accurately know what's going on. Because I don't want to find any little hidden gems in there, and I'm sure there could be hidden gems in there just from my previous experience with dealing with the LNP before. But I'd like to give you the opportunity to give me let the officers give me an honest update where I can ask questions so that I can go out to the public and give them the feedback that they want. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Any further speakers? Okay, I will now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour.
The motion is carried. Councillors, I'd just like to acknowledge the former councillor for Walter Taylor Ward in the gallery, Jane Prentice. Welcome, Miss Prentice. Councillor Dixon. Point of order.
Yes. Point of order, Chair. I move that Council now adjourn for the dinner break for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that Council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. No, against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Councillor Howard, Community and the Arts Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the report of the Community and the Arts Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 30th of April 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Atwood that the report of the Community and the Arts Committee meeting dated Tuesday 30 April 2024 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our committee presentation was on the Customer Services Branch overview, and we had a very comprehensive discussion about the fantastic work that our Customer Services Branch does. which of course includes our contact centre, our business hotline, our filming approvals, searches and certificates, our customer solutions team, planning and projects team, our community experience team, and of course the very fact that that we have been recognised over and over again as the best contact centre. So I'd just like to put on record my thanks to all of the fantastic people who make that area so well loved, and to say a big thank you to Michael McKenna for his leadership, and ask that we put our appreciation on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any debate? Okay. As there is no debate, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cunningham, Finance and City Governance Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 20th of April 24 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Huang that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday 30 April 2024 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham. Is there any debate? As there is no debate, all those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6A on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion?
Thanks very much, Chair. Let me just make sure I get the item A. I move that this council provide a concrete guarantee that there will be no reduction in the funding and works for curb and channel, footpath and drainage over the next 2 years.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council provide a concrete guarantee that there will be no reduction in the funding and works for curb and channel, footpath and drainage over the next 2 years. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. This is an important motion for all of us to consider here, given the events of last week's meeting, where the Lord Mayor seemed to be a little confused about what a 20% reduction in the supply of concrete for basic works meant in terms of the delivery of local projects. So I think what we heard from the Lord Mayor last week was that we could expect more cuts to basic services while the suburbs continue to be neglected. And it's no surprise to say that sort of tongue-in-cheek, I guess, when we say, surprise, surprise, after the election we hear this admission from the Lord Mayor. But it was an admission last week that with the delivery of pre-mixed concrete being cut by 20% over the next 2 years, that an enormous amount of concrete will be cut from that contract. The worry is now that that will result in a 20% reduction in basic projects out in the suburbs of Brisbane. So a 20% reduction is coming down the line for the use of concrete in basic maintenance and works across our suburbs, including curb and channel, footpaths and drainage projects. If there's a 20% reduction in the supply of concrete for curbing and channeling footpaths and drainage projects, how could that not result in less projects being undertaken in the suburbs of Brisbane? And to make matters worse, Chair, it could also mean council staff that are conducting this work could be laid off or not replaced, importantly. Now, what we know for a fact is that when staff are going on leave at the moment, their positions are not being backfilled. We know for a fact that when staff are exiting council, they are not being replaced at the moment. So this means less staff any way you spin it. Any way the LNP try to spin it, this means less staff being able to deliver services and projects in the suburbs of Brisbane. Additional staffing cuts would follow last year's 25% reduction to road paving crews, resulting in less road maintenance around our suburbs as well. Drainage projects, road and footpath maintenance are the core business of council, but this Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner and the LNP have cut these services in the past and they are clearly intending on doing it again. When the budget is blown on major inner city projects, as we have seen over the last couple of years, the first thing that this council cuts is basic projects and staff. Brisbane residents are yet to see the full effects of last October's $400 million budget cuts, and this plan, this supply of concrete plan that we saw last week paints a grim picture of where this LNP administration's priorities lie into the future. Now, I was shocked and remain shocked that the Lord Mayor and the LNP would think it's a good idea to cut back on basic maintenance when there are already, and we heard that from Councillor Hutton earlier, so many broken footpaths, so many damaged roads and such inadequate drainage systems in Brisbane. The obsession that the LNP have for the big inner city projects has sucked the budget dry for basic maintenance for far too long. The need for funding is growing, but this LNP administration is only cutting. As those projects start to wind up, and I listened earlier when Councillor Murphy said he hoped, I think he's got his fingers crossed that the Metro will come online this year. Thoughts and prayers for the poor old Metro. Once that project's wrapped up and the restaurant on the river is wrapped up, the basic jobs of council, like investing in curbing and channeling and drainage projects and footpaths, should be front and centre and the core business of this council. But instead what we're seeing, what we saw last week, was the Lord Mayor seeing those projects starting to wrap up in the inner city and still foreshadowing a massive cut to basic maintenance in curbing and channeling drainage projects and on our footpaths as well. On this Lord Mayor's watch, if we allow him as a chamber, and he's not here to participate in these debates, but us as councillors here have a duty, nor is the deputy. Us as the rest of us in here now have a duty to make sure we hold the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor to account for their decisions. If we are to be holding an Olympic Games in how many years now? 8 years away. It would be a great shame on this city if international visitors arrived and saw flooded streets and crumbling footpaths and chunks of curbing and channeling falling out left, right and centre because of the political decisions that this council, or the majority of this council, allowed this Lord Mayor to make. So I think that's why we should act. That's why we need to act as a council and as a collective group of councillors here tonight. The Lord Mayor last week said didn't fill us with great amount of confidence that he thought that a 20% reduction in concrete didn't necessarily mean a 20% cut in projects. Well, we want to be sure. Yeah. We want to be sure about that then. We don't just accept hollow words. So if we support this motion today that there will be a concrete guarantee of no reduction in funding for those basic works over the next 2 years, then we can be sure as a council that we are continuing to deliver, or we start to deliver really, value for money for ratepayers out in the suburbs of Brisbane. It's as simple as that. And I'm sure even LNP councillors in here tonight would be very uneasy to vote against a guarantee of suburban projects in their own wards.
You would think so.
Because, they've got the majority and they're going to determine how this motion goes. They've also got the majority of broken footpaths and broken curbing and channeling and inadequate drainage in their wards. And if they just simply allow the Lord Mayor to continue down this path of starving our suburbs of basic funding, then it's their communities that's going to suffer. Absolutely. The majority of the communities that are going to suffer are those that are represented by LNP councillors. So it's a pretty simple, pretty straightforward motion that I'm sure we can all get around tonight in making sure that our communities are invested in. Thanks very much, Chair.
Is there any debate? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sharon. I'm very pleased to be seconding this motion tonight. I think it's pretty straightforward. And Councillor Cassidy has summed it up well, is that if you support this motion tonight, you are ensuring that there will be no reduction in funding and works in your local community. And on this side of the chamber, we're very proud to be setting that agenda tonight. Here we have had a council meeting where we have not discussed the issues that matter most. And I want to tell some stories from people that I door-knocked over the last few months and year that I've been a councillor. And I'm sure these stories are not unique just to Morningside Ward. I have a lot of families who live in my community, a lot of people who have young children, and they come to me every single day and tell me there's a broken footpath, there's a missing link. Why won't this council do anything? Why won't the Lord Mayor listen? And I continue to tell them it's because they fundamentally do not care about the suburbs of Brisbane. And there's a lot of debate and a lot of discussion in this place, but the very real reality for these people is it affects their day-to-day lives. I have heard from people who live with a disability who find it very challenging to experience. It's not just about going to the shop, it's about the social inclusion that offers. And if a suburb is not truly accessible, then it is not truly equitable. So when the LNP come in here and say, oh, we think that maybe it might probably not result in a lack of any services, what they're actually saying is we don't fundamentally care enough to make sure that Brisbane can be the actual best place for every resident, over 2 million residents. And when we can talk about the cuts to, there is a real lack of foresight when it comes to drainage across the city. I know that even the most basic of jobs can't be completed, let alone any brand new project. So this motion is simple, and I implore every single councillor in this chamber tonight to support it here.
Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this motion, and for the record, for the chamber, I think it's really important to say that the budget development process is underway, right? We all understand that. It is the Lord Mayor's budget, and he'll present it on the 12th of June. Councillors will then have the opportunity to debate and vote on that budget, as is usually the case. The annual pre-budget stunts that we see from the opposition are very routine. Thank you for the interjection, Councillor Wines. Very predictable. But they're not how you go about actually building a responsible budget for the city. The next budget, Madam Chair, will see continued investment in better roads and transport, and we're focused on balancing that budget to keep downward pressure on rates and rents for Brisbane residents. The opposition's approach, as it's becoming clearer and clearer, is to spend, 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 and then set the rates to match that. So last time that they were in office, we know that they increased the rates by more than 6% on no less than 4 occasions. Spoiler alert, we won't be doing that, Madam Chair, because instead we on this side of the chamber will take a balanced approach, keeping our important transport infrastructure well maintained, investing in our future, while ensuring we don't burden households in a cost of living crisis with the types of rates hikes that we saw continually under a Labor administration. When it comes to footpath funding, it's really a bit rich to hear from the opposition, from a team who deliver incredibly small amounts of footpath projects through their suburban enhancement funds, that they want to see increased investment here. It would be very easy for Labor councillors to maintain their current levels of footpath funding because we know they don't invest in them as it is. Madam Chair, this is nothing more than a stunt, and this side of the chamber will not be supporting the motion.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Well, thanks very much, Chair. Appreciate all the contributions we've received from the LNP councillors tonight on that. Councillor Cunningham claimed there at the end that for Brisbane more broadly, I think, or it's certainly in Labor wards, to maintain current levels of footpath funding, we should spend more than we're allocated or something. I wasn't quite following along with her prepared remarks there on that issue. But when we talk about maintaining funding, funding has been static in what used to be known as the Footpath and Parks Trust Fund, now known as the Suburban Enhancement Fund. Static. So while inflation's been going up, the cost of concrete's been going up, the cost of labour's been going up, rates that people have been paying have been going up year on year under the LNP. Yes, the level of funding for the Suburban Enhancement Fund stayed the same. Stayed exactly the same. So in real terms, there's been a reduction in funding for new footpaths because, as we're told all the time, things are getting more expensive. Councillor Cunningham gets up all the time and says concrete's more expensive. Yeah. But the funding for those projects hasn't increased. So in reality, there has been a cut to funding for new footpaths. But what we're talking about here is a bigger, broader issue around basic maintenance. The LNP like to just talk in isolation about the Suburban Enhancement Fund and never talk about the footpath maintenance funding that's allocated by the Lord Mayor each year. And we're not standing up and claiming that we're trying to develop a budget here tonight. No. What we are making and are seeking to make is a statement of priorities as a collective group of councillors in the absence of this city's leader. Who's left the council meeting early tonight. We are seeking to put on the record our support for suburban investment. Now, the idea of the Suburban Enhancement Fund isn't to fund the grinding of footpaths and the replacement of sections of footpaths. That should be done out of basic maintenance. I think everyone probably agrees with that. I don't think there's a lot of LNP councillors running around saying that maintaining footpaths to make sure they are safe, fixing broken and dangerous footpaths should be done out of the Suburban Enhancement Fund. But that's clearly the argument that we're now getting from the LNP. But we heard from Councillor Hutton earlier that there are, I think, 1,100 current broken footpaths around Brisbane, which is stubbornly high. And so the LNP's approach is to just chip away at a few at a time, and they are instantly replaced by more broken footpaths. Yeah. So they're never actually getting on top of that list. They're never getting on top of the list of experiences like these, Chair, where a lady walking down Lascelles Street in Brighton tripped on a broken footpath and ended up with bruised and bloodied face, broken glasses, terribly shaken. And then when council went to fix that spot, they had to fix 70 others. 70 other spots along Lascelles Street. Or there was another lady in Tagum that came into my office after another horrific fall like that, sustained thousands of dollars in medical costs, but council's insurer wouldn't cover that, of course, because that particular broken footpath that was broken and she tripped on hadn't previously been reported to council because, according to the LNP, the only way in which we find out if footpaths are broken is if residents report them, and she got no support from council. Or the lady who tripped over on Seymour Street out the front of the Sandgate Senior Cits Centre and died from her injuries that very day. They're the experiences people are having, and I know they're having them right around Brisbane. I know in Hamilton Ward, in Councillor Dixon's ward, you ought to go around with Alicia Matthews, a disability advocate that lives in your community, and find out how inaccessible the Hamilton Ward is for people living with disability, not just because of the lack of footpaths, but also because how broken and dangerous some of those footpaths are. Yep. So what we're talking about here is the bread and butter of council, about making our communities more livable, better places for people to live, safer places for people to live, more connected places for people to live. But to hear tonight the LNP just get up and trot out the tired old lines, the tired old blame game, and just blaming Labor councillors for every ill that this city faces is really disappointing. And when we find out, which we will in this year's budget, I'm absolutely sure, like we did in last year's budget and the year before, that this LNP administration has starved, the drainage, the maintenance budget of so much funding that a bigger portion of that budget is spent on depreciating tired, old, dodgy drainage assets than investing in new ones. People are really getting sick and tired of it. And the LNP claim, I heard them say earlier today, they had some overwhelming mandate to, in their words, sort of keep Brisbane moving. I think if you actually went out there and engaged with people and started asking them if they thought Brisbane was genuinely moving in the right direction when they see after an election a 20% cut sneak through. This isn't something the LNP took to the election, is it? No. This wasn't part of their Moving Brisbane platform. They didn't get up, and the Lord Mayor didn't proudly get up and say before the election that he was going to cut 20% of the concrete budget. We didn't hear that from him then. And then after the election, he comes in here and announces that he's going to gut the maintenance budget for footpaths and curbing and channeling and drainage. Well, it's deeply, deeply disappointing, and I'm disappointed that the LNP will continue to play these political... What's that? But he mumbled something about Metro.
Please don't call out across the chamber.
He mumbled something about Metro. So, yes,
please continue.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair. Case in point.
All councillors, please stop calling out and let Councillor Cassidy speak.
Thank you. No, I will take that and I'll engage. Therein lies the problem. Old Mr. Thoughts and Prayers on Metro over there, Murphy, thinks that again is the priority. Sort of, I don't know where he's going with this, Chair, but he's equating that we would cut the Metro, a future phantom Metro that doesn't exist, out to Bracken Ridge in favour of investing in footpaths and drainage and... yeah, we would have, yeah.
Councillors.
Yes,
we can today
commit to cutting a project that doesn't exist. Yes, yeah, good one there. I wouldn't pay too much attention to what Councillor Murphy has to say when it comes to things on the north side. I don't understand he's part of the pre-selection process that saw a convicted criminal endorsed as the LNP candidate for the Deagon ward. So that's all you need to know about that bloke.
Is that funny?
Yeah, he thinks that's pretty funny. A guy that was convicted of weapons charges, knife charges. Yeah.
Yeah, hilarious.
Yeah,
Back
really
to the
funny.
motion, please, Councillor Cassidy.
That says a lot about the LNP still, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Continue, Councillor Cassidy, on the motion.
Love the interjections, they're just mumbling
on
them
the
away
motion,
now.
please.
I know someone who did meet him. Got a photo.
Yeah, I know, well, the Lord Mayor paraded him round. Yeah, Lord Mayor took him round, took him to local sporting clubs and everything.
Councillor Cassidy, I've asked you.
His representative.
Quiet, please, councillors. Councillor Cassidy.
No.
So it is. Yeah, you're supposed to dig up, mate. It's deeply disappointing that the LNP would seek to continue to play politics with important local issues like this. And, you know, we see how they're operating in the chamber here and trying to delay and stop debate on things over the years. I'm glad they're at least now taking a stand on this rather than laying it on the table. We'll be able to go out to communities right around Brisbane when the Lord Mayor hands down his budget and say that you Chair, in the Bracken Ridge ward supported a 20% cut in basic maintenance. I'll be able to say that locally, and I know we'll be able to say that right around Brisbane, because that is what is at stake here in the LNP voting down this motion, and each and every one of you, we'll say it in Pullen Vale too, Councillor Adderman, that the LNP, to continue to fund their inner city projects, are cutting more and more and more from suburban projects, and they think it's funny. That's what we've come to here in this place. But anyway, appreciate the chamber debating this and the next four, and I'm looking forward to a whole lot more of these in the future.
We'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6B on the agenda. Councillor Collier, would you please move the motion?
Thanks, Chair. I move that this council revisit, review and update the domestic violence strategy with tangible actions.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that this council revisit, review and update the domestic violence strategy with tangible actions. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I genuinely, from the outset, hope that this will be supported by all councillors from this chamber, because we all know that we need to do more to address domestic and family violence, and it is truly up to everyone to take action. May, of course, is Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month, and we cannot ignore the national conversation that we are having right now. We are having a national conversation still that too many women are dying. We also cannot deny that we all have a role to play in not only addressing domestic and family violence, but also in supporting our workforce and the over 2 million residents who call Brisbane home. We have a role to play in supporting all of these people to address domestic violence, and it requires collaborative, meaningful action. We clearly have to do more as a society, and we have to educate and support the community on what their responsibilities are to stop this behaviour and acts of violence. And I want to acknowledge the former councillor for Morningside, Cara Cook, who was, of course, instrumental in delivering the current DV strategy for this council, which was the first of its kind. And I know that this came about because at the time she moved an urgency motion, and the creation of the strategy was unanimously supported by all councillors. That's something to be proud of. But I also know at the time that it was Councillor Allen who said that the strategy, and I quote, would be revisited as we become more aware of the role that council can play. 28 women so far this year, according to Counting Dead Women, have been lost to alleged acts of violence, and many of those have allegedly died at the hands of a family member. That's 28 too many. How many more women have to die before we accept that we cannot wait and we must do more, and it is preventable? As councillors and leaders of the city, we can increase awareness, educate more. We can advocate with our voices in this place for victims and survivors, and we can promote healthy relationships. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare reports that intimate partner violence contributes more illness, disability and death in women aged 25 to 44 than any other preventable risk factor in the nation. I call on all councillors today to support this motion.
Is there any debate? Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this motion. It was only in 2020 that Brisbane City Council first released our domestic and family violence strategy. It was something we took the time to produce to make sure we got it right. We consulted widely with all councillors, domestic and family violence organisations, and many other groups across the city. But we didn't just develop it and let it sit on the shelf. Since the strategy was released in 2020, we have already revisited and updated, and this was done in 2022. This means the motion before us is not a reflection of the facts. So I would like to take this opportunity to move an amendment to make sure it is accurate before we vote on it. So for the amendment, I would like to, at the beginning of the second line, insert the words "acknowledges this council has," and replace the words "revisit, review, and update" with the words "revisited, reviewed, and updated. So the motion will now read, I move that this council acknowledges this council has revisited, reviewed, and updated the domestic violence strategy with tangible actions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Huang and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion be amended by, at the beginning of the second line, insert the words acknowledges this council has and replace the words revisit, review and update with the words revisited, reviewed and updated. The motion will now read, I move that this council acknowledges this council has revisited, reviewed and updated the domestic violence strategy with tangible actions.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I think you need to seek some legal advice about this, Chair, because this fundamentally changes the motion.
That's not a point of order,
Yes, it
Councillor
is.
Cassidy.
Yes, it is, and the clerk will help you out. But
Councillor Cassidy. Thank you. If it's not ordered as if I don't rule that it's a point of order, it's not. And we're going to vote on the amendment, so you have your chance to make
we're
your
not
view about
voting on
this
the amendment. I have a point of order. This fundamentally changes this motion.
This is relevant to the original motion, and we are now going to vote on that, Councillor Cassidy.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
This amendment, seeking your ruling, this amendment fundamentally changes the original motion, it changes the intent.
You're going to have the opportunity to talk to that.
I'm saying this should not be allowed. This amendment cannot proceed because under the meeting's local law, an amendment cannot fundamentally change the intent of the original motion.
Well, I am making a ruling that it still is to the intent. Okay, let's vote on that. And then you can have your say about the amendment. I will now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Point of order. We can have debate on amendments. You have to call for debate.
Yes, you are right, Councillor Cassidy. Yes, and we will debate that. Yep, after we voted. Thank you. Let's just talk to the amendment. So, is there any further debate? Thank you.
Well, I assume Councillor Huang has the opportunity.
Thank you.
Well, it is very self-explanatory, so I don't think there's any further debate. Thank you.
So, well.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I will. I think you've erred in this, and we'll seek some legal advice. I'm sure the Chief Legal Officer is listening along tonight, so I'll give you a call later, James. But why are they all so giggly tonight?
Funny.
It's not funny. So the original motion before us tonight was to revisit, for Council to commit to, in 2024, this year, 2 years after it was last revisited and reviewed, to update the domestic violence strategy with tangible outcomes. So what the LNP are now doing is saying, and Councillor Huang, your position now, through you, Chair, is that because 2 years ago this was reviewed, nothing more needs to happen?
Yeah.
We just heard from Councillor Collier tonight that 28 women have been reportedly killed, the highest number this year to date. And it's only May. We're in the middle of Domestic and Family Violence Awareness Month, and this LNP Council, this Lord Mayor is overseeing, he's back in the chamber for this one to oversee this amendment tonight, to say this council doesn't believe that any more review, revisiting or reworking of its domestic violence strategy is required 2 years after it was last done. What are they playing at? I really don't understand, Chair. I don't understand. I'm sure you discussed this at a party room meeting and thought this was a good idea, but how you can come in here and the position of the LNP to be that after 2 years after the last review, with dozens and dozens and dozens of domestic and family violence murders occurring in our communities, that everything is fine in this strategy. Maybe maybe it is, maybe the strategy's spot on, but what is the problem in going through a process of review? I don't understand the LNP's position on this at all. I'm actually shocked by this. Yeah, I really don't. First and foremost, this amendment does fundamentally change the intent of the original motion, which was to seek a review. This amended motion, if voted on, is supported by LNP councillors, changes that to say a review took place 2 years ago and doesn't need to happen again. Well, why did the LNP agree to this in the first place, and why did Councillor Allen, who oversaw the development of this, say that at points along the way it needs to be reviewed?
Now's the time.
This is 2 years on from the last time. Councillor Huang said it was first introduced in 2020. 2 years later, a review was undertaken, but now saying no more reviews need to happen. That just blows my mind that this is the position of the LNP in Brisbane, supposedly the most progressive wing of the LNP in Queensland. This is just appalling behaviour, Chair, that we're seeing before us tonight. A complete and utter political bastardry to amend this motion in this way and to shut down this important issue in the month of May. You know, I would love to have gone with you to the peaceful walk that Sandbag organises, like I did in 2020, and say I was really proud of Brisbane City Council for agreeing to develop that domestic violence strategy. I would love to have gone with you and stood there and said, really proud to say that Brisbane City Council has reviewed that strategy, or is committed to reviewing that strategy, to find all of the things we can do better in supporting our community organisations, in making sure we are doing everything we can, but we can't do that now. That's not possible now because of these political actions that LNP councils are taking. An utter disappointment.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. In a time where this national conversation is the highest, in a time where we're living in a crisis, where we know that 45% of women that leave or try to leave domestic and family violence end up homeless. In a time where we in the city of Brisbane stand supposedly as its leaders, as people that stand behind principles, stand behind, you know, as the Lord Mayor said earlier, uniting our communities. And here we are with an amendment that says it's done. It's done. There is nothing more that we can do to stop the violence that is committed against everyday Brisbaneites in our communities. And it's incredible to see that. When you think about the strategy itself, there's 4 key points to this strategy that exists in Brisbane City Council: responding, preventing, community and educating. And of those 3 important points, which are all needed, we need the action in each of those points to make sure we eradicate domestic and family violence against women, children, men, whatever. Of those 3 points, only 1 Brisbane City Council takes responsibility for in partnership with Queensland Government, which is educate. It doesn't take anything in response, it doesn't take anything in prevent, it doesn't take anything in community. None of it. I read the strategy. And today, through this amendment, we're saying, yep, that's all. That's it. That's all we can do in this chamber. We can try to educate, and nothing else is possible. I am disgusted at this amendment, and I am deeply saddened by what's happening in this chamber today, because victims of domestic and family violence deserve more than just saying we've done enough. here in May, here in front of our city of over 2 million. We've just, well, we haven't, I certainly haven't, I'm voting this amendment down. The LNP administration has said we've done enough and we won't be able to do any more. Disgraceful. Shocking, absolutely shocking. I don't think, I'm actually at a loss for words. Because here I was hoping that we would all unite in this incredibly important topic. And yet, apparently, Brisbane City Council has done enough. As more women die. We are the city, state with the second highest rates of women that have been murdered this year. We've done enough. We have a housing crisis where women escaping domestic violence, or people escaping domestic violence, end up homeless, and we know because of this housing insecurity they return back to these tragic situations. But we have done enough. Disgraceful.
Any further speakers? Councillor Collier.
I genuinely thought this was an opportunity to take meaningful action, and maybe it was wishful thinking in hoping that the LNP would support this motion tonight. It wasn't massively prescriptive. It is just something that should receive bipartisan support. It should just happen. And you're all sitting there, all LNP councillors sitting there in silence, and your silence says that this is okay. I know that on the statistics that people in this room have experienced domestic and family violence. And I'm one of them. I have experienced intimate partner violence many years ago. I can tell you harrowing stories about how I was isolated from my friends, how money was stolen from me and put me at financial disadvantage, how I was physically assaulted, not once, not twice, more times than I can count. And so when you come in here and play politics and amend this motion and say, it's fine, there's nothing more that we can do, you are insulting victims, you are insulting survivors. I carry around this shame of what I've experienced for far too long, and I'm speaking out tonight so that hopefully it will make a difference and that you will reconsider. I genuinely implore you to do that, because too many women are still dying every single day. People are experiencing domestic and family violence, and by saying that we do enough, you are saying that that is okay. I note that Councillor Huang mentioned that there was extensive consultation done with local councillors. Were you consulted? No. Were you consulted? No. Were you okay, so maybe it was just consultation with LNP councillors. This is not a Labor or an LNP issue. This is not a political issue. It is a societal issue, and I genuinely do not understand why you are making it so. You are the administration of this place, and you are the people who can create change. Meaningful change. I genuinely cannot believe that Councillor Cunningham, of all people, would be okay with this, given her extensive involvement with Small Steps for Hannah and all of the amazing things that they've achieved in wake of a terrible, terrible tragedy. Were they consulted about not amending, about not updating the strategy? Were any other groups consulted? We have the fundamental issue that we are trying to address here that is not part of this amendment is that we have to do more. We simply must. And it is not one level of government's problem to solve. It is every single person in an individual capacity, in an organisational capacity, in a political capacity. So why won't you do it? I hope that when you go home tonight, where you live a privileged life and you are, hope, free of experienced domestic and family violence, that the last thought you think about is those people who have to experience it. Because by voting this amendment up, you are saying that that is okay. I hope you are all really proud.
Further speakers? Councillor Wong, right of reply.
Anything to say? Nothing. Yeah, nothing.
Don't call out, please, councillors. I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
The motion has been carried. We'll now move to the debate. Councillor Wong. No? Okay. Any other speakers? Councillor Massey. Oh, sorry. Yep, sorry, I didn't see. Everyone was at their feet, so I apologise. Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in support of the amended motion. I'm pleased, for one, to have the opportunity to talk about this and to highlight the work that Council is doing, that the Schrinner Council is doing through our domestic and family violence strategy. Because, Madam Chair, one death is too many. It is a very serious issue, and the people who have sought to politicise this issue are on the other side of the chamber here
Councillor
tonight.
Collier, one moment please. Councillor Cunningham, I'm sorry. Councillors will all be heard in silence, please. There'll be no more calling out across the chamber. You have an opportunity to get up on your feet when each councillor is finished and debate it then. Councillor Cunningham, please continue.
Madam Chair, we have never said it's job done. We have never said the fight is over. There are ongoing actions that we as a council continue to take each and every single day. Because as a local government, we do have a role to play in supporting communities who are affected by domestic and family violence. Our domestic and family violence strategy states that as a council, we support the right of all people to live in a family or a domestic relationship free from violence, abuse or intimidation. We know that domestic and family violence occurs behind closed doors, but we know that the impacts are felt well beyond the home, in our community, and importantly, as an employer of thousands of people in our workplace. We're too aware, unfortunately, that this is an issue for council employees every single day and our community every single day. In fact, there isn't a week that goes by where I don't hear a personal case about either an employee or a member of my community who is currently suffering. Council provides up-to-date information and resources to support our employees who are affected by this. We offer paid domestic and family violence leave, and we have a 24/7 confidential support line available. We continue to partner with Workhaven to deliver the Fresh Start for Me program, something I'm incredibly proud of. This is a 10-week program, and it includes engaging directly with an expert to take practical steps to create the right environment for people to rebuild, to support them, to maintain their momentum, and to track their progress. As a large council, we've also taken the opportunity to provide the program to 2 smaller councils in Queensland, and we do that free of charge in partnership with Workhaven. We are going above and beyond. We're not only supporting employees affected by DFE, but educating and training colleagues who might be bystanders, helping managers with team members who are impacted by this. Our strategy also identifies ways that Council can continue to raise awareness and partner with peak organisations to support and to educate our community. Don't forget, councillors, the state government is the lead agency for DFE response and prevention. But as a council, we absolutely acknowledge that there are things that we need to do.
Sorry, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Massey and Councillor Chongwa, please remain quiet. Your turn will come, and yes, you did. I'm not debating you. You're calling out across the room. Please stop it. Councillor Cunningham, please proceed.
There are things, of course, as a council that we will continue to do to educate and support our community on top of our important responsibility to our employees. I agree, and I'm sure many of you here believe it's welcome news that the Prime Minister has escalated this issue to National Cabinet's attention. The state government, with the funding support of the federal government, has the resources, the responsibilities and the power to respond to and to prevent domestic, family and sexual violence. They're also supported by a number of other organisations and advocacy groups who do incredible work on the ground. On a personal note, I know my Coorparoo police officers respond to, on average, 5 domestic and family violence matters a night just in their district. I know a number of us in the chamber continue to work with organisations, and I'm proud, and I will continue to be proud, to work with Sue and Lloyd Clark on the Small Steps for Hannah Foundation. They have made incredible progress. Through you, Chair, I can assure Councillor Collier and all councillors here for this matter that this strategy and our efforts as a local government towards ending DFE are never forgotten, and we will continue to work hard within our space, within the local government jurisdiction. This strategy, Madam Chair, has been independently reviewed. It has been revisited, and it has been updated to ensure that it will always reflect contemporary and accurate information, and it always will reflect the work that we continue to roll out to support the community, and I commend it to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Collier.
Thanks, Chair. Well, respectfully, none of those things stopped an intimate partner from smashing my head through a door, and respectfully, none of those things would have stopped that person grabbing my hair and dragging it along a brick wall. I think the work is never done until women stop dying and until they stop having these experiences. And the words that we just heard from you, Councillor Cunningham, through you, Chair, reading a pre-prepared speech about all the bullet points you can tick off is well and good, but in the face of when National Cabinet is being convened to address the issue and saying, we've reviewed it, in your own words, that's what the motion now reads, we have reviewed it, we have revisited it, and we have updated it, like there's nothing more to be done, is an insult. It's an insult to victims, it's an insult to survivors, it's an insult to their families. And I just genuinely would love to understand why, in the current climate, you wouldn't just support it. You wouldn't just say, okay, yeah, we'll do it, like we're constantly doing it, okay. And that just goes to the heart of the crux of the issue with this council, which is you're happy to go out in the public and have a conversation about how progressive you are and how much you support women, but when it fundamentally comes down to it, because it was a Labor councillor who brought this motion today, you've chosen not to accept it. And you've chosen to put it back on me as the person who moved it, the councillor who moved it, by saying, oh, we've already done all this stuff, you couldn't possibly know. That's the fundamental issue when we're talking about adapting behaviours. It's about listening to the voices of the people who are working in this advocacy space. And with the deepest respect, I don't believe that consultation continually occurs with these organisations. We had the opportunity today to make some real progress. And for those opposite to choose not to use their voice, their power and their position in this council to say, yes, we can do more, because we all agree. There's no disagreeing on that. We can all do more. It's disgraceful. To all of the council employees, the people of Brisbane, the people who are working with these frontline services, I am genuinely so sorry that this has happened tonight, because we could have had a real opportunity to continue the conversation. We're talking about a national conversation about why this is happening. And by moving this amendment tonight and bringing it forward, you are shutting down that conversation. To save women's lives, we need to continue to have the conversation. Do not shut that door. So by all means, do whatever you want in here. You've been elected, you've got the mandate, but please just do the work behind the scenes. Genuinely, that is what I would love to see from you all tonight.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. As a council, we must act on the drivers of gendered violence and the violence against women and children and anyone else, and the unequal distribution of power, resources and values and opportunities. These are drivers of violence and corrective control on families. And I mean, I get a bit choked up, and I never really do. But to pigeonhole this council that could have had an opportunity today to say, we will work harder. Yeah. We will work harder. We recognise that as a council, we might have more limited resources than the state government, but there is always more work to do, and the fact that that has been taken away from the city and the people of Brisbane is a great tragedy, because of course there's more work that we can do as a council. I mean, we could have had that debate, right? We could have had that conversation of the different things and the ideas that we could share between what's supposed to be 26 people in here about how we can show Brisbane that we are a part of stopping and eradicating domestic violence and family violence, and that we want to work towards that. And those ideas, I'm just going to freeball here, those ideas are vast, actually. You know, they go from little things, from ensuring that there is period products available in our council facilities to make sure that women that are suffering from period poverty are protected. They can go from all the way to continued highlighting and acknowledgement of women and gender diverse and different minorities and women, highlighted in our civic, economic and social lives. We could go to consent education. We could do toolkits that are available for members and community groups in our community. We could partner for venues in the nighttime economy, for safe places, right? Working with venues in the Fortitude Valley for education. We could look at expanding bystander training, not only to council members, but making it available for multiple communities and the community groups that we work with. Training things like MATE, right? That exists, that help us become confident to be participants in stopping coercive control and domestic violence, and stop us from being bystanders. But that's what we are in here, aren't we? We're becoming bystanders to a national epidemic, to a national conversation. We are becoming bystanders. Just then, I mentioned just a couple of things. There's probably lots more that we could have discussed. 26 of the brightest minds in Brisbane, maybe? But there is no conversation to be had about the actions that council can take. Because instead, we'll push it on to the state government or to the federal government, and they also have a role to play. Of course, everyone has a role to play, but for us to stand here in silence, to watch and look, so many people in silence, to say that we have a place, and that place is this little box, makes us bystanders to what we could have been a leader in this city. A city that is the #1 growing population. A city that has the second most deaths of women on record this year, with many more to come. We have decided to become bystanders, and it is incredible and so disheartening to me. And I speak directly to victims of domestic violence, coercive control, those that are still in their homes today. Those that can't get away. Those that we have said, we're not going to help you more than we can right now, because we've failed you. And there is still time to change it back. There is still time. Maybe the rest of this council will vote this amendment down. We can change it. We can speak up for you. We can say to you, you deserve more than what you have now, and we'll try harder. But this council is saying nothing. And remember that, the silence, the bystander, the box. Because we know there's an epidemic of bystander inaction, and it's not just in people's everyday lives. It's apparently here in chambers too. Because we can do more, and we could have had that conversation. If council has achieved various things and have done great things for people within the administration that are working for them, we can do more. And it is shameful to me that this amendment has passed and that conversation could happen, because as council we can act. I suggested a few things just then. I'm sure many people have other suggestions, I hope, about things that we can do that are tangible and achievable by other councils, by this council. And I hope that these things are taken on board. And I'm going to just keep reading. I'm going to keep reading. I'm going to keep fighting for my communities. I'm going to keep watching what this council does in this space, or what it doesn't do. Because we are accountable to the residents of Brisbane, and this honestly is not good enough.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair, Madam Chair. And look, I just want to, I wasn't going to get up to speak, but I listened very carefully to Councillor Collier and to Councillor Massey. And I just want to make it very clear that we are not finished doing anything in council. We are continuing, reviewing, revising, updating, making sure we have everything.
One moment, please, Deputy Mayor. Again, councillors, you've all just spoken, and everyone in this room listened to you without any interruption. Please show the same respect. Deputy Mayor.
The motion doesn't have the specific words there around, and we will do it forevermore. But Councillor Cunningham has made it very, very clear what we are doing, and we will continue to do in this space. Domestic and family violence leave for all staff. Fundraising by council staff for charities and support services. Promotion of support services to employees on council's intranet. Implementing the Fresh Start for Me program to support employees to rebuild after domestic family violence. Supporting the Inclusive Brisbane Board and Professional Advice Alliance, which provides pro bono advice for community organisations, including domestic violence support services. Council supports and sponsors awareness-raising campaigns and initiatives. The Community Support Funding Program offers financial assistance to community groups providing affordable housing in Brisbane. Support of community initiatives via grants and a Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust Giving Program. Community lease facilities for domestic violence and support services. Exemptions and financial concessions for eligible charities and not-for-profit service providers. Suppression of sensitive information during DA processes to maintain confidentiality of domestic and family violence service providers. Collaboration with organisations like Zonta. Delivery of community housing partnership projects to support the Brisbane Housing Company. And of course, then making sure we update our information on council's intranet. We train our employees to identify and support their colleagues who may be experiencing domestic and family violence. Supporting training and provision of contact officers in the workplace. Researching to assist council in determining how to improve awareness of domestic and family violence. I ask you, Madam Chair, does this sound like we're finished? We will never be finished, and we will never stop the conversation. And to suggest otherwise is outright wrong. Now, I have not been on the receiving end of domestic violence, and my heart cries out to anyone who has had that horrible experience, councillors in this chamber included. But we will never finish this conversation. And I'm very disappointed that they can't see the work that we do and the roles that we have in council when we are not the lead provider in this space, but we go above and beyond any council in this state. And you can ask any DV community organisation, they know we go above and beyond, and we're proud of that. But we don't sing it from the rafters because we also have to respect people's privacy. And it's an outrage. It upsets me to hear the blatant falsehoods that we're not doing anything else, because that's just not right. It is just not right. We put our arms around everybody in the community, our colleagues, our work colleagues, our staff, and further afield, above and beyond, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is an extremely, I think the LNP are realising, an ill-thought-out amendment to this, because what is before us now, the motion that the LNP is asking us to support, is for no further review. Now, I accept the Deputy Mayor's just stood up and said that that happens, that work continues to happen, but it says the opposite. It says the opposite on what will be a formal position of this council now. I agreed with almost every single thing that Councillor Cunningham said in her contribution about the importance of this work, the important and well-received and successful programs that Council has delivered to date. I also agree with Councillor Cunningham that these documents and strategies need to be contemporary to address and deal with contemporary issues. This strategy was last updated in 2022. In 2022-23, the rate of women killed by an intimate partner in Australia increased by nearly 30%. We agree that one death is too many. And we also all acknowledge, I think, that the horrific numbers that we are seeing of murders, particularly of women by intimate partners, is unacceptable. We've heard from both sides of the chamber tonight that this is a national issue, that the Prime Minister has convened a national cabinet meeting about, or as an agenda item, that every state and territory government, the national government, are seeking to address in a contemporary way. Right now, in 2024, they are reviewing and revisiting every tool in their kit.
Yep. That's right.
But here, in the largest council in Australia, the position is no more than we're already doing. That's what the position will be of this council, which is deeply, deeply disappointing. I can see how deeply traumatic this is for my colleague to have to get up and share these experiences and through that lived experience make her voice heard. I want to hear from the Lord Mayor tonight on this. We cannot have the Schrinner Council, this Schrinner administration voting on this without us hearing now from the Lord Mayor. You are clearly going to vote to say no more reviews, but we need to hear that something is going to be done. You've backed yourselves into this motion now, I get that. But we need to hear that from our city's leader. We need to be able to go out to those community organisations that work on the ground and say, we believe more will be done from council, because at the moment we can't say that. We can't go and front up to them and say, we agree more work needs to be done by everybody everywhere else apart from here in council. Yeah. We can't do that. We can't do that. So we need to hear from the Lord Mayor tonight. So I certainly hope we'll do that before, I presume Councillor Huang will sum this up because he amended the motion. I presume that's now the process of this. He's not here to do that, so I would certainly hope that the Lord Mayor now will make his voice heard.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Strong.
Yes, I would have hoped the Lord Mayor would have arisen to speak to this amended motion. Every year since I've been a councillor, starting in 2016, I've attended a candlelight vigil at the Civic Centre, facilitated by Forest Lake Community, by another community house, and the DV office that is in the shopping centre area. I've heard some of the most horrific stories from women, young and older, single and married, and some with, of course, children. And I was very proud to be able to tell them in 2020, thereabouts, that at one of the candlelight vigils that Brisbane City Council was undertaking and had undertaken a strategy to do all that they can do to minimize this scourge on society that we call family and domestic violence. The candlelight vigil will happen probably in the next week. I haven't got an exact date here, but it'll probably happen in the next week. And I'll be sadly, I'll have to tell them that Council is no longer looking at this amendment, no longer going to undertake a definitive review. Now, all they had to say tonight is that we will be undertaking a definitive review. Give us, I don't know, the date, or, well, either the day or the week or the month or even sometime this year. But there was nothing in the amended motion about that, there was nothing said about that during the debate. So, as I say, very sad that that a definitive review, and all they had to say was, we'll do it every a couple of years, every 2 years. We'll be doing it within the next year, and that would, I mean, sooner rather than later would be obviously the best time to be done. But it's important that it's gone to National Cabinet, this issue, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of initiatives coming out of National Cabinet from both sides, and some strategies that they're going to put in place. So it would be certainly advisable for Brisbane City Council to undertake a review to see what else they can do, working in with what the National Cabinet will no doubt come down with some initiatives, short-term and long-term, so that we can able to take part in some of those programs that may be available to local government. I just think it's very short-sighted, a terrible strategy. I don't know who came up with this one. Don't know if it was the Lord Mayor or the caucus collectively, but whoever gave that advice on what we were proposing, which was very common sense stuff, is that you do a review. On anything council does, we should always review to see if we can do it better, to see if we can, in this case, do it better, and to help save those lives that we continue to lose with this issue. Incurred in Queensland, which, as they said, it was the second worst result. New South Wales was higher. But we obviously, especially with the migration of the population migrations, we're growing very rapidly. We have to deal with this as best as we can. And I just think it's really disappointing that I'm going to have to tell the candlelight vigil that the council has decided on an amendment that they moved, that they voted on in the affirmative, that they were not going to do another review on their domestic violence strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? As there is no further speakers and no right of reply, I will now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6C on the agenda. Councillor Collier, would you please move the motion?
Thank you very much, Chair. I move that this council commits to implementing 10 days reproductive leave for all council employees.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that this council commits to implementing 10 days reproductive leave for all council employees. Councillor Collier.
Well, Chair, we're moving this motion today because reproductive leave is for everybody, because everyone at some point is affected by reproductive health issues. This sort of leave for our council employees means that they could access dedicated leave for matters like IVF, menopause, endometriosis, and preventative screening for prostate cancer or vasectomies. I have listened to the stories of working women who have called on employers to implement this leave. I have heard about women who have experienced miscarriages and have had no leave available and had to continue working. I have heard stories about women who experienced excruciating pain from endometriosis and didn't take any leave because they wanted to save their leave to care for their kids. I know that early screening for prostate cancer saved my dad's life, in more ways than one actually, and I wouldn't want a man to miss out on that early screening because they didn't want to prioritise their own health because they had to work. So I would love to see our council take the lead and implement it for our workforce. There's no understanding of the profound impact that a reproductive health issue or issues can have on an individual and on families. This may seem like a brand new issue to some, but there's so much stigma surrounding reproductive health issues, so it's taken until now to shine a light on it. It really is time to talk about these issues openly and create a culture where employees and employers work collaboratively together to implement real change. So by introducing dedicated leave, we can help support our workforce in council by introducing a policy that's reflective of the needs of our workforce. I recently read a survey that found that over 90% of women who have attended work have done so in agonising pain from their period. These stories have come from workers who have shared their experiences, and I want to acknowledge every single worker who has spoken about this issue. In particular, I want to acknowledge those members of the Together Union who I met with at Parliament House recently, and Jess Heron from Morris Blackburn Lawyers, who's been instrumental in her advocacy to create change. Just yesterday, we saw a commitment from the state government that they will introduce 10 days reproductive leave for public servants, and they're now calling on other sectors to follow suit. And I note that this announcement received bipartisan support across party lines. I also want to mention that part of that announcement yesterday from the state government, of course, included paying super on both paid and unpaid leave, parental leave. This is a massive game changer, and we know that financial inequity and inequality is a huge problem for our society and for our economy. I implore this council to listen, to act. Let's get reproductive leave for our workers.
Further speakers. Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Council provides an extensive suite of arrangements to support employees of all genders through a range of personal and medical issues. It includes treatment and management of reproductive system issues such as menstruation, fertility, endometriosis, menopause, pregnancy loss, gender affirmation, vasectomy and hysterectomies. Employees may access a range of paid and unpaid leave types, such as personal sick and carers, parental, gender affirmation, compassionate, bereavement and special approved leave, as well as flexible work arrangements, reasonable adjustment processes and Council's employee assistance program for that confidential support they might need. Now pay attention here, ALP councillors. Under the Queensland Employment Standards, employees receive 10 days paid personal sick leave and carers leave each year. Council provides its employees with an additional 5 days. 15 days paid personal sick and carers leave each year, cumulatively. In addition, council employees who were covered by EBA 7 in 2010 and EBA 8 in 2013 received banks of 130 days personal leave on each occasion. I further note that council introduced employer superannuation contributions on unpaid parental leave as part of the last round of bargaining, which was another great win. Employees who immediately proceed from a period of paid parental leave to unpaid parental leave will continue to receive...
Sorry, Councillor Cunningham, can you just hold one moment? Councillor Collier, you can't just throw out things and debate across the room like that, okay? You had your debate. Now it is another councillor's turn. Okay, I shouldn't have to keep reminding you of this. Please remain silent while other councillors are speaking. Councillor Cunningham.
So for the benefit of the chamber, I'll outline that again, Madam Chair. Employees who immediately proceed from a period of paid parental leave to unpaid parental leave will continue to receive applicable employer superannuation contributions for up to 12 months. With all that said, Madam Chair, bargaining between Council and the unions for our next certified agreement will commence later this month, in fact. And I'm sure we will see this on the log of claims from unions, although I must stress that we don't want to preempt any part of future discussions. Because structured meetings between IR professionals from Council and the unions is the best place to discuss future worker entitlements, not via political grandstanding that we see continually from members of the opposition. I'm not sure if Councillor Cassidy or Councillor Collier think that they know better than the unions. Maybe they think they know better on to how to advocate for their members or what the story is going on there, Madam Chair. Clearly there is a backstory. Clearly there is a union master that they're advocating for. We have a process, a professional process for coming to an agreement on employee conditions. It doesn't take place in this chamber, Chair. It has never taken place in this chamber. So, with all that said, I move the motion lay on the table so matters can be appropriately considered in the proper process.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the motion at item 6C on the agenda lie on the table. I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
The motion has been carried. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notion of motion at item 60 on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please read the motion?
I move that this council congratulates Moreton Bay City Council on the rollout of 116,000 curbside organics bins across their city, supported by a full organics collection service expected to commence in December.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council congratulates Moreton Bay City Council on the rollout of 116,000 curbside organics bins across this city, supported by a full organics collection service expected to commence in December. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm sure this is going to be completely non-controversial. I'm sure the Lord Mayor and his team would like to congratulate the hard work of a colleague of theirs within the Councillor Mayor's South East Queensland and the leadership they are showing over in Moreton Bay City Council. But what we know is the Brisbane City Council continues to lag behind the rest of the country, it seems, when it comes to organic waste. We are now at 240 councils across Australia having signed up to a full organic recycling program. This LNP Council only applied for $2.7 million from the state government's Grow FOGO fund when other smaller councils received much more because they applied for much more. And it's not like the Brisbane City Council was stiffed on that. We were eligible for a whole lot more than this LNP Council applied for. So you've got to wonder why. Is that the case? Now, for example, Moreton Bay City Council received $9.5 million investment from the state and now set to roll out 116,000 organics bins to households across their LGA from this December. This green top bin will be collected from households and turned into a high-value compost, mulch and soil products and potentially biofuels as well. Now, that work alone will see that region's, that city's recycling rate go from 45% to more than 60% pretty much overnight. Yet this LNP Council is still making people pay for a green waste bin that they're already paying record high rates and seeing that valuable resource basically wasted on an industrial scale. It is embarrassing that we are so far behind the times when it comes to organic recycling. We see neighbouring councils right across South East Queensland now, right throughout Queensland and, as I said, hundreds and hundreds around Australia doing the heavy lifting while Brisbane lags under this tired old LNP administration. Moreton Bay City Council have led the way when it comes to affordable housing, way ahead of Brisbane. Yep. They're now leading the way when it comes to organic waste reduction. Right. We know the single biggest, and if LNP councils don't, they should do some research, but the single biggest the single biggest action that a council can take to reduce carbon emissions as a council and as a city or as a local government area is to remove organic waste from landfill. Now, as an action, that outstrips all other actions that council can take combined. Yeah. It has a bigger impact than electric vehicles, it has a bigger impact than solar power, and it has a much bigger impact than household composting. There are exciting new industries emerging around biofuels, using waste as a resource to generate clean energy. It's an industry that our council could be leading on. We've just had a presentation this morning about the State of the City report, about attracting new investment, investing in high-tech modern jobs here in Brisbane, but the LNP continue to thumb their nose at one of the biggest that we could be leading on, which is organic recycling. But the only strategy this LNP continues to pursue in the face of all of that is to continue to bury organic waste in the ground. Given one of the largest councils in Australia, Moreton Bay City Council, can now manage a rollout of FOGO bins and reduce organic waste on such a large scale, we think that deserves some congratulations. Yep. It doesn't require a campaign of lies and scare and misinformation. That council's just getting on with leading. That would be a breath of fresh air if this Lord Mayor took a leaf out of Mayor Peter Flannery's book, I think. We certainly hope the Lord Mayor can have a close look at a council that is managing to deliver services and invest in jobs and reduce waste and reduce the long-term costs of ratepayers and renters in their city by working with the state government and the national government in accessing funding and rolling out these programs. Because it's not just an investment in the short term in jobs and waste reduction, but it's also an investment in our country's future, one that is facing the devastating impacts of climate change now on a decade-by-decade basis, rapidly by a few-year cycle and soon probably yearly cycle. We need to do everything we can, and instead of just going down the low road and the base political action that this LNP administration has on this issue, we think it's high time to lead. And today, I think the first step in doing that is a very simple thing. We can congratulate a neighbouring council on taking that lead and hopefully, following this, start leading by example ourselves, Chair.
Is there any debate? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair, and I rise to speak on the motion. Of course, we on this side of the chamber are big supporters of reducing waste and improving recycling in our city. We have an entire strategy, our Towards Zero Waste strategy, designed to help residents to recycle more. We have a dedicated recycling service for our red top bins, and we've made it cheaper and easier than ever before to recycle more. Residents can access free additional yellow top bins, and we've waived the establishment fee for green bins. As of the 1st of July last year, it cost residents less than $1 a week to have their green bin collected. We have treasure troves, community compost hubs, Waste Smart Kindy programs, and recycled materials in our asphalt program, just to name a few. Chair, the motion before us asks us to congratulate Moreton Bay City Council on their rollout of curbside organics bins. The motion talks about 116,000 curbside organic bins to be rolled out in the LGA, with a new full organic service to commence in December. We know how much Councillor Cassidy loves FOGO, Chair. So, given this motion is asking us to congratulate Moreton Bay, I can only assume that Councillor Cassidy believes that what is being rolled out north of the border is a full FOGO service. Bum bum. That is wrong. Yet again, Councillor Cassidy has shown us he doesn't understand waste and recycling. He has shown us that he doesn't understand what FOGO actually means. And worse, Chair, he hasn't shown us he can even stay up to date with what's happening in our what our neighbouring council is proposing. Because what Moreton Bay is actually rolling out is a garden organics service. Now, if you read beyond the media headline, for those playing at home, that is simply a green waste bin. It is the Schrinner Council who introduced Brisbane's first green waste recycling program. That program has saved 100,000 tonne of green waste from landfill in the last financial year alone. All of the material is turned into valuable compost and mulch to help grow new plants and gardens across the city and nation. We are very happy that our neighbours are finally catching up with us here in Brisbane, because we've had green bins available to residents since 2010. In fact, we have just hit 150,000 green bins across Brisbane. 150,000. Moreton Bay is talking about 116,000, just to be clear. So, more than a decade after we rolled out our first green bin in Brisbane, it is great to see that Moreton Bay City Council is following our lead to do the same. Now, I will say that Moreton Bay has also flagged plans to roll out a full FOGO service in the future. I've got a quote here from Mayor Peter Flannery, Chair. He said, "The introduction of the GO service for garden organics across approximately 116,000 households is an important first step in the lead up to full FOGO. City of Moreton Bay Council will take a staged approach to the introduction of organics collection." Just like us. A staged approach? Yes, Councillor Marks. That sounds awfully familiar, Chair. And that's because Moreton Bay's food waste plan looks a lot like ours. The City of Moreton Bay has a staged approach to the introduction of organics collection involving 2 stages. Stage 1 starts with the conditional opt-out garden organics service, which is due to commence in early December 2024. And Stage 2 will involve the inclusion of food organics for food waste in the collection. What's important here is that Moreton Bay have no date for the start of their FOGO service. Instead, they are starting their full FOGO service, the start of their full FOGO service is conditional upon suitable FOGO processing facilities with sufficient capacity to process organic materials. Just like Moreton Bay, we're committed to gradually rolling out food waste recycling to more suburbs as the industry progressively builds up capacity to convert food waste to compost. Councillor Cassidy has talked in this place before about the market's capacity to process the materials collected from the curbside. As we know, he believes that market capacity is a manufactured issue created by this administration. But here we go. Moreton Bay identified the exact same issue, that a full FOGO service simply cannot be rolled out until there is sufficient industry capacity to deal with the volume of organic material.
There you go. Fancy that.
Fancy that. I will take that interjection from you, Councillor Marx. Fancy that. Councils who have rushed the rollout of food waste recycling are facing a huge problem with their residents, and we're determined not to do that. So, while we won't be supporting the motion this evening, Chair, we do commend Moreton Bay for taking our lead and committing to a phased and well-considered rollout of FOGO in the future.
Any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy, right of reply.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm glad we finally have like a clear position on one of these motions from the LNP to just not support that. I'm not sure, yeah, that's right, that's a contribution. I'm not sure who's in charge. Councillor Mark's clearly still in charge of the portfolio. Pulling the strings over there on the current chair. But I wouldn't take the lead from that chair over, saw no action when it came to a staged rollout of FOGO. We would be so much further down the road if we had taken the approach that Moreton Bay City Council is currently taking years ago. Councillor Hutton seemed to claim that rolling out 116,000 bins in Moreton Bay City Council was somehow less impressive than rolling out 150,000 bins in Brisbane. Let's consider the numbers though. 116,000 bins in Moreton Bay City Council is 100% coverage of their households. But here in Brisbane, Councillor Hutton said just 150,000 bins have been rolled out, but we're missing 300,000 households.
Where are they?
Yeah, so where are they? I'll take that interjection from Councillor Hutton. Where are they? Where are those bins at? If you don't get serious about rolling this out and I take the point that Councillor Hutton raised in rolling this out in a staged approach and sending a strong signal to the market, not just to companies that want to engage in industrial composting for soil improvers and farm products and sports field remediations and all that sort of stuff. There are emerging industries. I had a conversation with two separate companies late last year and early this year who are moving into biofuels, who are desperate to break into this industry to get full FOGO organics, garden and food organics, including all proteins, to be able to generate zero emissions power. Not talking about methane generation from organic material that is buried in the ground like this administration currently does and seemingly wants to continue to do. We're talking about new biofuels which could be powering the Brisbane of tomorrow. Yep. If we had an administration that looked to the future and said, we commit to and we're upfront with the people that we're going to establish a staged rollout in getting everybody on board in the first stage with garden organics and then transitioning that to a full FOGO food and garden organic system and engaging the market every step of the way, we would actually be so much further down the road. So it's disappointing that the Lord Mayor wants to snub one of his colleagues in the Councillor Mayor's SEQ. I'm sure at the next meeting he can go up to him and say, oh, well, better luck next time, Peter. You didn't have the support of Brisbane City Council for trying to future-proof your region. But anyway, that's their decision. We still think this is commendable. It is great forward-thinking policy from the Moreton Bay City Council. And you wouldn't have, I wouldn't have thought years ago that Moreton Bay, which was, a regional council now becoming a city council, would be leading on so many of these issues streets ahead of Brisbane City Council. You would have always thought that Brisbane has the size and the capacity and the brain power and the leadership and the staff base to be able to move on these critically important policy areas. But unfortunately, it's our smaller, less prosperous neighbours that have to do the heavy lifting in this space. So we do congratulate Moreton Bay City Council and look forward to seeing their continued leadership on this, and we will continue to advocate to act on climate change here in Brisbane, to invest in the jobs of the future here in Brisbane, and to put downward pressure on rates and rents here in Brisbane. Because we don't want to see a future in 10 years' time where the ratepayers and renters of Brisbane are paying an additional $600 million in waste levy charges because this Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and his LNP council would rather put politics ahead of good policy. So that's the eternally disappointing thing for us in this debate, but we do congratulate Moreton Bay City Council on their work.
I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 18 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6E on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move that this council update the Housing Supply Action Plan with short-term deliverables by 30 June 2024 to outline the urgent actions that this council can take to help address housing supply for the people of Brisbane.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier, that this council update the Housing Supply Action Plan with short-term deliverables by the 30th of June 2024 to outline the urgent actions that this council can take to help address housing supply for the people of Brisbane. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. We know the LNP have no real plan to help get people out of housing insecurity, but today we have an opportunity to make some steps in the right direction, to see some rapid action and to see some tangible outcomes sought when it comes to housing here in Brisbane. We had some sensible solutions on the table last week, which the LNP evidently wouldn't even debate, but we won't be dissuaded. We'll give this another opportunity tonight, and if you don't take that opportunity, we'll continue to give you opportunities to act. Council have an important role to play when it comes to unlocking housing supply. We hear that again and again and again from Councillor Allen, but yet we do see the Lord Mayor confirm that he is unwilling to act beyond expressing disappointment. Now, we understand feelings. We agreed last week with you on a specific topic when it came to a specific action when it came to emergency accommodation, but people need more action. They need some genuine commitment to changing the way in which we are working here in council when it comes to delivery of affordable housing. We need to see council work more closely with community housing providers and homelessness services. We also need to see council working harder to make sure developers are delivering the stock and that they are upholding their end of the bargain. I'm sure the LNP will do anything to get council's role in addressing housing off the table and shut down debate like they continue to do, or blame somebody else. Or blame somebody else. The LNP refused to have that conversation in here last week. In this place, what we say and do matters, and we've experienced that quite a bit tonight already. And I think it is disrespectful to the people of Brisbane to not put your hand up and say more can be done and we will help you. Instead, we see the LNP's tired old strategy come out again and again, and we've heard even today that the LNP have no new plans, no new actions to address housing. So we ask today to have this debate, a strategy, a vision, and to instil some hope that there will be some urgent actions coming out of this council. Now, granted, and I'll get to this in a moment, Councillor Allen said last week or the week before, I think, in committee that work was going on behind the scenes around precinct planning. But I think that needs to be much more upfront, both in terms of keeping people updated and abreast of what short-term actions this council is proposing to take, but also setting a strong signal to the market about what is needed going forward in terms of the delivery of housing stock that people can access, whether it's more affordable rentals or more affordable properties to buy. So we don't expect we'll have all of the answers laid out before us in the next 10 minutes, but we do need a commitment that that work will happen. We need the leadership to show us that that will happen. The housing and homelessness plan that Councillor Allen fumbled around with earlier and that the LNP released last year was threadbare and should have, I think, at best been seen as a starting point, a start-off point, and we need to make sure that we have more actions, more immediate actions in that plan going forward. So we've heard from the Lord Mayor today, or maybe Councillor Allen, from the LNP today, that the planning scheme changes that we are seeking as a council are taking 2 to 3 years to occur. Now, granted that's the reality and changes are being sought to make that faster and more streamlined process from the state government. So we support that. We support that action, that there should be faster planning scheme changes where we agree as a community and as a council that we need to see more supply. But still, what we have in that context, and over the last year the LNP knew that was the case. It's not like they just discovered that this year, that it's taking that long to progress planning scheme changes. We still have a situation where the LNP haven't done any more work. Over the last year, they haven't progressed any of those changes. So you can't just sit back and complain that these planning scheme changes are going to take too long in the future, where you sat on your hands for the last 12 months. That really smacks of, blaming and complaining, but not committing to any actions themselves. So the sustainable growth strategy has been around for a year, but no planning scheme changes have been progressed other than Kurilpa. So I just think that this LNP council really need to stop whinging and start getting on with talking about short-term actions. We don't want to hear excuses. We don't want to hear it's somebody else's problem or the council's doing enough. No one's buying that. And the standard LNP talking points have already been rolled out earlier today. We heard from Councillor Allen what the standard talking points are. What we want to have now is a debate around a commitment to short-term actions. The Lord Mayor, I'm sure he won't say actually, but the LNP would say that they have this and that, and we had Councillor Allen waving around different documents earlier today, and they often just say Carilpa and Pinkenbar as the solutions, but they're not enough on their own. We need more. We do have the opportunity today to do more and to take that challenge. Won't be easy. There's a short time frame on what we're suggesting here today, but I think the community deserves that kind of commitment. Every time this debate is shut down or delayed, or action is delayed by this LNP administration, that's one more day and one more week and then one more year that people aren't able to get a home, and that's an incredible shame on this city of ours. So we really think it's time for this council to step up and do the right thing, commit to actions, fund them and show some leadership. In the document that Councillor Allen was waving around earlier today, there were very specific areas identified for increased density. If these areas are suggested to be the most immediate action points, then let us know, commit to that, and then we can have that debate as well. At Chermside on Hamilton Road, and I'm not talking about the shopping centre here, I'm talking about further up Hamilton Road, to the west of Gympie Road, was identified for high-density residential. On Lutwich Road around Wellington Street, that was identified for high-density residential. I've got to read this, it's small writing, Berrima Street, Tingle Road and Ronald Street and Wynnum have been identified for high-density residential. The Indooroopilly Shopping Centre and properties nearby at Indooroopilly have been identified for high-density residential, and then increased, well, centre or principal or major, as well as high-density residential at Westfield Mount Gravatt, the old Garden City, and at Westfield Carindale as well. These are the places in which the LNP a year ago said they had identified to increase density and increase supply. Well, if that's the next action, then put it out there, put it on paper, tell the community, bring the community along with you. Don't just say you're going to do these things a year ago and then tell nobody anything about the progress on them going forward. Councillor Allen said earlier there was some confusion. Well, clearly with the LNP there is, when you take all these things into account. What's not confusing is that this issue is getting worse. Rents are continuing to climb, property prices are continuing to climb because there is a desperate shortage of affordable stock. What's not confusing is that we need to see more action. The types of housing that are affordable to build and to buy are not able to be built at the moment because we haven't seen enough action from this LNP administration in enabling them to do that. Now, Councillor Allen said that the LNP spoke to some of the same people that we do. They've sort of started to figure out that we're talking to the community housing sector, we're talking to the building industry. And the UDIA have said recently that the construction cost of units currently for a standard 2-bedroom unit is about $1 million per unit. So they're clearly not being built in your 6-packs, 8-packs, 12-packs. They're not being built. So these areas that are identified around Lutwich for increased density, those things aren't being built now. They may not be built into the near future as well. So we do need to see some more planning changes and some more leadership from this council. The townhouse ban was put in place a number of years ago, but what is the alternative to that as well? Councillor Allen talked, and his alternative is wellness lawns, plunge pools and spas. That's what he talked about earlier, but what we need to see is a commitment to affordable housing.
Further speakers, Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this motion. The Schrinner Council understands that planning for housing with appropriate access to transport and facilities is critical to Brisbane remaining an affordable and sustainable place to live. Our awesome city of Brisbane is projected to grow from a population of approximately 1.26 million in 2021 to a city of 1.72 million in 2046. To accommodate this growth, the city will need approximately 210,000 new homes by 2046. This equates to approximately 8,500 new homes every year. Whilst Council has nearly a decade of housing supply approved, we recognised that we need to look at ways to make it easier to construct these approved dwellings to deliver quality, affordable and well-located housing. And with 96% of all homes built by the private sector, clearly government alone can't solve this housing challenge. Supply has been strongly impacted by a complex set of economic conditions. Although Council has approved more dwellings, rising building costs, labour shortages and labour construction productivity due to unionism has heavily slowed construction. Our plan is the biggest step taken so far to kickstart the construction of new homes, which is the right thing to do with limited levers. The Housing Supply Action Plan, initiated in August of 23 and released in October of last year, builds on Brisbane's sustainable housing strategy and provides targeted actions to address short to medium-term housing supply, and in particular, it supports the development sector to deliver more homes in the right places faster. The action plan includes initiatives to help to reduce barriers to the delivery of sustainable, located and well-designed residential development. One such initiative, the Housing Supply Initiative, the Housing Supply Incentive. This incentive looks to reduce infrastructure charges for the delivery of studio, 1- and 2-bedroom apartments across both build-to-rent and build-to-sell developments. These targeted areas include those that are already planned for higher density living, such as high-density residential, principal and major centres and mixed-use inner-city zones. Developers with a current eligible development approval, a DA, from the 1st of January 2022 can apply for an infrastructure charges reduction. The incentive also includes 100% reduction for community housing providers. Council has already introduced accelerated development assessment processes for eligible developments and is investigating increased opportunities for new and higher density residential building types in key centres that have good access to services and public transport. Another action identified is the concept of growing up, not out, and focuses on protecting Brisbane's unique suburban neighbourhoods while facilitating more well-designed housing in areas close to jobs, transport and facilities. So, Madam Chair, how are we tracking on these actions? I can confirm that there has been significant interest in the housing supply incentive. To date, we have received requests for 10 individual sites, including 3 from community housing providers. If constructed, these 10 sites will deliver an additional 989 dwellings. This is more than the number of attached dwellings delivered in 2022. We are progressing the planning scheme amendment for the Kurilpa precinct, and the first of the inner city precincts that will facilitate the housing supply, affordability and diversity. These are in addition to the actions and initiatives outlined in the housing strategy that are also progressing. Madam Chair, for Councillor Cassidy to insinuate that little action has been taken is misleading and disappointing. As such, I would like to move the following amendment. After the word council, insert the words has taken. The motion will now read that this council update the Housing and Supply Action Plan with the short-term deliverables by 30 June 2024 to outline the urgent action that this council has taken to help address the housing supply for the people of Brisbane.
Seconded.
It has been moved by councillor Wolf and seconded by councillor Dixon that the motion be amended so that the second line, in the second line, and to prevent a double up, remove the first three words "that this council." After the second set of words "that this council," replace the words "can take" with "has taken." The motion will now read, I move that this council update the Housing Supply Action Plan with the short-term deliverables by 30 June 2024 to outline the urgent actions that this council has taken to help address housing supply for the people of Brisbane. I will now put the amendment. No, sorry, that's right. Okay, sorry, councillor Wolf, getting ahead of myself. Is there any debate?
No, no further debate. Thank you.
Councillor Cassidy.
That's strange. Why is the councillor who's moved this amendment not want to explain why she's moved this amendment? Yeah.
Because someone wrote that speech.
Because that was the end. That was the full stop. That was the full stop.
Sorry.
Perhaps you should add a.
Sorry, councillor Cassidy. I should have said, "Is there any debate?" So, is there any debate?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Chair, yeah.
Please.
So the LNP now want us to commit that they will update the Housing Supply Action Plan with short-term deliverables that they've already taken, as if again they want to walk around Brisbane and have people pat them on the back. All those people that are sleeping tonight, or trying to, in blaring lights and construction noise down on Albert Street. All those families that are... Yeah, I know, it's so sick and tired of Councillor Murphy laughing about these issues. Just very disrespectful. Of those families, you grow up. This is a really serious issue. Those families are sleeping in cars tonight. You just sit there and giggle, mate. It's actually so disrespectful.
Councillor Cassidy,
so
you will not direct the councillors across the chamber like that. Point of order, councillor Murphy.
Madam Chairman, I didn't giggle. I didn't say anything to Councillor Cassidy at all.
I didn't hear you say anything, councillor Murphy. That is why I have not... He did not say anything. That is why I have not said anything. But councillor Cassidy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. So they want all those families that are sleeping rough tonight and in the backs of cars or couch surfing to pat them on the back, to give them a pat on the back and say, well done, LNP, for everything you've done. You've alleviated the housing crisis. That's what this LNP amendment tonight wants us to do. And we accept that council can't fix all problems. But we advocate for council to do everything it can to find new actions, new outcomes when we are faced with a crisis. We've had this discussion on a different topic earlier tonight about there being a crisis, every level of government having a role to play, and in every single opportunity we have the LNP getting up and saying they just want to live in the past. The deep conservatism is that they want to just talk about what's been done in the past, not about what needs to be done in the future.
Brisbane's got no vision.
No vision, no vision whatsoever on these issues. And the idea of those strategies, they're not city plan, but they are designed to inform changes to city plan. Just like the blueprint, you remember the blueprint from back in 2018, I think that was, 2017-18, which was a document that recommended the banning of townhouses in suburban Brisbane, which was then adopted. Now, the condition for that was that a housing strategy must be developed by this council and adopted to inform changes to city plan to ensure that we didn't have housing supply issues into the future. So we all accepted that this administration would do that work. It was required of them by the state government in adopting those changes that they sought to make through a strategy and changes to city plan, which they did very rapidly, that they would develop a housing strategy. Now, that was 5 years late. That housing strategy was 5 years late. And in it, it's threadbare. In it, it says there are some vibes that will inform changes to city plan. Now, we've seen one of those which the LNP came out of the gate very quickly with Kurilpa, with the TLPI down there. As if in that first couple of weeks we were told that this was going to be a silver bullet and immediate action, we're going to see a whole lot of development. And as that debate rolled on over the few weeks after that was introduced as the first action, supposedly of many, in housing supply, that we don't expect to see residential development in that part of the world in the Kurilpa precinct for the next 5 to 10 years. So that's not a short-term action. That's not a short-term action. The actions that Councillor Wolf talked about in updating our strategy are things that are already in the strategy. So I'm not sure how you can update the strategy with the things that Councillor Wolf talked about. You can't
Councillor
go and
Collier.
update.
Continue, Councillor Cassidy.
You can't go and update the strategy with things that are already in the strategy and say that that now has been updated. The strategy talks about changes to city plan and introducing higher density in certain places, and as I talked about in my opening remarks, they are located, already been identified around Hamilton Road at Chermside, Lutwyche Road, Lutwyche, down in Wynnum, Tingle Road and surrounding streets there, Indooroopilly Shopping Centre. I think Indooroopilly Shopping Centre is in Councillor Wolf's ward, I believe. Yeah, so that's an action that already exists in the Housing Supply Action Plan, of which I presume in those notes that Councillor Wolf was provided by the Chair's office included that to be updated as well. But what we're talking about is making sure that those actions are clearly laid out and achievable in the short term. We agreed and voted for those changes that were described around reducing infrastructure charges for community housing providers and those incentive schemes to get more stock on the market. As I said, the current construction costs of this current, as of December last year anyway, probably escalated more, was around $1 million in construction costs for a 2-bedroom unit. So the presentation we had earlier and the report from Councillor Allen, of which Councillor Dixon spoke glowingly about all those 2- and 3-bedroom high-end units on Kingston Smith Drive, they are not going to be constructed. Sorry to burst the bubble, they're not going to be constructed anytime soon. They are not going to be any part of the solution when it comes to this housing crisis at the moment. So we know that, that's a fact. UDIA will tell you that. You can sit down with them and they will tell you that right now. They'll tell you the kinds of housing types that are much more affordable to construct at the moment. Standalone houses are much more affordable to construct, but granted, there's not a lot of room for them in Brisbane. We don't want to continue to go out, we want to go up, as we heard from the LNP. Townhouses are much more affordable to construct as well, but there's clearly not enough land zoned for LMR to allow them to happen in Brisbane. So what we've got in terms of actions from this LNP administration is that map that has 5 precincts on it. And it's a pretty high, that's it. That's basically, if you wanted to sum up all of the actions going forward, new actions from this LNP administration, it's those 5 precincts, the ones that I talked about: Carindale, Indooroopilly, Wynnum, Lutwyche and Chermside. So where are they at? 2 weeks ago, I asked Councillor Allen, where was the action on progressing those precincts? And he didn't know. He didn't know. He had an answer in the committee which went something like this: well, I think there's some behind-the-scenes work happening. Yeah, so Councillor Allen didn't know what was happening in terms of those precincts. And according to Councillor Wolf in this amendment tonight, they are the only new actions that this LNP administration can take. Well, the other ones she listed off are things that are already happening, so they're not new actions. The only new things that this LNP administration could do if they enact their Housing Supply Action Plan is to progress zoning changes in those 5 precincts. So to bump up the zoning on Hamilton Road, Chermside to high density, to bump up the zoning on Tingle Road down at Wynnum to high density, and at Lutwich Road to high density. If that's the answer, then let's include that in these short-term actions and see some progress on those things. But I don't really have, this is why we brought this motion tonight, Chair, because we tried to get that information out of Councillor Allen in the committee, but he didn't have it. And he gave the impression that he never would have it. We moved some amendments on this issue last week. The LNP didn't want to debate them. We brought this today to see if we can get some movement forwards about addressing this issue, and we have the LNP coming with an amendment saying, look at everything we have previously done, full stop again, that is it. That's deeply disappointing.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. Update the Housing Supply Action Plan with the short-term deliveries by 30th of June to outline the urgent actions that this council has taken to help address the housing supply. To be question mark, question mark, question mark. And why it's a question mark is because it's a weird amendment. To kind of say, yeah, we're going to update it by the 30th of June of all the things that we had done previously, before then. And of course, it's a little bit weird because many of the things that Councillor Wolf mentioned through you, Chair, are things that have already been done and... Give me a second. And we are... And, you know, and they're questionable. I mean, I think the TLPI was mentioned, and there actually hasn't been one single development approved in that. We are now in May, so 6 to 7 months later. But what I do find interesting about this is, of course, what Brisbane is experiencing at the moment. So on the 28th of Jan, there was a news article that came out where Brisbane is leading the nation in cost of living crisis with the highest rent increases, with the highest increases to health costs and energy hikes. And that homelessness is now disturbingly the status quo for low-income earners. Like this is an article that literally came out January 28th. I can send you the link. And in front of that, we also know since 2017 that homelessness has surged by 22%. We also know any given night in southeast Queensland, like on a night like tonight while we're in here, saying we did it. We did it. We should congratulate ourselves by the 30th of June on the actions that we've taken. We know on a night given like tonight, there are up to 10,000 people that will be sleeping homelessness, sleeping rough. And we know that the increasing number of homelessness is families, single women, older women, children. These are the areas, minority groups, these are the areas that are increasingly at risk of homelessness, which is interesting that this is the other amendment. And so here we are moving this amendment when the question is asked, and frankly, let me be clear, I don't think, you know, I've spoken here many times about intervention in housing. I've talked about how this is the greatest housing crisis since the Great Depression, and what that means is active intervention. I've talked about things that not only the administration doesn't consider appropriate. I've talked about a vacancy levy. I've talked about inclusionary zoning. I think these are conversations that we have to have. And in light of all of that, in light of the 10,000 people that will be sleeping rough or homeless tonight, in light of the increasing population of women, children, families, older women, at increasing risk. We are now debating on whether we should amend a motion to update the Housing Supply Action Plan with short-term deliveries by the 30th of June 2024 in the future, to outline the urgent actions that we already did. Like this is like, what's that show on ABC? Is this a version of Utopia?
Yes.
Like a nightmare version of Utopia. And it's just not okay, because what we do have an opportunity here to do is find other ways for action to continue to further that debate, to continue challenging what we could possibly do as this council. We have that opportunity here. And again, I don't think we often go far enough. I've made this clear multiple times. But at least we had the chance and the opportunity to debate it and to say, let's come up with something that we can do. And if it's been done before, we can do it better. But that's not an option now. I'm not surprised. I mean, you're not even disappointed anymore, are you? Are you in shock, councillor? I'm not even in shock. I just think it's just so irresponsible when we have a housing crisis that will continue to grow, that will continue to be visible in our streets, that will become visible more and more in our parks. And of course, state government and federal government have a role to play in that, but so do we, as I've said over and over again. We have a role to be visionary and to try different things and new things and expand on it to deliver for the residents in this community, our city. It was about last year around this time, actually, after the first panegyri, where I asked the Lord Mayor if he would continue to not move people on from park. And to that, which I was thankful for from the Lord Mayor, said he wouldn't move people on from parks across the city. And he made one thing clear. He said, a city full of tents means our governments have failed. We are also a government, which means we have also failed. And in this motion, we have gone to a plane of ridiculousness, a wild nightmare version of utopia. But nonetheless, the council will continue on, and this will not be debated in any meaningful way. And yet, still tonight, thousands of people will remain without our privilege of being housed. And apparently that's okay.
Are there any further speakers to the amendment? If there are no further speakers, I will put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerks, please read the vote.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, is there any further debate on the amended motion? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just turning to the amended motion, I must say I'm still a little bit mystified by Labor's intent in sort of discussing and taking the approach they've taken with the Housing Supply Action Plan, which is, a document that's still in action. It's still going forward. There are actions in there that are going to go for some years to come. Anyway, I'm also not sure that Councillor Cassidy understands the difference between Brisbane's sustainable growth strategy, our housing and homelessness strategy, I mentioned this earlier, and our housing supply action plan, which is the subject of this motion. One would think if you were going to nominate for and be appointed to a particular committee, you would at least make yourself familiar with the key strategic documents of that portfolio. We even tried to make it easier for him by outlining these key documents in our first committee presentation to the team. Madam Chair, I'm still not sure that he has read and understood these key documents. However, I'm reasonably confident that someone in the recent Labor campaign has read them because they copied most of it for their strategy. As Councillor Wolf said earlier, the Housing Supply Action Plan released late last year builds on Brisbane's sustainable housing strategy. Additionally, as part of the Shaping South East Queensland 2023 Regional Plan, released late last year by the state, SEQ local governments were asked to provide a housing supply statement to the department addressing the following questions. Where are the areas of primary concern in achieving the dwelling supply targets and why? What can local governments do differently to help achieve the identified targets? What does local government require from the state government to assist? Council took this requirement seriously and addressed these questions in a 9-page statement. Despite providing a detailed response to the state, we did not receive a response to our suggestions on our requirements from the state. In particular, they did not express concerns on Council's supply plans for Brisbane or provide specific observations. In addition to providing the housing supply statement, we also released the Housing Supply Action Plan to outline our targeted actions to address short to medium term housing supply. Short to medium term actions to address housing supply, short to medium term actions that we are already delivering on. One of the challenges acknowledged in the action plan is how do we convert development approvals and latent supply into dwellings. And as I have said many times in this chamber, we are looking to pull every lever we can to deliver this housing. As such, we have introduced new incentives, specifically reductions in infrastructure charges to help reduce construction costs and achieve more housing in key growth areas with good access to high-frequency public transport, jobs and facilities. We are growing up, not out. We are exploring options to reduce the construction costs for attached dwellings by looking at reducing the car parking requirements for those developments in the inner city, well-serviced, high-growth areas. However, we know feasibility is a key concern and it has never been harder to get projects to stack up in Brisbane. Right now, urgent action is needed to reduce building costs to deliver more housing. You only have to read any newspaper over the past couple of months to understand how dire the situation is. Key industry bodies, the Master Builders Australia, Property Council of Australia and UDIA have all advocated for the same thing. Construction costs are hindering the delivery of housing and more needs to be done. To make matters worse, the state government then went and introduced a pro-union best practice industry conditions program, alternatively known as the CFMEU tax. Essentially, it has forced contractors tendering for major government-funded projects to negotiate agreements with unions on conditions, including double pay when it rains and up to $1,000 a week for workers who travel more than 50 kilometres to a site. Not only will costs on these projects increase by up to 20%, but it will also tie up labour on builds that take longer, as it is in their interest to drag these projects out because their workers get paid these very generous rates for longer. This is already being witnessed on multiple projects. Unfortunately, the unintended or intended consequences of the best practice industry conditions has meant the costs and time frame for delivering high-density residential projects in the city has blown out to the extent that projects are no longer viable. Coupled with the union's militant stance on many sites, this has fuelled a rapid rise in construction costs across the whole construction sector. Now, Madam Chair, in Councillor Cassidy's early address, he said, Council needs to talk to developers to bring stock to market. Well, we talk to developers and builders all the time, and they are all telling us the same thing, that bringing projects to market in the current cost environment is not feasible. The bulk of these costs are being driven by labour costs and labour shortages. Now, Madam Chair, I understand that Councillor Cassidy marched yesterday proudly wearing his AW T-shirt. Perhaps Councillor Cassidy can march down to his Labor colleagues, in George Street and advocate for anything that would reduce the most significant costs of construction across the city, and that is labour costs. Instead of demanding deliverables from this side of the chamber when we are already delivering on our stated actions. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And only a Tory would come in here and bemoan the existence of unions that represent workers across this country. So I'm sure all LNP councillors were in their ward offices yesterday, working very hard, I'm sure. Oh, no, I don't think they were. Anyways, on this amended motion, the story of tonight is very clear. On the most pressing issue facing our city and our nation, the Lord Mayor is nowhere to be seen and has nothing to contribute. We have tonight brought motions on 5 separate issues, and of course housing being, I'd say, the most critical issue facing our city. And the silence is deafening from the administration. You know, we get these sort of strange, pre-prepared bureaucratic speeches about all the things that the administration has done. I'm not even sure that the councillors who possibly are reading those pre-prepared speeches actually believe in what they're saying. They're just handed them and read them. Maybe, maybe not, I'm not sure.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order,
Our speeches are not in the motion. Relevance to the debate, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Please.
Yeah, sorry, was the union movement
Collier,
in the motion too?
Do not,
Deputy Mayor?
Councillor Collier, you cannot do that across the chamber.
Do what, sorry?
That. Just talk to the other councillors and ask them questions. Through the chair, please stick to the substantive debate.
Tonight, on this side of the chamber, we're prepared to bring up and give a voice to the most important issues that are facing our city. And those opposite, those in the administration, every single time are happy to say, we do enough.
Yep. That's all they say.
That's all the administration has to offer the residents of Brisbane, is that on housing we do enough, on homelessness we do enough, on addressing climate change we do enough, on domestic violence we do enough. All of these things, the administration say we do enough, and that's not okay. So the story of tonight is that your silence is deafening, your refusal to engage in a meaningful debate and actually take responsibility for the fact that you are in the administration. You have the opportunity to make decisions and take on board feedback from from not just us as councillors in the opposition, but from the residents whose voices we represent and we bring to this chamber, to the organisations who speak to us every single day and say, we need more. We need this council to do more, to take action to address housing. So the story of tonight really is this the way you want to play it? Is this what the future of Brisbane looks like under an LNP administration? We do enough. We're just going to keep on hurtling along and updating our little glossy documents and saying, oh no, everything's fine. And every single councillor on the administration side will sit there with their heads bowed and won't make eye contact with me, won't engage in a meaningful debate.
Councillor Collier, just stick to the motion, please.
I'm literally talking about the
I bring you back to the motion.
Like I said, in this debate, throughout the entire period of today and over the past couple of weeks, you know, to be elected into this place is an ultimate privilege and you represent your community, but your silence is deafening on the issues that matter most to the people of Brisbane, like urgent and immediate action on housing. I genuinely have very little understanding of how those in the administration can say we do enough when people are sleeping in tents and in cars tonight. There are people sleeping on Albert Street, or trying to, right now. And we're in this place trying to give a voice to those people and say, we can do better, we can do more. Instead of reading ill-informed, pre-prepared speeches to contribute to a debate on the issues that matter most.
Any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Well, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on the amended motion and to pick up on some points that the Planning Chair, Councillor Allen, entered into the debate just earlier. And he said he was confused about Labor's approach in, first of all, asking questions about short-term actions, and then also now in bringing a motion, well, secondly in moving amendments to LNP motions, and then bringing our own motion to seek to address short-term actions when it comes to housing. So in any normal circumstance, I would sort of take issue with, you know, him standing up saying he's confused about those things, but seeing him operate in that planning committee a couple of weeks ago, totally befuddled about what actions are next off the blocks for this LNP administration, fills me with no confidence whatsoever. He seemed a bit incredulous that as a member of that committee I would ask those questions about what is next, what are the short-term actions that we need to see going forward. But as chair of this committee, of which I think he's been the chair now for a few years, maybe the entire last term, no, it might have been a switchover, but for many years now, Councillor Allen's been the chair of City Planning. He should be more across his brief. And if he is, in fact, more across his brief and does know what the next actions, what have they got to hide? Why don't we, instead of in this amended motion here tonight, why don't we say what those next actions are out in the public domain, instead of amending this motion to say now that apparently job's done. Apparently there are no more actions that this LNP administration could possibly take to help address this housing crisis we have here in Brisbane. You know, just to sort of think that they go to work, Councillor Allen comes in here to his office in Brisbane Square and sits there with the divisional managers and just sort of thinks and looks out the window and looks down the Brisbane River and pats himself on the back and thinks that's job's done. How you can have that, yeah, no, that's right, and to say that they talk to both developers and the development industry and builders exclusively. How you can think that is, you know, a good and valuable use of your time in the middle of a crisis. it's just incredible. I can't quite think of something that equates to, in the middle of, you know, it's a national crisis, we get that, but it is being felt particularly sharply in Brisbane, in our nation's largest capital city government, our fastest growing capital city in Australia. There are issues that are compounding on each other day after day, and the only contribution and solution the LNP has is to, on the first hand, say nothing more can be done. They are patting themselves on the back and job is done, and then attacking workers.
Yeah.
And I guess it's the sort of flavour for the LNP, you know, the day after Labor Day, to come in and attack unions and attack workers. But it's a bit rich for Councillor Allen to come in here and do all that blaming and complaining about everybody else, particularly around his complaints about a lack of action from the state government on some of the questions that he's submitted to them. Given the reality is his delay and this LNP administration's delay of 5 years in developing a housing strategy compounded this problem.
Yep.
It compounded this problem. This all started when it comes to actions that are within the control and within the wheelhouse of this council, when Brisbane City Council refused to deliver a housing strategy for 5 years. A 5-year delay. So we're not talking about a couple of weeks or months going by. 5 years went by between when this administration, when this council banned the development of townhouses in suburban Brisbane, when they made that decision, and they said to the state government, to the community, to the building industry, to everybody, that that wouldn't have a negative impact on housing supply in Brisbane, and that they had to demonstrate that through a housing strategy. They waited 5 years, 5 long years went by, and that has contributed to this issue. Councillor Allen said that the 50% discount on infrastructure charges for studio 1 and 2 bedroom units was in some way going to help contribute to converting latent supply into delivered housing stock. Well, we know that the infrastructure charge for each of them, as we discovered the other day, was around $11,500. So a 50% reduction on that is just over, just under $6,000 for one of those units that currently cost about $1 million to build. And one of the biggest issues, so when it comes to labour force requirements to build these developments, Councillor Allen has said it's all about wages. It's all about wages, but it's not about labour supply. And we clearly have a lack of labour to be able to build these units, which is something you would think that this administration would advocate on in helping develop those skills, to have a pipeline of skilled builders coming through, through advocating and also delivering apprenticeships and traineeships here in council, and also advocating for that at higher levels of government, and also advocating for skilled migration to meet those gaps. But then what we saw 2 weeks ago was the Lord Mayor reach into the bottom drawer and pull out his dog whistle, and do away with that, with any nuance in that debate, and claim that we're getting too full, and we shouldn't even have a nuanced debate around what kind of skilled migration we need here in Brisbane. Now, I'm not sure if that is actually the position of this LNP administration, or if it's just something the Lord Mayor said offhand 2 weeks ago. But when you have this constant confusion between the Deputy Mayor and the Planning Chair, and you have constant confusion between the Planning Chair and the Planning Chair, when the Planning Chair can't agree with the Planning Chair, when 1 week Councillor Allen claims that there are no new actions happening on short-term deliverables in terms of precinct planning, and then gets up today and claims that all these actions are happening when it comes to precinct planning, and then you get the Lord Mayor entering the debate sometimes It's been 7.5 hours since we've heard him speak in this council meeting, 7.5 hours since we heard the city's leader contribute to a debate in this place. But when you hear him speak occasionally and he gets up and gets the dog whistle out around skilled migration, there is some serious confusion when it comes to the actions this LNP administration is taking. So we've attempted tonight to bring some important issues for debate here to the chamber, and this is one of them, and we're disappointed that the LNP would again put politics ahead of a policy outcome when it comes to housing, but we'll continue to try. We will continue to try and be the voices of our communities here in council and continue to bring motions over the coming weeks and years, more and more and more of them, to make sure this administration is held to account, to make sure that when they make these decisions after an election and not talk about them before an election, they are held to account, to make sure that those contemporary issues as they are evolving are addressed with contemporary plans and things are reviewed and the community is brought along with them. We're not getting that right now with this, but we think persistence will pay off, and we will continue to try and continue to represent our communities and get out there in our communities and your communities and talk to the people of Brisbane about what we need to do to address these critical issues.
Any further speakers? As there is no further speakers, we will now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Massey.
Chair, I have a petition that I'd like to submit requesting council establish a dedicated recreational field in West End. Thank you,
Councillor
Billy.
Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a petition from residents requesting council implement dedicated bus lanes on Ipswich Road between Wollongabba and Maruka Railway Station.
Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have two petitions, one from the parish of Our Lady of Fatima, requesting, with 348 signatures, requesting heritage protection is removed from the blue building. And the second one is for Councillor Johnston, petition requesting that council acquire part of the former Beth Eden nursing home at Graceville. Thank you.
Any further petitions? Councillor Dixon, may I have a motion for receipt of the petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? As there being no councillors rising to their feet, are there any matters of general business? Councillor Strunk. Councillor Wong. Sorry, saw you out of the corner of my eye. I thought you're next. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the Buddha's Birthday Festival that took place last weekend. Madam Chair, on last Saturday, I joined with Lady Mayoress Nina Shrina at the Buddha's birthday festival at Foguangshan Zhongtian Temple at Brisbane. And it is one of the annual events that is not only celebrating the Buddha's birthday, but also celebrating Buddha's teaching on compassion and love. And I was able to join with Lady Mayoress. She attended in her capacity as the chair for Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust, and the Foguangshan Zhongtian Temple and the Loving Care Group has generously donated $5,000 to a number of organizations, and Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust was one of them. And I believe Royal Brisbane Women's Hospital Foundation was one of them too. However, it is a pity that they used to host the event at South Bank, but I think because of raising costs and also the new stage of the temple has been built, they have decided to move the festival to the temple. Otherwise, it could be joined by a lot more people in South Bank. And Foguangshan Zhongtian Temple was established by the late Grandmaster Xing Yun back in the 1950s. And it is now one of the biggest Buddhist Buddhist organization around the world. And the Buddha's Law International Association also play an important role in their charitable causes. And I would just like to take this opportunity to congratulate the temple for hosting another successful Buddha's birthday festival, and thank them for their generosity towards all these good causes. And I'm sure there are a lot more people can be benefit from their donations. And thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on a couple of events, and the first being that was held yesterday. Of course, it was yesterday, wasn't it? Yes, it definitely was. It's really hard to keep track of it all. Anyways, Labor Day took place, and it was a absolutely cracker of a day. With about 25 unions took part in the march down to the RNA showgrounds, and it was a really great turnout, one of the biggest that I've seen. We had 3 helicopters up there recording it all from all the different channels, I think, or it seems like there was 3 at least. And we had all the news crews out there. So it was obviously the biggest event happening in this city. I just would like to, this is not the only time, but the one time in the last probably 3 or 4 that I've actually marched with my unions, my union, the AWU. I normally march at the back with the branches, but I decided that it was really important that we fly the flag for the union. We have a fantastic leader, Stacey Chanel, who's been our leader in the union now for a couple of years, and she's doing an unbelievable job. I just want to pay tribute to her. But we marched down off the terrace, off Turbot Street down to Brunswick Street, and then on the way past the Shamrock Hotel to the RNA. And I'll tell you what was outstanding, and I don't know, the CFMEU, for what Councillor Allen was saying, that is all this construction is not being able to be done because of their activity. I'll tell you what, it wasn't evident down the valley. There was more construction going on down that valley, which really needs it, than I've seen for many years. And I used to work in the valley many, many years ago. So I've seen the transformation that's happened over the years in the valley, and I tell you what, the amount of construction has gone down there, and there was a lot of big companies, of course, undertaking, Hutchinson being one of them, and they're doing a lot out my way in the ward as well. So obviously, construction is very vibrant here in Brisbane, and we shouldn't sort of play it down either, because it is happening. You only have to drive around most of the suburbs throughout the wards and see it happening. So, and of course, it's all being constructed by people or members of a union, right? No matter which union they belong to, and they should be very proud. I mean, Labor Day was was kicked off really with the conditions had changed in regards to working hours. It was the 8-hour day or 40-hour week that we were celebrating when we were marching, right? And not the only thing, but that was what that kicked off the Labor Day celebrations. And every one of the people in this room has benefited from those working hours, which was pioneered by unions, right? Certainly the companies probably weren't too fussed at the time about giving up those some of those extra hours that workers were having to work, because it was probably a seminal change, but they did, and of course we've all benefited from it. The other event I want to talk about is Music at the Lake, which is entering its third year, and I just want to pay tribute to the four musicians that actually have been with it for most of the time, and that's Mark, Phil, Glenn, and John. Now, Glenn, he comes all the way from Coogee-Mudlow to participate with the band as one of the guitarists, and I'd say that he probably doesn't make, after he pays his round trip, with the ferry and everything else, he probably doesn't make a lot of money from it, but he does it for the love of music, as they all do. We have had a few guest artists over the years as well. This last Sunday, we had a guy all the way from Darwin who sat in for a couple of sets, and also a local, which we really encourage local musicians to take part in the as guest artists as well. Sometimes we have a good-sized crowd. Sometimes it's a bit smaller. It was a little bit smaller on Sunday because it was a long weekend, so a lot of people were away. And of course, the threat of rain from the Weather Bureau for the whole weekend, which really never eventuated, probably turned a few people off or decided to do something else. But usually we have a pretty good turnout, and the community really enjoys the being able to sit down for a few hours on a Sunday afternoon and enjoy a bit of music at the end of their week. So I just pay tribute to those musicians that continue on doing the work at a very, very reasonable price, I can assure you. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Chonghua.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know we talked about environmental earlier, about bush care. So I just wanted to also say a few words and acknowledge and take the opportunity to thank the bush care groups across Meanjin. I understand there are over 160 habitat volunteer groups supported by Brisbane City Council. I especially want to extend a huge thank you to the Barnett Road group, Save Our Waterways, who have worked tirelessly for many years near the Ithaca Creek in Barden. I was out there on the weekend helping at the Working Bee to remove weeds from the area. This is such important work in restoration or conservation and planting, as we need to continue to assist in supporting and protecting our biodiversity, habitat, wetlands and waterways. Weeding is extremely important part of the bush care work. Part of the process is to identify invasive weeds, carefully separate them out and dispose appropriately. In this instance, we had weeded out Madeira vine from the rest of the weeds. Madeira vine is classified as a weed of national significance. It's regarded as one of the worst weeds in Australia because of its invasiveness, potential for spread, economic development, environmental impacts. It is known to grow in plantations and an invasive environmental weed, difficult to control once established. It can degrade intact native forests, completely altering the environment. It is known to smother trees, scrubs, and understory species, and can cause canopy collapse of mature trees due to the weight of the vine. It also can disrupt native seedling germination and growth due to growing across the ground. So again, I'm really thankful for the Barnett Bush Care Group. Thank you so much for all your love, passion and care over many, many years of dedication. And yes, I'll be out there again and supporting other bush care groups So thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just rise to speak tonight about the first ever period product vending machine that's been installed in a council pool at the Sandgate Aquatic Centre. This came about just 2 weeks after I had a conversation with Rochelle Courtney from Share the Dignity in my ward office with her granddaughter Lola, feet up on the table, and we were throwing around some ideas about how to get more community access for period products for women living in our community. And one of the places that Rochelle identified was the Sandgate Pool, and then more broadly council pools and council libraries as locations that she would like to see these vending machines installed, because it was through the bloody big survey that had previously been run and some of the results that we've seen from the current bloody big survey, which I'll talk about in just a moment, that identified many women were sacrificing participation in sport because they didn't have access to period products. So I'm glad we've been able to address that locally in our community in Sandgate as a first step, and I want to put on record my sincere thanks to Craig and Corinne Crozier, the lessees at the Sandgate Aquatic Centre, for jumping on board straight away. It was the fastest install of one of these Share the Dignity vending machines that Share the Dignity have seen anywhere. So it's a real testament to them. And I'd encourage all councillors to get around the bloody big survey, to participate and to share that with your communities as well. It's already the largest data set nationally when it comes to menstrual equity around Australia, and Share the Dignity and Rochelle really want to push that out into every community to get as much data as possible to continue that advocacy around menstrual equity in all communities around Brisbane. So I commend their work.
Are there any further speakers? I declare the meeting closed.